kindi she had taken from the pyre. "All right," she whispered, staring down at the little carved man. Then she closed the bag. "What in seven hells is going on?" Morvius said, staring at Kibwe. They had stopped where the narrow trail opened onto the wide plain that circled Kibwe. A clearing burned regularly to keep the jungle at bay. From here they could see the city's high walls, a black bulk against the night. Light spilled over them and through the gate that stood open ahead. Open, but crowded with guards. "Another attack," Jiri said. A caravan? A village? She could see it, a charred black circle in the jungle, empty except for the ash drifting in the moonlight. "We'll find out," Sarah said, and walked into the open. The moon shone down bright, and they were spotted fast. Before they were halfway across the clearing, the guards had broken out of their loose huddles of talk and arranged themselves to meet them, a few feet in front with spears, the rest behind them holding short bows, throwing spears, slings, and blowguns. The weapons weren't pointed at them, but their threat was clear. "Who approaches the walls of Great Kibwe?" the guard in the lead called out when Sarah reached the edge of the city's light. "I am Sarah Galonica, servant of Iomide, goddess of truth, protector of justice." "A brave, bright goddess," the guard said. "So why is her servant slinking around in the dark?" He was a young man, heavy with muscle, and acted as if he were staring down at Sarah, even though they were close to the same height. Jiri didn't have to look at Sarah to know that the paladin was doing her best to look down at him. "I am not slinking. Why do you think we're out in the dark, Taba?" Morvius's question trampled Sarah's answer, but he ignored her glare and stepped forward. "The bloody sun went down. Now can we go in? I haven't had a drink in days and my boots smell like crocodile piss." "Morvius." The man's arrogance had turned into something more complicated. "Every time I hear you've left, I expect to never see you again." Well, the gods crap on everyone's dreams, don't they? Taba stared at Morvius, brown eyes unreadable. Then he laughed and slapped him on the arm. "Come on. I'll give you a drink before I turn you loose on the city." His voice went low, and Jiri barely heard the rest of his words. "You need to hear what's going on before you go in there." How do they know each other? Jiri sat on a short bench in the guardhouse that stood on the other side of the gate, sipping at a cup of watered palm wine. Lenaria sat beside her, watching Morvius show off Scritch to Taba, a large cup of unwatered wine in his hand. They got into a fight once, over a woman. Lenaria shifted on the bench beside her, edging a little farther away from the granite wall beside them. The guardhouse was built directly against the great granite blocks of Kibwe's wall, and Jiri could feel them too, all the charms that flowed through that stone, bound by the symbols carved deep into those blocks. It hadn't been that long since they had both felt charms just like those being pulled apart, their magic breaking loose and blowing across them like sparks. Jiri edged over a little too, and they were pressed tight together at one end of the bench, but she didn't care, and Lenaria seemed to welcome the contact, a buffer against the magic's touch. "They seem to get along now," Sarah said. The paladin hadn't sat down, hadn't taken the drink offered her, only stood, looking vaguely annoyed in her perfect armor and tabard. In the lantern light, Jiri could see a smudge of dirt on her pale nose, and for the first time in a long while, she had to fight not to smile. The woman got disgusted and left with another man while they were fighting. So they went home with each other, Lenaria said. The sorcerer noticed Jiri watching her and shrugged. "I've never cared how many other lovers he has, or even tried to keep track. I've just told him that he better be ready whenever I am. He seems to take that as a challenge. Lenaria smoothed back her hair. Sometimes I make it one. This time, Jiri did smile. But Taba had stopped admiring Morvius's weapon, and his words grabbed at her. There have been at least 2 more burnings, maybe 3. Taba had poured himself a drink of wine, too, unwatered, but only a small splash. He drank it down in one gulp. Last night, Zaweo village went. No one saw anything, but some traders were passing through there on the way to here. They said there was nothing, not a person, not a basket, not a goat, just a circle of ash. No one saw what happened, and that place is a half-day's walk from these gates. The marketplace was buzzing with that all day, along with talk of the caravan, and Pakala, and 30 trees. Taba's eyes went to the bench, touched Jiri, and then went away. A lot of talk about curses, and bad luck magic. What about Beloko? Taba's attention snapped back to Morvius. What about them? There were Beloko at Pakala. So we've heard, Taba said. Some of the survivors showed up in the city, asking for help. They were followed by another group from Greenspring. Their village had been hit by a band of Beloko this afternoon. Luckily for them, they had hunters out. They saw the Beloko coming and fought them off. But half the village burned, and they spoke of many dead and missing. That's 2, Jiri said. She pushed the words out through a throat tight with nerves, but she had to know everything she could. You said 3, maybe. There were some hunters. When everyone started talking about the burnings, they said they had seen something like that. In the jungle, they found a Charuka, dead, covered in burns. They tracked it backward and found a circle of ash, a burned place in the jungle. This was before the caravan was lost. It did attack then. That night I lay useless with grief. Jiri didn't mourn the Charuka. When she was 6, one of her playmates had vanished from the edge of 30 trees, swallowed by the jungle. Oza had gone hunting and returned with the hands of the boy's killers, long-fingered like an ape's, but clawed. One of them still clutched a stone dagger. Oza wouldn't tell Jiri what had happened to her friend, not until she was 16. She'd had nightmares for weeks. Jiri didn't care that the Charuka had died, but she cared deeply about how they died. This thing I don't even have a name for. It kills humans and Charuka. After 30 trees, it's only attacked at night. It burns a circle of destruction, killing everything in it, and then vanishes. What is it? What does it want? How do we stop it? So what's being done? Sarah's words broke Jiri's thoughts. By who? Taba said. The villages are setting up guards, or running here to hide behind the walls, depending on how brave they are feeling. The traders are staying in place, complaining to the council and bidding with each other over guards. The council doesn't care what happens beyond these walls, Jiri said softly. That's a convenient thing for them to say, when the trade is flowing, Taba said. But when something slows or stops that trade, then even their eyes might turn beyond the circle of these walls. The guardsman took the jug of palm wine and poured himself another, much more generous than his first. I've been hearing tales lately of what happened at the last council meeting. A girl came there, claiming to be a shaman, saying that some people from the Aspis Consortium had released a fire demon on her village. What do you think of that story? Lenaria asked. It's one of many. There's another going around that the girl is a demon herself, bought by Kaloon to curse his enemies. Really? Said Lenaria. Yeah, Taba said. That's not one I believe. All the ones telling it seemed to have northern silver in their palms. The kind the consortium pays out. But I'm not everyone. Taba raised his cup and drank deep. I'm just a poor, unappreciated sergeant of the guard. Morvius tapped his fingers on his belt, next to the pouch that held his coin. And if you weren't so unappreciated, I might tell my friends that the council may be about to order the guard to round up all the foreign rabble that's accumulated behind these walls lately, so that they can be sent out into the jungle and not let back in without a bag of biloko heads. Your friends might appreciate that. Morvius's hand dipped into his pouch and came back down on the table with a solid click. Well, looks like we might want to get back to the Red Spear. We wouldn't want to be forced out into the jungle again before we've even had a drink. Morvius looked down at his empty cup. Or another drink. That sounds smart, Taba said, fingers reaching out to cover Morvius's. He gripped the taller man's hand for a moment, and leaned toward him, whispering something in his ear. Then he pulled back, and his hand went to the beaded pouch that hung from his belt, dropping something in it with a soft clink. May all your good luck ancestors be watching. I think they already are, Morvius said, slapping the man on the back and heading toward the door. Jiri followed Lenaria and Morvius out into the night, Sarah not far behind. Do you really think the council will issue that order? Sarah asked. They already did, Morvius said, long legs stretching as he walked fast. Taba told me that a messenger brought it to him a few minutes before we showed up. He hadn't told anyone else about it yet, though. Lucky us. Lucky that he liked you enough to let us go, Lenaria said. That's not luck, Morvius said. That's a little coin, and being the best damned lover in this city. The carved stools in Kaloon's talking room were more comfortable than the guards' benches, and the Red Spear was cool. But the old innkeeper wasn't offering them palm wine tonight. You didn't even think to send me a message about where you were going? What you are doing? Kaloon sat on his bench, his frown carving deep lines in his face. You just take off without telling me anything? We told Farah, Morvius said, and Basan. You told a child and a drunk that you were going to check a burned-out caravan. Then you were gone for a day and a half. Kaloon's frown lines got deeper. What were you doing out there? Working for her, Morvius said, pointing to Sarah. Apparently. Though she hasn't come across with any coin yet, I've noticed. Working for... Kaloon cut off, turning his glare on Lenaria. I can't talk to him. You. Tell me what happened. Well, Lenaria said carefully, we have a contract with Sarah. Any information we found would... Oh, so you are working for her now, not me? Kaloon leaned back. Farah! He snapped, and the girl appeared so quickly that she must have been lurking in the hall. Go find some guards. I have some of those foreigners that they are looking for and... Kaloon, Lenaria said. Now listen. Stop! Jiri almost shouted. What are you doing now? Arguing? Dickering? The words snapped out of her, and she found herself standing, heat blazing through her. Is that all you people do? I came here asking for help from my teacher, and you bargained while a demon picked its teeth with his bones. When I confront his killers, the people who let loose that thing that destroyed my village, I get told how wrong I am because now there are fines to be paid. When we hear about the caravan, about fire and death falling from the sky and destroying it, just like 30 trees, we can't go out and try to help until coin is passed. Now this... Jiri glared at them all, her fury making the room hot. That thing is out there, burning men, women, and children alive, and leaving nothing but ash. We know so little else, but we know that. And what are you doing? Sitting in here bargaining like fruit merchants, trying to decide how much coin it will take before you lift your fingers to help save them. Jiri, Lenaria started, her voice tired and angry at the same time. No, Lenaria. Morvius stretched his long legs out and leaned back, staring at Jiri. Let her talk. I want to hear how selfish we are for killing her demon, for keeping Corianne from slapping her down like a bug in the market, for keeping the council from kicking her out of this city, for killing those Biloko before they swallowed her down, for pulling her alive out of that cursed ruin. He leaned forward, smiling without a bit of humor. Don't pretend to be noble and good, Runt. You don't do half as good a job at it as Sarah, and your real motivation is even more obvious. She wants her glory, even more than we want our coin. And you want blood. His smile faded, and you won't get it without our help, which costs. Jiri picked her bag up from the floor, and there was a sound, a faint hiss as the cloth singed beneath her fingers. Her hands were clumsy with anger, and the leather thong that held the bag shut resisted her until it finally broke, half burned through. What about this? Jiri pulled the diamond out of her bag, the one that Sarah had cut out of her back, and threw it at Morvius. The man caught it, then dropped it with a curse. Jiri watched him wet his fingers and pick it up, blowing on it. Her hands were making her bag smoke, and she slung it over her shoulder before the smoke became fire. Is that enough? This and Sarah's coin will get you a few more days. Morvius rolled the gem in his palm. He looked up at her, and this time his smile did hold humor, of a dark, evil sort. So you better figure out how to find that thing, or you might never get a chance to save your villagers, or to burn Fatima down, just like that thing did to your 30 trees. I'm sorry, Farah said. The girl led Jiri around one last tight turn of stairs and into a hall at the top of the Red Spear. Mama said, well, she thought it might be better to give you one of the smaller rooms. I don't care, Farah, Jiri said. She felt exhausted. So much had happened these last few days. And then that argument downstairs. When she had let go of her anger, she had nothing left. It had been easy enough to leave, to let Lenaria and Sarah explain what had happened to Kaloon, while Morvius made his snide comments. Let them waste their time with talk. Jiri's hands clutched her bag close. I'll try to keep this hunt alive. Here. Farah opened a narrow door at the end of the long hall. Beyond it was a tiny closet of a room, bare but for a stool, a candle, and a sleeping mat. One small bundle sat on the stool, the rest of Jiri's clothes from the market. Do you want me to bring you things for washing up? Farah asked. No, Jiri said. Maybe in the morning. All right, the girl said. She fidgeted with the wrap of her dress. He's not a bad man, she said in a sudden rush. Morvius. He tells stories that make us laugh and make Mama mad. And he gets us treats from the market. And Lenaria, she's always nice. She makes ice for us sometimes when it's hot. Sweets and ice. Jiri thought of a monster, crouched stinking in the water before the pyre, roaring as a bolt of white struck it and slicked its slimy hide with ice. Morvius was right. Without them, that demon would have crunched my bones too, and no one would know what Fatima has done. What about Sarah? She's too picky about how well we clean her room, Farah said. But she kills spiders if you ask, no matter how big. I'll keep that in mind, Jiri said. Good night, Farah. Ancestors, watch your dreams, the child responded. And yours. Jiri left the door open, letting in the thin light of the single lantern in the hall. When Farah's footsteps had gone, She could hear almost nothing but the sounds of the city outside and the distant racket of Kaloon's guests downstairs. Strange noises compared to the jungle, but soft. Kaloon's wife might think she's slighting me, putting me up here, but this is a better place. With a whisper, Jiri gathered a handful of light from the air and rolled it into a little ball. She put it on the dead wick of her candle and shut her door. Staring at it, Jiri realized that the little wooden thing on the back of the door was a latch, a way to keep people out. She slid it into place, then rolled out the sleeping mat and settled on it. Then she opened her bag. Chapter 13. Lost Things. Nestled in the bag, the kindi stared up at her with brown, agate eyes. Its face was small but exquisitely detailed. Not stylized, but realistic. So realistic that Jiri almost expected the little lips to curl up into a smile. A smile. Jiri could picture it. A cocky little smile that would make this face so handsome, make it look just like Hadzi. It looks like Hadzi. Jiri picked up the carving. The ebony wood was warm to the touch, but not hot. The iron spear, free from rust despite the passage of centuries, didn't burn her when she ran her thumb lightly over it. She didn't touch the face. It wasn't exact. The nose wasn't quite right, and there were lines lightly carved in the wood. This was an image of an older man, but it was close. Our ancestors made this. Long ago, when they made the walls of Kibwe, when they made many things, many dangerous things. Who are you? What do you know? What can you tell me? Jiri felt the questions crowding around her. What was this carving doing in the heart of the pyre? Did that mean something? Was it related somehow to the kindi that Patima had stolen from that terrible place? Or were you just lost? Jiri whispered. She tilted the carving, watching the sharp edge of the spear sparkle in the light. Oza had warned her about the kindi, but he told me how to use them too. Why would he do that, if he hadn't suspected that some still existed? If he hadn't expected that, someday, Jiri might have to use one? Before she could think more about it, Jiri pressed her thumb down on the sharp point of the kindi's spear. The pain was instant, a small sting, and she raised her hand. Her blood tipped the spear now, and a fat drop of red sat on the pad of her thumb. Jiri took a deep breath and brushed her fingers across the necklace that hung so heavy around her neck. Watch over me, Oza, if you can. She pressed her bloody thumb to the carved lips of the kindi. Speak, and I will listen, she said. And darkness rushed in, boiling over everything like smoke, and took the world away. The stars were bright. They hung over Jiri, brilliant white dancers turning in the sky. Jiri blinked at them, then let her gaze fall. She was in a city. A city like Kibwe, but not. In places she could see the walls, high and dark against the sky, but mostly they were cut off by the buildings that stood around her. Buildings of hard granite and soft limestone. Buildings solid but graceful, their walls crowded with carvings. Beautiful stone inlays made those walls glow with color beneath the two bright stars, gorgeous as butterfly wings. Jiri turned slowly, staring at them all. She stood in a vast open space, a great circle of smooth stone bounded by those buildings. On its edges, high pillars rose, each one topped by a statue. Men and women carved in stone, their features mixed with those of the animals that filled the jungle beyond the city's walls. Men with leopard jaws and women with bat wings, all holding weapons and shields. all looking in, at Jiri, and at the round building that rose beside her in the center of the circle, the city's heart. It was something like the council hall of Kibwe, but instead of carved wood, the pillars were malachite and lapis lazuli. They supported a dome of onyx, black stone threaded with thick veins of shimmering white. The floor beneath that dome was granite, so polished that it looked like water. "What is this place?" Jiri said, and her soft words echoed in the silence. That echo grew, multiplied, bounced from wall to wall and filled the air, first with whispers, then words, then laughter, then shouts. It grew into thousands of voices, all talking and clamoring around her, and the city came alive. There were lanterns strung between the pillars and dangling from the tents that now filled the circle, tents of bright silk and painted canvas, gaudy in the oil and mage light. People crowded the tents and the aisles between them, laughing and talking and arguing and dancing. They looked like the people of Kibwe, just more richly dressed, with more gold and copper in their ears and around their wrists and necks. "This is the Geniki, dear one, the festival circle of Lozo, the stone flower of Garund. Have you never seen it?" Jiri heard the words and understood them, even though they were strangely accented. Turning, she found a man behind her, leaning against the carved mahogany post of a tent. He smiled, and by that smile, Jiri knew him. That smile does make him look like Hadzi. The man from the carving stepped forward and touched his hand to his lips. He seemed younger than the face carved in ebony, Jiri's age, and alive. Very much alive and real. And Jiri tried to remember the city as she had seen it just moments before, empty and silent. It's all a vision, the memory of a man long dead. I must remember that, and not get lost in it. "I am Shani, and this is my city. Do you want to see it?" His smile faded a little, and his face shifted, aged decades in minutes. "It feels like a long time since I've been able to show it to anyone." "It has been," Jiri said. How long ago had the pyre been raised? How long had those Kindi been there, hidden in the dark and the dust while the rocks grew warm around them? A very long time. Well, Shani's eyes seemed haunted for a moment, worried, and the city around Jiri flickered, becoming something else, something dark and frightening. Then the light was back, and Shani was young and smiling again. "It's good you've come, then. I have so many things to show you." Shani led her around the circle, through tents giant and small. There were markets, with jewelry and clothes and books bound in ivory and dark wood. There were places where you could lie on thick mats and listen to music, and other places where you could dance. There were storytellers telling tales with masked figures or clever dolls that danced on sticks and strings, or sometimes all by themselves. There were magicians weaving illusions in the air, menageries of trained animals, brothels and poets and wrestlers and philosophers. Jiri and her guide wound past them all, and Shani knew everyone. They all waved and smiled, offered him hands to grasp, and lips to kiss, palm wine, and little glasses of aga. He took all that was offered and encouraged Jiri to do the same. She trailed him, uncomfortable when any attention was turned on her, and set the drinks given to her aside untouched. It felt so real, so true, like walking through the market in Kibwe. But Jiri found the things that marked it as unreal. There was the temperature, perfectly comfortable, not hot, not cold. There were the smells, so many smells, of food and perfumed oil and spice and flowers, but no hint of sweat, no musky animal smells, no faint reek of excrement, animal and human, that was ever present in Kibwe. This was an idealized memory of a place, a beautiful lie woven out of truth. Eventually she tired of it and steered Shawnee to the center where the great pavilion stood. A low stone bench ran around its edge, and they sat on it in the relative quiet. "There's more," Shawnee said. He set a basket of dates between them, 2 delicate porcelain cups, and a small jug of palm wine. He had pulled them from the air, apparently, but when Jiri took a date, it tasted sweet in her mouth. "So much more." "I believe you," Jiri said. His face was young again, like it had been for most of their walk, quick to smile and flirt. A handsome face, but she wanted to see him old again. He was more serious when he was old. "But what is this place?" she asked. "The Yaniki, the heart of Lozo, like I told you." He splashed the wine into the cups. "When the great festivals come, the birth date of the queen, the turning of the year, or the orchid dance, then the tents are cleared, and all the spaces dedicated to them. But most times it is like this, wild and beautiful." He took a long drink from his cup, then cocked a sly eyebrow at her. "I could show you the orchid dance if you want. All the young couples dress in petals and feathers and bells, and they dance until they fall, usually on top of each other." "No, thank you," Jiri said, and she felt an almost smile touch her lips, just as a stab of pain went through her heart. He looks like Hudzy, and he acts like him too. "What I meant," she said quickly, before the clouds of grief that she felt inside could gather into a rain of tears, "is what is this whole place? This Kindi supposed to be?" "This Kindi," he said slowly. Jiri got her wish then, and almost wished she hadn't. Shawnee's face shifted in front of her, aging in an instant. His dark hair threaded with gray, and lines grew around his mouth and eyes. Scars came with those lines, a long thin mark over his right eye, and a twisting, furrowed path along the side of his neck, close to the blood vessels whose severing would have cost him his life. "They did a good job on the likeness. They paid me well, though I wish they had made me look younger, when I was in my prime." He set down his cup. "Shawnee the Strong, Shawnee the Slayer. Oh, the names I accumulated. I loved them all. Tell me, did you hear those stories? Is that why you came to visit me?" "I'm sorry. No." "No?" Shawnee frowned, aging a little more. "I would have thought—" He looked down at his hands, and Jiri could see the scars on them, too. And she thought of Kaloon's hands, with all his old battle wounds. Then Shawnee looked up at her, years sliding away from his face. "I can tell them to you. Do you want to hear about the time I defeated Mother Shade and her great slugs? Or the days I spent in the belly of the great western crocodile?" "Shawnee," Jiri said, "I do want a story. About a spirit of fire. A thing that burns and destroys. Did you ever hear about anything like that?" "All in ashes." Shawnee said the words all at once. Not a statement, but a name. And when he spoke it, the little bit of youth that his face had regained fell away. "So you want to know about the war?" "The war?" Jiri said gently, trying to lead him on. "I don't—" Shawnee looked away, and the city went quiet around them. The circle stood suddenly empty, all the tents and people gone, the lanterns and laughter and the smells of spice and perfume swallowed by the night. Jiri sat in an empty city with Shawnee, and she was suddenly acutely aware that this city of Lozo was long gone, and that Shawnee was surely long dead. "I don't like talking about the war." The city flickered around them for an instant. Jiri caught something. Some great light. The sound of drums, the smell of smoke and blood. Then the city was back like it was, beautiful and empty, but the stars overhead had dimmed.
We were expanding, making a new empire on the ruins of the old, Shani said. We didn't have the flying cities of the Shori, but we could shape stone and wood better than anyone, making carvings so perfect that they could trap a piece of a soul inside them. We were getting strong. This, he raised his hand, gesturing at the city, Lozo, a living jewel, constantly changing and growing, was our pride. We were making others, too, carving other jewels in the jungle, raising walls and building roads, making trade with all the nations far around. We grew fast and strong, but not fast enough, not strong enough. We caught the attention of our enemy, and he came for us.
This spirit, this all in ashes?
No.
Shani stood. His eyes were red with anger and tears he barely held in check.
You want this story? Then listen. They came for us from Okota, the great lake to the north. Bands of Charu-Ka, raiding our villages, burning our fields, taking our people. Like they've always done. And we fought back, like we've always done. I fought back.
There was a spear in Shani's hand. Not there, and then there. A tall weapon with a black wood shaft and a blade of steel that shimmered like water.
I killed many, drove more away. But they kept coming back. Nothing we did kept them from returning.
The old warrior stared up at the sky, where the stars were half hidden by dark, curling clouds.
There was something driving them at us, something they feared more than us. So they kept coming, attacking here, there, bleeding us, terrifying our people. The new cities we were starting were abandoned, their stone walls left empty. Everyone fled back to here, back to Lozo. We rounded ourselves up, ran like goats into the slaughterhouse, and the gorilla king laughed on his throne.
Usaro, Jiri said.
So you know that name.
Shani looked at her, his eyes angry, tired, despairing.
You don't know mine. You don't know Lozo. But Usaro, the city of demons and apes, that festering abomination, that you know.
Overhead, darkness swallowed the stars. A flowing, twisting curtain of black. The smell of smoke was back, heavy in the air. Somewhere far away, a drum began to beat. A deep, steady thud, like a fist into flesh.
They won, didn't they?
I don't know, Jiri said. And she didn't, but she did. In all his stories, Ozo had never spoken of Lozo. Only of cities that had risen briefly, then fallen, their towers pulled down by the jungle and the things that lived there.
You know,
Shani shouted at her, his eyes blazing, tears coursing down his cheeks. The air filled with the sound of drums crashing and booming, like thunder that would never stop. But it didn't drown out the screams of men and women, terrified, agonized, horrified.
You know them, but you don't know us.
He spun away, staring out at the dark, distant walls.
We couldn't fight them in the jungle, so we pulled back here. We thought we would hold them, but they poured like ants out of the trees. A flood of demon-ridden apes. We would have broken that first night, but our mages woke the city, brought the statues to life to fight for us. Still, we almost fell. My son.
Shani cut off, his whole body trembling. Beyond him, the stone pillars that ringed the circle stood empty, all the statues gone. In the distance, the sound of drums and screams mixed with the clang of steel on steel, of steel on stone, and the bellowing roars of demon-worshipping apes.
My son died.
Shani's cheeks were wet, his eyes red, but he cried no longer.
Not far from me, one of those great four-armed apes caught him and tore his arm off, then threw his body off the wall. I killed it for that. I put my spear through its heart, killed it, and killed all the others who tried to gain the wall behind it. I am old, but I am Shani, the Slayer. I killed so many, and when the dawn came, they vanished into the trees. But I never saw my son again.
Jiri had nothing to say. The smell of smoke wrapped around her, and the sound of battle faded, like a storm rolling away, but not gone.
They were coming back.
Shani leaned on his spear, his voice thick with despair.
My daughter had survived the night. She stood on the wall with me, covered in blood. But I knew that when they came again, I would see her die, like my son. I couldn't let that happen. I had to save her, my daughter, my wife, my city, my people. I was Shani the Strong. I had to save them all.
How? Jiri's question was a whisper. She didn't want to speak, but this, she sensed, was the center of the story she needed.
All in ashes,
Shani said, and over them the smoke began to glow, red and gold, beautiful and terrible.
It had always been here, chained in a cavern deep beneath the city. A spirit of fire, not a demon, not an elemental, but something else, something old, something that existed only to destroy.
Shani stared up at the glowing sky, the glowing, twisting clouds of smoke.
Some greater spirit had bound it long ago. But when we made Lozo, we dug deep for our stone, and we found it, and sealed it back up. But we remembered. And when Usaro came, the mages, well, maybe they went mad, like me.
What did they do? Jiri breathed.
What?
Shani threw back his head and laughed, a wild laugh, tangled with madness.
I don't know. I forced them to make this kindi before I gave myself to them. I wanted to leave something of me behind. My memory of this place, in its days of glory. My memory of myself, in my days of glory.
Shani shifted, becoming young, old, scarred, handsome, smiling, furious, despairing.
I can't tell you what they did after that. In the stink of the blood and the smoke of our broken city. I can just tell you what they planned.
His face settled, old, scarred, and angry, and his eyes flashed with the red light of the hell that blazed in the sky overhead.
Revenge.
Chapter 14. Other Coins. Revenge. The word rolled over Jiri like crashing drums, and the burning sky fell, covering the city and swallowing Shani. It wrapped around Jiri, fire and smoke, burning her hair, her clothes, her skin, tearing her apart until there was nothing left but ash, ash in the wind, scattering. Then cold hit her like scalding water, a chill that clung and burned, and Jiri felt her whole body clench. I can't breathe, can't. The words ran through her head, but she held on to them. Breathe. She needed to breathe, because she had a mouth, a body. I'm not ash. I'm alive. I just have to breathe. With one last twisting bolt of pain, her body unclenched, and Jiri took a gasping breath, pulling air deep into her. There was light around her, she realized, bright sunlight spilling in through a narrow window, and she was lying on the floor, sprawled across a thin sleeping mat. And there were people. Morvius stood above her, holding a dripping hide bucket. Flanking him were Kaloon and Lunaria. Behind them, in the doorway of the tiny sleeping room, Sarah stood watching. Behind her, Jiri caught a flash of something. Farah's head, popping into view when the girl jumped, trying to see into the room. "What's going on?" Jiri asked. She sat up and realized that she was soaking, her braids and skin and clothes dripping cold water. "What are you doing?"
"What are we doing?"
Kaloon shoved past Morvius and reached down, picking the little kindi up out of the puddle beside Jiri.
"By all the bad luck spirits, what are you doing?"
"Careful," Jiri said, reaching for the kindi, but Kaloon glared down at her, and she stilled her hand.
"I know what this is, girl."
Kaloon's thumb wiped across the carved wooden lips, taking away the last traces of Jiri's blood.
"You, though, don't seem to know anything at all."
"I know the name of the thing that destroyed 30 trees. Jiri scrambled to her feet, facing them, still shivering and dripping. She was angry and terrified, but she only let the first show, and I was learning more until you broke me out of my vision."
"You mean when we saved your life?" Morvius growled.
"What are you talking about?" Jiri snapped, and the man pointed down. Jiri looked at the floor. The water was slowly disappearing, sinking down into the floorboard's narrow cracks, and she could see the marks on the boards now. The outline of a foot, a hand. Across her sleeping mat, the dark mark was charred deep, the curled curve of her body. For the first time, Jiri realized that her long shirt felt wrong, the cloth of it rough and tattered in the back. And when she reached back with her hand, she felt the material give, falling apart to cinders in her hands. She said, staring at the warm gray dust that coated her fingertips.
"You almost choked to death on smoke. If I hadn't sent Farah up here to fetch you down for breakfast, you might have caught this whole place on fire."
Kaloon glanced back at the door.
"Farah, stop hopping like a mouse deer and check the room under this one. Clean up any water you find, and apologize to the guests."
"Oh, Papa," the girl whined.
"Go," he said, "and knock fast."
His brown eyes came back to Jiri.
"Why?"
he asked, his fingers tapping on the kindi in his hand. "I found it in the heart of the pyre," Jiri said. She didn't like Kaloon's scowl, but she really didn't like the disappointment that shone in Lenaria's eyes. "I thought it might have information in it. Something about all in ashes. And it did. That's the name of the spirit that destroyed 30 trees. The one that's been attacking villages. That's why." "That's why you did it," Lenaria said. "But why did you hide it from us? Why didn't you tell us that you found this thing? And why didn't you tell us you were going to use it? Why didn't you tell us what these things really were?" The half-elf's voice was steady, her tone free of any accusation, but Jiri knew it was there anyway. "I couldn't," Jiri said. "I made a promise, not to tell anyone about them."
"Oza,"
Kaloon said. "Oza." They had sat on their mats, on the hard-packed dirt of their little house's floor, Oza's light glowing down on them, and he had whispered to her the stories of the ancestors and the kindi. "Did he tell you?"
"A little. Enough to recognize a kindi when I see it."
"Did he tell you to keep it secret too?" Jiri stared at the older man.
"He did, and I agreed. I could see the danger of speaking of them easily enough."
Kaloon wiped a bead of water off the carving he held, careful to keep his fingers away from the sharp blade of its spear.
"That time has passed. Oza was afraid that if the old stories got out, that if people knew about these things, they would hunt them. Well, that jug's been broken, and we'll never get the water back in. I don't know if Fatima knew about the kindi before she led Amiro and the rest to your pyre, But she knows now.
Maybe, Jiri said. Did she? Did Patima go to the pyre by chance? Or was she seeking this thing, this all in ashes? If so, why did she let it go? If it was trapped in the kindi she found and stole, why free it? She had run from it the moment she let it go. What is she doing? What does she want? I know more, and I still don't know anything. We have to get it away from her, Jiri said. We have to get it back. That kindi Patima stole. It's the key to all of this. So you keep saying? Lenaria tilted her head, her strange eyes like ice. And I think you might be right. But we can't get to her, or what she stole. We haven't even tried, Jiri shouted. She looked at Sarah, standing silent in the door. You want me to find this thing for you, so you can claim its heart as a trophy? Then help me do this. Jiri looked to Morvius. You want to earn that jewel? This is what I need. Kaloon was next. You want all your debt paid to Oza? Help me get his killer and stop her. Finally, she turned to Lenaria. And you? You want to earn my trust? Be my friend? Help me so that you can feel good about how someone else once helped you? Then do this. Help me get to Patima, and help me get that kindi back from her. If I had that, we could stop this all in ashes, I'm sure of it. Help me stop it. Because if we don't, I think more villages will burn. I think Kibwe itself might burn. Lenaria looked back at her, her so-pale face smooth, expressionless. I've fought for you, and with you. I almost died for you. I thought I had earned your trust. Jiri stared up at the tall woman. She burned inside, angry and ashamed and frustrated. I made a promise. To a dead man, Morvius said. A man who tried to keep that secret and failed and died because of it. Morvius dropped the bucket and dug a hand into his shirt. You talk a lot, Runt, about what people should do and why they should do it. You miss out on the how, though. And the how, that's the sticking point, the hard part. Figuring out the how is why greedy, hard-hearted bastards like me survive and get shit done, while people like you, the ones obsessed with telling people the what and the whys, need us to haul your asses out of the fire. Morvius pulled his hand out of his shirt and tossed something at her. It bounced off her chest and landed at her feet, glittering in the sun. The diamond she had given him. I think I'm done doing that. But, Jiri started, but Morvius cut her off. But that all-in-asses thing is going to keep killing people? Yeah, probably. Maybe you should have thought of that when you were keeping secrets. When you were flailing around getting yourself into trouble that we had to haul you out of, just like your dead teacher. Jiri clenched her fists, her anger blazing, and she could feel the heat running through her, so eager to burn that look off the broad-shouldered man's face. Go ahead, Morvius said, smiling down at her. Do another stupid thing. How many can you get away with before you finally get burned? Enough, Morvius, Lenaria said. Almost. Morvius's eyes never left Jiri. You want Patima, Runt? You want what she stole? Stop trying to make us solve your problems and figure it out yourself. He turned from her and pushed his way out of the room. At the door, waiting for Sarah to step out of the way, he spoke one more time. My bet is you'll just try something stupid on your own again. When you do, try not to feel too surprised if we don't come and haul your little butt out of the flames. The room smelled like charred wood, water, and smoke. Jiri sat in the corner, in one of the few not damp spots, and stared at the little kindi with the spear, standing rigid and silent on the stool where Kaloon had left it. What am I supposed to do? When Oza had spoken, people had listened. He was a shaman, the most powerful shaman in all the jungle around Kibwe. They had done what he said, because he had proven he knew what to do. What have I proven? That I can run for help? Kaloon had said that he would try to find information. Sarah and Lenaria had said nothing. And outside Kibwe chattered and the sun rolled overhead, slowly moving toward night, when all in ashes would rise again, and fall. Is Patima doing this? Jiri stared at Shani's face, carved into the dark wood, and wondered, can she control that spirit with the kindi she has? Can they work like that? Questions. That's all she had, and no answers. How do I get answers? How? The word burned in her. How would Oza have done it? He would have gone to the council. They would have listened to him, and forced those Aspis people to give Patima up. Or he would just get her himself. Jiri raised her fingers to touch the necklace around her neck. The bones were warm under her fingers, their carved lines smooth and polished. Oza could take the shape of a bird and fly into that place, find the kindi and become a monkey and steal it, or become a tiger and take Patima too. Jiri's fingers tightened on the bones. She thought of wings, of feathers, of scaled feet and claws and beak. Hear me, spirits. I need you. Give me your wings. The carved bones rested against her skin that stayed stubbornly her own, not sprouting feathers, not shrinking in and becoming small. Jiri snatched her hand away, jerked herself up, all her helpless frustration turning to fury. I served you. All my life I did what Oza told me. I gave you my respect, gave you my belief, honored you, and now when I need you most you give me nothing. Is that all I can expect from everyone? No spirits, no northerners, no Kaloon, no Oza, no Hadzi. No one. Just her, against Patima and a spirit made of fire and rage. Hands aching with heat, Jiri pulled on her last set of new clothes, picked up the kindi and her spear, and slipped out of the room. Finding the Aspis Consortium was easy enough. Kibwe still seemed like chaos to Jiri, its streets rolling rivers of people, all crashing and moving and noisy, but she swam through them, hunting. When she found a likely target, a child playing, a group of women chattering, an old man carving on a bench, she would ask directions. They helped, somewhat, though they were still confusing. The landmarks of streets and statues and buildings nothing like the tangled trails and jungle that she was used to. But Kibwe was not so large after all, and by the time most people were settling in to rest through the afternoon's high heat, she had found the compound. It stood near the western gate, in a neighborhood of stables, warehouses, and markets, a place where caravans were put together and taken apart. The streets here were full of animals, horses, mules, and camels, most packed high with goods. Crowds flowed along them, children playing or running messages, laborers hauling bundles of goods or looking for work, guards watching everyone with suspicious or drunken eyes. Through them all, the traders moved, arguing, laughing, bargaining, ordering, and threatening, louder than the bawling of the camels. Jiri slipped through it all, grateful for the noise and the confusion. She could work her way around the compound, looking it over, and no one would notice her, which was good, because she needed the time to stare. The Aspis Consortium holdings had been built for strength. Unlike the thatched roofs and wattle and daub walls of most of the buildings surrounding it, the compound had been built of stone. There were 6 structures that stood in a rough rectangle, 3 large warehouses and 2 smaller ones, each windowless and squat with one wide door leading into it. Each door was either gated tight or open and well guarded. The last building stood taller, with many windows, the lower ones all barred with iron. More guards stood by the single door. They didn't stop the steady flow of people in and out, but they kept a careful eye on all of them. Between each building, granite walls ran, separating the inside of the compound from the rest of the city. Jiri could see the peaks of a few orange tile roofs over those walls, which meant that the compound contained several more shorter buildings, full of guards and workers, all surrounded by stone walls and closely watched doors. "My ancestors curse me," Jiri said to herself, staring at the little fortress. Morvius had been right. To get into that place and search it would require powerful magic or an army, neither of which she had. Jiri leaned against a wall, clutching her spear tight. She was in a narrow space between a warehouse and a tavern, a dark, twisting passage empty of everything but garbage, mud, and the stench of piss. From here, she could see the door to the not warehouse, the building where traders and other well-dressed people kept going. Amiro's house, probably, the place where he did his business. If Fatima were to come and go from this place, this is where she would do it. And what would I do if I saw her? Follow? And then what? For a moment, Jiri allowed herself the luxury of imagining the Banyuat woman coming out alone, walking away oblivious as Jiri stalked behind her, and even in her fantasy, Jiri couldn't imagine how she could capture the woman, or force her to give her the kindi she had stolen. I don't think she's going to bring it out with her. With a groan, Jiri set her spear against the rough wall beside her. Her fingers reached up and touched Oza's necklace. Feathers and talon, wings and beak. Please. Her only answer was the buzzing of flies around her, trying to drink her sweat. The day was starting to fade. The street was crowded, packed with bearers hauling bundles of goods now that the cruelest heat of the day was behind them. Jiri stared over them, still watching the door that led into the Aspis compound, a door that had opened just a little, enough so that a small figure in a feathered, hooded cloak could slip out. Jiri tensed, but the figure was joined by a dozen more, and even from across the street, Jiri could see that none of them was Mickey. Not unless the halfling had grown scales and a sharp-toothed muzzle. Kobolds. Those things were probably the strangest creatures Jiri had seen passing through that door, but only by a little. Merchants and traders of all nationalities and a few different species had gone in and out of that building all day. Fatima had never been among them. "This is useless," Jiri muttered. She had spent hours watching, thinking, and still had no idea of how she could get into that place unnoticed, much less how she could find the stolen kindi.
"Oh, don't say that."
The voice, high-pitched and full of sly humor, came from behind her. Jiri whipped around, her fist tightening, growing hot. Behind her, the narrow alley lay empty of everything but shadows. Her eyes hunted through those dark places, while her ears strained to hear anything more. She saw nothing but mud and darkness, and heard too much, the sound of music and voices through the tavern wall, and from the street behind her the bawling of camels and shouting of their drivers, the low roar of people talking and moving things and laughing and arguing.
"So glad you came to find us."
The voice came from... Jiri raised one hand, shimmering with heat, while she reached out for her spear with the other. She couldn't find the source of that mocking voice, but she recognized it now, like a child's, but not. Mickey. Lenaria called her an assassin. That thought made Jiri turn her head, and she saw them. A group of men standing where the narrow alley opened into the street. The two in front held the corners of a thick cloth blanket between them, like a net. "Godsend," Jiri whispered, whirling around. She raised her hand, ready to throw fire, and then something crashed down on her. It smashed her into the stinking mud, knocking the breath out of her. Jiri felt it clinging to her, digging at the back of her head and neck. She thought of a leopard, leaping down from a tree and biting at the back of its prey's skull, and panicked. She brought her hands in and shoved herself up, and whatever the thing was, grabbed the back of her head. Little fingers knotted in her braids, and that piping voice rang out merrily just behind her ear.
You coming here made this so much easier.
A hand slapped over Jiri's mouth, cutting off her shout, and she went to bite it, but there was something in it. A cloth, wet and reeking, smelling of... And then the darkness came, sudden and absolute, and Jiri knew no more. Chapter 15. Behind the Walls. The drums of the orchid dance pounded, their rhythm infectious, insistent, and Jiri danced beneath the stars. A fire blazed in the center of 30 trees, its light shining off skin and eyes. Brass and glass beads, the dancers whirling and spinning. Jiri spun with them, spun and spun as the drums got faster, their music building. Jiri tried to keep up, but her feet faltered, stumbling on the hard-packed earth, and she couldn't breathe. The air had gone hot and smoky, and Jiri choked. Around her, the light grew and the drums bellowed, and the fire wasn't in the center of the village anymore. It was the village, every house blazing, and the drums were the sound of dried thatch and wood being eaten by hungry flame. Jiri staggered, eyes hurting, lungs desperate, but all the other dancers were stuck in place, dark shadows against the fire's terrible light. They had to run to get away, and Jiri stumbled toward one of them. A girl posed delicately on her toes, arms raised. Jiri reached out to grab one of those arms, and her hand touched something soft and hot. Ash. The girl was Ash, and her arm fell apart when Jiri touched her, crumpled down as all the rest of her went, her face and breasts and belly and legs all crumbling into white and gray, riding the hot wind upward, while the fire roared like drums. No! Jiri tried to shout, but she had no voice. Not here, where the darkness spun. Spin her again! A voice, a woman's voice, horrible and accented, and it drilled through Jiri's head. Big hands were on her shoulders, and she recognized Morvius looming over her, grinning. Behind him, Corianne screamed with laughter and shouted again, "Spin her!" No, you have to listen. The words echoed through Jiri's head, but they couldn't get out. Not while Morvius was grabbing her shoulders and spinning her in place. Around her, the council hall of Kibwe spun, and she could see all the people. Lenaria and Sarah and Kaloon and Farah and all her sisters, Fatima and Amiro and Mickey, all in a ring around her, and behind them everyone else. Everyone, staring and pointing and laughing as Morvius shoved her and sent her lurching away, barely able to keep her feet. Over her head, the jewel-colored lanterns spun, and behind them her ancestors laughed, and the spirits too, Monkey and Crocodile and Iomade and... Oza. Oza! Jiri tried to call, but she couldn't speak, couldn't say anything as Fatima caught her. Spin her! Spin her! This time it was Lenaria, or Mickey, or Sarah. Jiri didn't know. She just knew they had to stop, had to listen, but she couldn't talk. Jiri tore her eyes away from the crowd, turned her head, hunting for any place without eyes, and found Hadzi behind her. "Help me," Jiri silently pleaded, but Hadzi wasn't looking at her. He was looking up, through the rafters and the spirits, up at something beyond the darkness of the roof. His hair was going gray, his hands on his spear growing scars as his handsome face shifted, grew lines, and became Shani's face. "He's coming," Shani said, and his eyes boiled. "No," said Jiri, but the word barely forced its way past her teeth. And in front of her Fatima gave her a smile, small and full of pity. Then she took Jiri's shoulders and started to spin her. Jiri's belly cramped, and there was a taste in her mouth of something horrible. Jiri spun, and this was like the time when she was 12 and someone, Hadzi, had dared her to kiss the bright-colored back of a dream dealer frog. Frogs. Giant, brightly covered amphibians surrounded her, leaping all around her, trying to catch Mickey. The halfling was swinging through the trees over them, dressed in red, her mouth stretching impossibly wide as she laughed and spit fire at the frogs. No. Dreams. Fever dreams. This spinning world felt like that. Like when she had bone crusher fever and had dreamed such terrible things until Oza. The world swung again, and Oza stood before her, hip-deep in dark water. Behind him the pyre rose toward the sky, crowned in flames.
You worry too much about the how of it, Jiri, he said. You already have that. I taught you how. You can become whatever you need to become, when you need to become it.
Standing in the mud before him, Jiri tried to open her mouth but couldn't. Her lips were gone, melted into something like a crude beak. Feathers sprouted around it, and in scraggly bunches down her arms. The skin of her chest and belly was rough with crocodile scales. On her legs, fur grew, orange and black. But I can't. You never taught me this. That was what she wanted to say. But all that spilled out of her was some terrible noise, painful and sad and angry. She beat her hands against her legs in frustration, and the feathers that grew out of her skin flowed together and became sheets of skin that hung like bat wings from her arms. I don't know anything. Memories flashed through her mind of fire and smoke, kindi and faces so strange. I barely know what's happening, and I don't know why.
The what is hard, Jiri.
As Oza spoke, the water behind him began to bulge, stretching its dark surface toward the smoke-covered sky, shaping itself into something terrible.
And the why is hardest of all. You'll find those answers, though. I know you will. You must.
The water rising behind Oza had become a great, crouching beast. In its rough head, currents spun, forming two whirlpools. They stared down at Jiri, mad, malevolent eyes. Below their hungry spin, the water pulled open into a gaping mouth.
Must,
the thing hissed in a wet, sucking voice. Oza never turned to look at it. He just kept his eyes on Jiri, patient and calm.
There are very few musts, old man.
The stinking mass of water fell. It roared down onto Oza, swallowing him. And then it surged forward, a great tide of filthy water that caught Jiri and smashed her down. Jiri flung her arms over her head and wrapped them tight over her face, trying to block that dark water out. But she felt it wrenching her arms apart, pushing through her lips and teeth, shoving open her eyes, pouring into her ears.
There are only two musts for you, girl.
That voice came, gurgling and terrible.
Fear and failure.
Jiri lashed out, flailing against the killing tide, trying to pull herself free. Deep inside her, something sparked. That anger that had always been there to serve her. She felt it spring to life and she welcomed it, needed it. She let it flare through her, let it go and felt the joy of its destruction as it flashed the water to steam. Fire boiled all that terrible murk away, and Jiri opened her eyes and saw the darkness of it twisting in on itself, pulling back and changing. The dark water became a shifting, roiling cloud of smoke shot through with light. Light red and gold, light so hot and now Jiri felt the heat building in her again, swelling until it tore out of her, breaking her body into flames. And when she screamed, she heard a new voice crackling through her, filling her.
There is only one thing that all must do.
Jiri could see her hands in front of her go white as the moon and then break apart, each piece of her hot and dead and drifting, and before she could scream, her mouth was gone too, and all she could hear was that terrible voice.
Burn and join the ashes of everything.
Jiri tried to groan but couldn't. Something rough and bumpy filled her mouth, and her jaw ached fiercely, wanting to close. That wasn't the only pain, though. Like a flood, all her other agonies rushed through her. Her hands were numb from lack of blood. Something was wrapped tight around her wrists, forcing them together behind her. Those same bonds pulled her shoulders back, and her joints felt like they were packed with broken glass. The rest of her body ached too, though much less. That was from having been dropped naked onto a rough floor made of cold, uneven stone. With a jerk, Jiri was able to move her head, turning it so that her right cheek pressed against the ground instead of her left. That one tiny pain eased, but none of the rest. The movement also made her aware of two other things. The first was that someone had tied a cloth over her eyes. She could feel her eyelids scrape against it when she blinked, could see the faintest trace of light coming up from below her left eye. The second was a sound, a soft tap, then another. The noise stopped beside her head.
I think she's coming around.
Mickey's voice. Something nudged Jiri's shoulder, and the touch made agony flare through her. She twitched.
Yeah, go get the others.
There were more sounds of feet on stone, the groan of a door, and then Jiri was too distracted to listen any more. Something had touched her throat, something small and thin and sharp. It moved lightly over her skin, tracing the path of her pulse.
Is this what you wanted?
The halfling's lips tickled against Jiri's ear, like a little girl telling her a secret.
To be in our house? I brought you here. It's fine. I know you can't thank me now.
The blade against Jiri's throat stopped moving, its point pricking her skin right beneath her jaw.
We'll save that for later.
Jiri felt a little hand pat her cheek, while the pressure of the knife point increased one subtle fraction, and then vanished. Biting into her gag, Jiri barely kept herself from shaking.
Spellcasters, Amiro said, are problematic.
Amiro sat before her, his shaved head smooth and immaculate in the lamplight. He held himself very still, posed almost, his spine perfectly in line with the back of his northern-style chair. His hands were folded, long fingers pressed together, and his eyes were cold and calculating as a crocodile. Jiri didn't feel problematic. The guards that had come with Amiro had jerked her up by the arms, making her scream into her gag. Then they had dumped her into one of these hard-backed chairs and cut the rope that bound her wrists. That relief had almost instantly been overwhelmed by the pain of the blood rushing back into her hands. While she groaned about that, the men had buckled her ankles, wrists, and waist to the chair with heavy leather straps that scraped across Jiri's skin. Then they had jerked off her blindfold. Jiri barely noticed them stepping out of the room, too caught up in her pain, and the sight of Amiro sitting before her. Corianne stood behind him, looking at Jiri like a cruel child regarding a spider, wondering which leg to pull off first. Mickey stood on the other side of Amiro's chair, eating candied dates and playing with a scarab beetle tied to a string. There was nothing else in the windowless stone vault. Its only features were a battered bucket that sat in one corner and the heavy wooden door that stood open behind Amiro. There was no sign of Fatima.
Magic is unpredictable,
Amiro continued. He was dressed in northern garb, a white linen tunic and hose with a gold half-cloak and a necklace of heavy gold links, from which dangled a golden key. Strangely formal garb for these surroundings.
Those who wield it,
No matter how pitiful and useless, Corian said.
must be respected,
Amiro continued, as if unaware of the interruption.
I just want you to understand why we've taken these precautions, and to let you know that we respect your abilities.
Amiro ignored Corian's snort.
If I had the proper resources here in Kibwe, we could have done this more comfortably, with a cell properly charmed. Since I don't, I'm forced to use the methods we have at hand. I apologize for that, and whatever inconvenience they've caused you.
Jiri, bound naked, gagged, and aching to the chair, just stared at him.
That being said, we are going to have to remove your gag. You may be tempted to try casting when we do. I would recommend against it. Let me tell you why.
Amiro opened his hands, his first motion since Jiri's blindfold had been removed.
I am a cleric of Abadar, the master of the first vault.
Amiro's hand tilted toward Corian.
Corian is a wizard, trained by one of the finest.
The finest, Corian interrupted again, huffy.
The finest academy of magic in all of Taldor, Amiro said. We are both familiar with magic, divine, arcane, and spirit. We both have more knowledge and more power than you. So, should you decide to do something, we'll know it, and we'll give Mickey a signal. Mickey?
The little woman caught her beetle and pushed it into a pouch on her belt. She drew something else out of the pouch, a short, wickedly sharp little spike. On small, bare feet she walked over to Jiri and stood on her right side. Jiri tried to keep her eyes on Amiro, but her head twitched when she felt the prick of that spike against her ear.
If Mickey sees our signal, she will drive that spike straight into your ear, Amiro said, his voice still detached. It's just long enough to rupture your eardrum, which Mickey assures me causes a vast and unique kind of pain.
I can only go by how people scream, but I'm confident of that statement,
Mickey said cheerfully.
Pain like that should disrupt any spell you might attempt. The resulting deafness would only affect one ear, and after a short rest, we would be ready to begin speaking again.
Amiro folded his hands again.
Of course, if you tried it again, we would have to puncture one of your eyes. But I doubt things will go that far. You are young, but you are a shaman, are you not? I'm sure your judgment is sound.
He smiled at her, a banal twist of the lips that didn't touch his crocodile eyes.
Mickey,
he snapped. Despite herself, Jiri twitched, and she felt the point of that spike dig into her ear. A quick sting of pain, and the dread gathering in her wound tighter. Amiro's dead-eyed smile was still aimed at Jiri, but he kept speaking to the halfling.
Let's try to avoid any accidents this time. You're a professional.
Mickey shrugged.
I just get so bored sometimes when these things go on and on.
Well, I'm sure this one won't.
Amiro snapped his fingers, a sudden sharp pop that made Jiri almost twitch again, and Mickey jerked Jiri's gag off.
Will it? Jiri Maju.
Amiro paused just a moment before her name, as if emphasizing the space where her tribal name had been. Bound to that chair, Jiri's stomach clenched, and her skin streamed with cold sweat. Somehow she managed to keep her voice calm.
It depends on what you ask.
I'll start easy, Amiro said. Why were you and the others trying to seal us in that ruin?
How much do I fight them?
Jiri wondered.
Not at all.
Not until it matters. That place was under my teacher's protection, Jiri said. He felt it when you broke in, and we went there to seal it up again, to trap you inside so that nothing evil would be released. But when he was trying to do that, he was attacked by a demon.
Well, I'm glad Patima's little playmate did something useful, Corian sniffed. She summoned that stinking thing too close to me, and it slimed my outfit. I had to burn it, and that bitch refuses to pay me back.
The demon killed your teacher? Amiro asked.
Yes. I can't let them know how much his death hurt me. Amiro will use the pain against me, and Corian will use it just to amuse herself. He told me to get help, Jiri said, to drag the questions away from Oza, to run to Kibwe and find Kaloon.
They knew each other?
Apparently, Jiri said. My teacher never spoke of Kaloon before. He told me to go to the Red Spear, so I did. I told Kaloon what happened, and he sent the others back with me to deal with the demon and seal the pyre.
That must have taken some time. Amiro's eyes slid sideways to the tiny woman who stood beside Jiri.
Do you want fast, Amiro, or do you want alive? Mickey asked. Those are your choices when you're dealing with traps.
Amiro waved his hand at the assassin.
So you brought them back to the place you call the pyre?
Amiro made a face.
Did they know it was us in there?
They guessed it might be. But they were doing what I asked, what my teacher asked me to do. They came to kill the demon and seal the pyre, not attack you.
I'm surprised Kaloon thought he could seal us in there with just stone, Amiro said. He underestimated us. Or he wanted us to get out.
He thought about that for a moment, and Jiri thought too. Did Kaloon know how easy it would be for them to get past that stone wall?
It doesn't matter, Amiro said. I know what happened when we came out. What happened after we left.
That thing you released came out, and it went to my village and burned everything and everyone in it to ash.
How unfortunate, Amiro said.
Everything? Everyone? Corian asked.
Ah, what a dark day for lice and goats.
Anger flickered through Jiri, warming her chilled skin, but she forced her breathing to stay steady in the calming pattern Oza had taught her. She couldn't let the fire in her go today. That spike would drive into her ear long before she could burn through her bonds.
Corian, Amiro chided. I'm asking questions. Now, Jiri, did you see what this thing looked like?
Like living fire and smoke. Like fury and destruction, Jiri said. And it's out there. It burned 30 trees, and that caravan, and Zaweo village. Will it burn another village tonight? Or will it come here to Kibwe? You set that thing free, Amiro. You let Patima steal that Jiri broke off, trying to turn the sound into a cough. That thing. And you released that terrible spirit into the world. How many have died because of your greed? How many have to die before you start to try to make things right?
Jiri looked him in the eyes, desperate to see doubt, guilt, uncertainty, desperately hoping that he didn't notice her slip. Of course he did. What was that? I let Patima steal a what?
A Amiro pronounced the consonant like a cough. Jiri gripped the rough wood of the chair arms tight in her hands and shifted her eyes away from him, studying the stains of water and mildew on the granite blocks of the walls.
So here it is. So soon. The sticking point.
Amiro unfolded his hands and reached out, catching Jiri's chin. He tipped her head toward him, and Jiri was painfully aware of Mickey's spike shifting with her head. But just a shade more slowly, its tip digging a little deeper into her ear.
This girl is why you're here, talking to me, instead of in a sack at the bottom of some swamp, a gift to the crocodiles. You know something about that thing Fatima found, something that might be useful. Now here's my question. Are you going to be smart and tell us what you know, and survive this? Perhaps even profit from it? Or are you going to be foolish and drag this out, making it unpleasant for everyone involved?
Except me,
Mickey whispered beside her, then giggled. Jiri kept herself from cringing away from Mickey, just barely. Kept herself from jerking her chin out of Amiro's long-fingered hand and impaling herself on that thin spike. You have an accent when you speak Taldane. Jiri spoke in her native tongue, shaping the words like they were most often used around Kibwe. You sound like a northerner. Amiro's fingers tightened on her chin. Is that your plan? He said. Appeal to our common culture, and try to shame me for abandoning the ways of my people and joining up with these foreigners? Amiro had switched to the same language, his Kibwe accent thick enough that Jiri had trouble making out all the words. An interesting tactic, much better than bravado or seduction. Your true emotions are too obvious for those. But it has one great flaw. Which is? Jiri said. I hate our common culture. Amiro tapped a finger against her jaw. Let me tell you something about my life, girl. I was born in Kibwe to a woman without a tribe. I grew up without a tribe. And I was picked on, despised, mistreated, because the other children knew they could get away with it. I had no one to help me, no one to defend me. Neither did my mother. She was murdered when I was 7, knifed by someone who thought the couple of coppers she carried were worth more to them than her life was to her. Her body was left in the streets, until the street cleaners threw it into the city midden, meat for the rats and the vultures. Since she had no tribe, no one cared about her death. Since she had no tribe, no one cared about her child. Amiro dropped his hand from Jiri's chin and folded his long fingers back together again. I was left to die on the streets. And I would have. But a man, a northern man, decided to hire me to run messages for him. He was the head of the Aspis Consortium. I worked for him, and he fed me, gave me a place to sleep. When I impressed him with my service, he began to educate me. He saw potential in me, and he used it. You see, the consortium doesn't care where you come from, who your parents were, how rich you are, what tribe you belong to. It cares about only one thing. Can you feed it? Can you grow it? Can you bring the money and the power that the consortium needs to survive and thrive, here in the Mwangi Expanse, and in all the rest of the world? Amiro gave Jiri a tight smile. The consortium is a hard master, Jiri, but it's a fair one. When I understood that, I did my best to bring it everything I could, and it gave back. The consortium shared the wealth I brought it, and I have prospered. Do you understand then, girl, why I've learned to speak the common tongue of the North so well? Why I've dedicated myself to one of their gods? Kibwe never offered a place for me. I had to find one for myself. Amiro tilted his bald head, shifting just a fraction, as if he were contemplating an ambush. And what about you, Jiri Maju? Girl with no tribe, no place. Where do you fit, now?
Jiri stopped. I don't know, but I know I don't fit with you. I belong to this place. Not this city, but this land, and all things that live here, especially the people. The people that are dying right now because of what you did.
Because of what we did, Amiro said, switching back to Taldane.
What do you think would have happened if your new friends Linaria and Morvius would have found out about your secret pyre before we did?
I think Kaloon would have told them to leave it alone, Jiri said. And if they didn't, I think Oza would have sealed them into that stone, and All in Ashes wouldn't be killing its way toward this city.
It wouldn't be destroying those villages if we controlled it, if we knew how to leash it, which you could help us with. All in Ashes, Amiro echoed back to her. You know its name, and more, don't you?
Every spirit sees my stupidity.
Jiri kept her mouth shut, not saying anything more. Jiri, listen to me. Amiro switched back to their shared tongue, and he spoke to her like a teacher, like a parent to a child. I can't bring back your dead. We've harmed you. I've harmed you. But I have no interest in harming you again. Tell us what we need to know, and we'll call All in Ashes in. Control it. No one more will die, and I will reward you. You've lost your tribe, but you can have something else, something better. You can join us. In the name of my God, I make you that offer.
Jiri studied the bald man in his strange clothes, and her stomach twisted. I understand that you offer that as a gift, Jiri said. Her eyes shifted from Amiro to Corianne, staring bored at her nails, and then to Mickey, bouncing lightly on her toes beside Jiri, still holding that sharp spike to Jiri's ear. But I would rather share a hammock with a mamba. Amiro stared at her, unblinking, unsurprised. I understand. But remember that offer. I will hold it out to you for as long as I can. I see potential in you, Jiri Maju. And while my people might have their issues, I would not let them call you runt. He tilted his head a fraction when Jiri blinked. I have my ears in the Red Spear. Kaloon has too many daughters to buy them all beads. I know what Morvius said, and I know that you came here on your own. You're all alone, girl. Think on that. Amiro moved, sudden and smooth, rising from his chair. You don't have to be, he said, then switched back to Tall Dane for the others' benefit. All you have to do to get out of here is tell us how to stop that thing from killing, which is what you want. Tell us, and you'll be free to make whatever choices you want about your future. This will all be done, just as soon as you speak. You don't want to stop All in Ashes, Jiri said. You want to control it. Nothing good can come of wanting to control that. Amiro sighed. So be it, for now. I'll speak to you about this again later, after more have died, and after Mickey and Corianne have had their chance to persuade you. He gave the women a hard look. Go gentle tonight, and don't forget the Dreamless. Oh, we won't forget anything, love. Corianne walked forward, the heels of her boots clicking on the uneven stone. She had dressed in black again, a silk skirt and a long leather vest, and she pulled a pair of leather gloves from the wide belt that ran around her waist. She wiggled her fingers into them, then reached out to rap Jiri on the bridge of her nose, just hard enough to make spots dance in front of Jiri's eyes. And we'll be as gentle as lambs. They spent a little while rearranging the cell. The guards came back after Amiro left and dragged Jiri in her chair to the back of the cell. Then they brought in a table and another chair to match Amiro's empty one, and filled that table with platters of food and bottles of wine. The northern women had sat down and started to eat, chatting as they did. I saw Ulvin at the market today. Corianne took a bite of bread, smeared with butter and some kind of lurid red stuff that smelled of fruit and sugar. He had both his eyes again. Jiri looked away, keenly aware of how long it had been since she had eaten.
He must have paid a healer quite a lot to grow back the one I took,
Mickey said, putting her glass of wine down beside her beetle. which was feasting on a slice of melon.
I suppose I'll have to take his other one.
Worse than Jiri's hunger, though, was her thirst. Would that be his right or left? And worse than that was the humiliating, painful pressure building in her bladder.
You know, I'm not sure.
Mickey began to neatly slice apart a fish.
I guess I'll just have to take both.
Seems safest.
Here, what do you think of these?
Jiri couldn't stop herself from looking up. There was nothing else in here but these terrible women and their terrible talk. Nothing but them and the pain in Jiri's body and limbs, tied too long to this chair. Where did you get those? Corianne was studying the earrings that Mickey was holding up, rounds of opal surrounded by silver.
Stole them from a Garundi trader that came through today. You don't like them?
Garundi jewelry is gaudy. Besides, they're made for a darker complexion than yours.
More like hers?
Mickey looked at Jiri. Maybe, Corianne said. Try them. Mickey rose and came over to Jiri, the earrings dangling from one hand. With her other, she caught Jiri's chin, turning her head.
Your ears aren't pierced.
The Mosa don't do that, Jiri growled, her skin crawling beneath Mickey's fingers.
That's all right,
Mickey said, smiling.
I do.
The little woman set the earrings down on Jiri's thighs, then reached into a pouch that hung from her hip. She pulled 2 acacia thorns from it, long and sharp. The halfling stuck one in her mouth, picking at her teeth with its rough tip as she considered Jiri's right ear.
Well, I've done things like that. Put holes in people, I mean.
Mickey caught Jiri's ear.
I think holding still would make this easier for us both.
Jiri gritted her teeth and said nothing, kept gritting them when she felt the thorn biting into her skin, then pushing deeper, carving a slow, agonizing path through her lobe. When it was through, Mickey twisted the thorn a few times, grinding its rough sides into Jiri's torn flesh.
Half done,
she said brightly, holding up the other thorn.
Oops, this one's lost its tip. Might take a bit longer.
It did. But again, Jiri didn't say anything, just clenched her teeth against the pain as the little assassin bored through her flesh with the blunt thorn.
There,
Mickey said, finally giving the thorn one last twist.
All done. Now let's try those earrings.
With 2 jerks, Mickey pulled the thorns out, leaving pain and slivers behind. Then she picked up the earrings and pressed their hooks through Jiri's torn lobes. Having the earrings put in barely hurt, compared to the piercings, but their weight was a burning agony. Jiri clamped her teeth against it, trying to breathe in the steady rhythm Oza had taught her. It helped, not easing the pain exactly, but making her accept it. It did almost nothing to push back against the mixture of shame and fear that filled Jiri now, body and spirit. See, Corianne was saying, they look terrible on her. On you, they'd look ridiculous. Mickey grabbed Jiri's braids and twisted her head back and forth, staring at the jewelry that dangled from Jiri's bloody ears.
You're probably right. I'll have someone take them to the market tomorrow. I need a new chameleon anyway. I lost my last one.
She pulled at the earrings, and for a moment Jiri was sure she was going to rip them out. But Mickey plucked them carefully free. Then she shoved the thorns back in.
You don't want those holes to close up.
Her fingers slid across Jiri's face, tracing her cheek, eyebrow, nose, and lips.
Those Bekyar pierce themselves all over, face and body.
Mickey's hands glided down Jiri's neck,
including some places that seem like they would be very uncomfortable. I've always wondered how much that hurt. but I've never asked one.
Mickey pulled back her fingers and looked at the blood that tipped them.
Maybe you could tell me. I have a lot more thorns.
Jiri looked at her, unblinking, all of her concentration focused on not lashing out and wreathing this woman in flames. I couldn't kill her before Corian stopped me. I have to control my anger, save my strength. Jiri kept repeating that thought to herself, over and over. It was the only kind of hope she had.
It's hot over here,
Mickey said.
I think that means she's angry.
Angry? About what? We've barely started to do anything. Corian dabbed at her mouth with a napkin. That reminds me, though. She hasn't used her bucket yet, and probably needs to. How are we supposed to trust her out of her chair if she's so upset?
We can just leave her there until she calms herself,
Mickey said.
Or pisses herself.
Like I want to smell that. I won't do anything. The moment the words were out of Jiri's mouth, she hated having said them. They felt too much like the first small steps towards surrender. You promise? Corian's voice was both acid and sickly sweet. Jiri didn't want to say anything else, desperate not to slip any closer to obedience. But her bladder throbbed like a knife in her, and she couldn't stand the idea of voiding herself in this chair, certain that these women would leave her tied down in her own waist. She let her head tip into a tiny nod. Good girl. Unbuckle her, Mickey. The halfling rolled her eyes and reached out for the buckle on Jiri's wrist, popping it free. She worked her way through all the others until she crouched before the chair, undoing the ankle ones. Better hope she doesn't piss now, Corian said.
I'll put those thorns through her eyelids if she does,
Mickey said. She finished with the buckles and stepped away. Well? Corian lifted a jug of wine and splashed her glass full. Do you have to go or not? Jiri ignored her screaming bladder and concentrated on her legs. They were knotted and trembling, and she wasn't sure they would hold her. I'm not crawling in front of them. Using her arms, Jiri pushed herself up, every joint groaning. Wavering, unsteady, she took a shuffling step toward the bucket. Just hearing Corian speak again almost toppled her. Look at that, Mickey. Look how tough she is. Moving so well after being stuck in that chair for so long. You know, maybe we should have some sort of guard on her, just to be safe. Corian spoke again, a quick spill of words in some harsh tongue, and her fingers flickered over the candle that sat on the table beside her, casting a long shadow on the stone ceiling. That shadow twisted, pulled in on itself, and fell. It landed on Jiri like a thick rope, heavy and hot. Its weight slammed Jiri down, and her knees and palms hit the floor. Skin scraped away and blood flowed, but Jiri didn't feel these new hurts. All her attention was on the thing wrapping around her, loop after loop, a coiling, grasping thing that caught her tight. On the floor, on her belly, Jiri fought. Without thinking, fire flickered out of her, burning along the length of the thing, but it didn't let her go. It flexed instead, pulling tighter, and Jiri lost all of her breath. I wouldn't do that, Corian said. That thing isn't impressed by fire. Jiri felt the thing shifting, and then its head was in front of her face. A wide, blunt head, mailed in scales black and crimson, with two great slitted eyes that stared at her with predatory disdain. A forked tongue flickered out of the mouth and touched her face, tasting her, and the slime covering that tongue stung her skin. A snake, or the bad luck spirit of a snake, given temporary flesh by Corian's magic. Are you just going to lie there? The northern woman's voice was full of cruel amusement. "We let you go for a reason. Attend to it." Jiri watched the snake's tongue flicker, saw its jaws part to show lines of hooked white teeth. But it relaxed its coils around her, drew its head back. Jiri moved on her belly, getting one arm under her and pulling on her other, trying to work it free from the hot scales that pinned it to her chest. When she got it free, she pushed herself up to her hands and knees, the heaviness of the snake dragging at her. And when she tried to rise, she fell, dragged down by pain and exhaustion and the weight of scales. She pitched forward, turning her head barely in time to keep from smashing her nose into the stone. Instead, her ear hit, and the thorn still stuck in her earlobe drove its point deep into the soft skin at the base of her skull. Jiri would have cried out, but the snake had shifted when she fell, tightening around her again with crushing force. It drove the air out of her, made her ribs creak, made the world start to go dark. "Careful, my legless one. I don't want you to squeeze her eyes out." The snake relaxed its coils, and Jiri breathed, panting air in and out while her ribs groaned with pain.
"She still has her eyes," Mickey said. "But I think your pet squeezed something else out."
"Oh, that is disgusting, isn't it?" Jiri could hear them moving over her long, gasping breaths, could see them as they came and stood above her. Corianne looked down at her, her nose wrinkled. "Where's your sense of decency, girl? You've pissed yourself, and all you can do is lie there and wheeze. What did they teach you out in that jungle?"
"Nothing about how to use a bucket, apparently,"
Mickey said.
"Are we done here? She stinks. The food's gone, and I think my beetle's drowned in the wine jug."
"I suppose we are." Corianne waved her hand, and the black-scaled snake faded, dissolving away into shadow. "We need to put the Dreamless on, though." Mickey pulled something from the pouch at her belt, a black band 3 fingers wide, and edged on both sides with silver.
"Here. I'm not getting close to her now."
"Fine," Corianne said. She spoke softly to herself and pointed at the thing. It rose from the halfling's hand and drifted over to Jiri. When it neared her, Corianne pulled her hands apart, and the band stretched open. It went around Jiri's head, over her ears and down to her throat. There it settled, snugging tight to her skin. It felt like soft leather, but that silver fringe had an edge to it, as if it were made of tiny claws. "There, a little something for your dreams." Corianne moved her hand, opening it, as if letting go, then made a pinching motion. The thorn in the ear that Jiri hadn't fallen on twisted. "We're done for tonight, girl. But I want you to know something. Tonight was just a little teasing." The thorn twisted a little more, making Jiri raise her head. "Just a way to illustrate our roles in the little drama we've got going. Tomorrow, we'll start this for real. Think about that tonight. And think about whatever deal Amiro offers you in the morning. Because I can guarantee you, if you make me come back down here again and sit in this cell and breathe in your reek, I will make you remember tonight with great longing for how sweet and gentle I was with you. Understand?" Jiri said nothing, but when the thorn in her ear twisted again, she hissed out in pain, and Corianne was satisfied with that. The black-clad magician opened her hand, and the pain in Jiri's ear returned to a dull ache, lost among all the other complaints of her body.
"I don't mind coming down here," Mickey said. "It's cooler, and I've got a whole basket full of thorns I can bring to keep us busy. So if you want to fight Amiro, go ahead. It might smell down here, but the smell of blood is stronger. It'll cover that right up."
The guards came after Corianne and Mickey left. They dumped a bucket of water over Jiri, rinsing her off before they dragged her to the other side of the cell. With brutal, practiced efficiency, they gagged her, blindfolded her, then shoved her hands together into some kind of bag that they laced shut around her wrists. When they let her go after that, Jiri lay on the rough stone, so grateful they hadn't tied her hands behind her back again, or belted her to that chair, that she almost cried. The door closed, and the thin bit of light trying to press in under the blindfold vanished. Alone in the dark, Jiri forced the tears away. What use would they be? Instead, Jiri made herself breathe, in and out, slow through her nose and around her gag, trying not to choke. She had to be calm. She had to think. How do I get out of here? The question circled in her head, over and over, and no answer came. Nothing came but fear and anger and a monstrous sense of failure. They're going to torture me, for as long as it takes, until I either break or all in ashes burns this city down around us, and there's nothing I can do. Jiri bit into her gag. She tried to feel for the magic that lay in her, the gifts she had brought back in her dreams from the spirit world, but she couldn't focus on them, couldn't touch them. Wrapped in anger and fear, the only gift she could feel was fire, and that gift was useless now. Unless she wanted to burn. No. Jiri twisted in the darkness, rolling herself up onto her knees, then stood. I am more than fire. I can do this. I can be like Oza. He told me I was strong. I can make the spirits come to me. I can become something. A monkey, a rat, a bird. Anything that could slip these bonds. They took Oza's necklace. Those smooth bones were gone, and the only thing around her throat now was the thing Amiro had called a dreamless, smooth and scratchy. It doesn't matter. I have to do it. Jiri reached for the magic, reached for the change, teeth clamped tight on the rag in her mouth, hands knotted into fists, her whole body tight, shaking. Then she smelled the charring leather and felt the heat growing around her hands, swelling from warmth to pain as the bag around her hands began to smolder. With a grunt, she fell to her knees, slapping her hands against the floor, trying to keep the bonds that held her hands from flashing into flames. Pain rolled up her arms, from heat and from her hands slamming against the stone, but the heat began to fade. Jiri stopped, half choking on her gag, wishing desperately for sight, for the ability to see if the flames she had started were out. All she had was time, though, slowly passing, and the gradual realization that her hands were burned, but not burning. Jiri slumped over. Her hands throbbed, her greatest pain now. When she was a child, when the fire had first started coming to her, she had burned herself a lot. This pain had been so familiar, yet so shocking each time. Oza had always healed her then. He can't now. It's just me. Jiri thought about trying to reach for her healing, and her stomach clenched. I can't. The only spirit I can feel right now is fire, and I don't want to burn. Jiri lay on the stone, hands throbbing but still bound. She had started her bonds on fire, but she had slapped out the flames before they freed her. That last realization unhinged something in Jiri, and through her gag, she started to laugh. At some point, the laughter turned to tears, and finally, they stopped too. Sleep came for her like death, and Jiri welcomed it, until she started choking. Something had her by the throat, tight around it, cutting off her air. At the same time, something bit into the skin of her neck, like 1,000 tiny claws. Jiri thrashed, flailed uselessly at her neck with her burned, bound hands, then felt it ease. The strange necklace that Amiro had told Corianne to put on her relaxed. The band stopped choking her, and the fringe of tiny silver hooks stopped digging into her skin. So this is why Amiro called it a dreamless. Jiri was sure she would have no dreams tonight. This dreamless would come alive every time she started to fall asleep and wake her with pain and suffocation. She would not walk the spirit world tonight, could not bargain with the spirits for their magic. She would lie awake, aching, thirsty, hungry, exhausted, knowing that she had failed, that she was useless, knowing that they were coming for her, tomorrow, knowing that tomorrow was so far away. Chapter 16. Horror Stories.
Oh, gods, Jiri, what did they do to you?
Jiri lifted her head, but behind her blindfold, there was nothing but darkness. Were her eyes open? She blinked and wasn't sure. It was hard to be sure of anything. Hands touched her and she flinched, but they were firm and strong. She found her gag and pulled it out, and for the first time in an eternity, Jiri could shut her mouth. The pleasure in that was so much that she ignored the hands, barely felt them as they pulled the bag from her own hands.
Did they do this?
Fingers touched her burns, light as a butterfly, but Jiri still twitched.
Or was it you?
It was a woman speaking to her, her voice familiar, but Jiri couldn't pull her thoughts together enough to recognize her.
It doesn't matter, I suppose.
The woman touched the side of Jiri's head.
I'm going to take your blindfold off now. There's not much light in here, but it will probably seem bright. You might want to close your eyes.
Maybe they are closed, Jiri thought. How can I know? That question was answered when the cloth was pulled from her head and light crashed in on her, blazing like the sun. Jiri's lids slammed shut, even though she wanted light, was desperate for it. As soon as she could, she made her eyes open and drank it in. One small candle burned on the table that Corianne and Mickey had left in the cell. That was all, but its flame seemed so great after all that darkness. In its glow, Patima leaned over her, brown eyes soft with sympathy. Jiri jerked backward. Her hands rose to ward the woman away or attack, she wasn't sure. But through them she could see Patima watching, calm and patient. Jiri stared at her through burned fingers, then let her hands drop.
You...
The word came out a croak, barely recognizable, but Patima nodded.
Me. Hold still.
Jiri sat still as the Banyuat woman reached out, even though the feel of Patima's hands made her skin crawl. Patima took hold of the evil necklace that Corianne had put on her. The dreamless clung to Jiri's neck as if reluctant to let go, but Patima worked at it until the dark band stretched over Jiri's head. When it was off, Jiri sighed. She had lost count of how many times that thing had dug into her neck, stealing her breath and clawing at her skin.
Amiro got this from a Nidali's trader.
Patima folded the horrible thing in her hand and tucked it into a pocket of the embroidered vest that she wore over her tunic.
They've invented many kinds of torture in Nidal.
I'm not going to tell you anything, Jiri said. The words tore at her throat, aching from lack of water. No matter what you do. The woman nodded.
All right.
She straightened up and edged something toward Jiri with her foot.
Here's a bucket, if you need it. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Jiri watched Patima walk out of the cell, leaving the door open behind her. She pushed herself up off the floor, her whole body groaning with pain. She left. I should run. Can I run? Jiri stood there, legs shaking, body trembling. Breathing in and out, she pulled herself together, stopped the trembling, made her legs steady. Took a step. I can do this. Do what? Run out naked into the hall and get past Fatima and whatever guards were out there? Or locked doors? Find her way out of this building and out of this compound? One open door isn't freedom. It's just a test to see how stupid I am. At least she left the bucket. Fatima wasn't gone long. When she came back, she was carrying a tray. One of the guards trailed behind her, holding another bucket and a pile of cloth. Fatima set the tray down on the table, and the smell of it hit Jiri. Curried goat and rice, flatbread and fruit, a jug of watered palm wine and a pot of tea. Despite herself, Jiri found her eyes focusing on that tray. Put those down, and take the other bucket out, Fatima told the guard. He silently did as he was told, and Fatima and Jiri were alone again. I know you're hungry and thirsty, but we should take care of a few things first. Jiri waited, staring at the woman. She could guess the next part of the game. The food and drink would be hers if she talked. Part of her wanted to rush the tray, to drink and eat as much as she could before Fatima could snatch them away. But she still had her pride. For now. What? She grated. Your hands and your neck need tending. And your ears, unless you like them pierced. Jiri could feel the thorns, hard spikes grinding into her swollen ears. No. No, I do not. Then let's get those thorns out. Fatima started to move toward her, but Jiri shook her head. She raised a burned hand and grasped one thorn, yanked it out, then the other. The pain of them going was like a coal against Jiri's ears, and a rush of blood followed each one out. But she didn't cry, didn't fall. She stood, holding the thorns in her hand, and breathed between clenched teeth. Here, Fatima said, reaching for Jiri. What are you doing? Jiri said, staring at Fatima as the woman's hand closed around hers, pressing lightly against her burns, and against the thorns. Helping you, Fatima said, and she spoke a soft ripple of words, like music. Jiri recognized the healing magic as it flowed from Fatima's hand into her. She almost refused its solace, but she was already weak enough. She let the magic run into her, and the pain in her hand, her neck, her ears, and her body was washed away. On the back of her hand she could see the burns closing, knitting together, flesh red, then pink, then dark and whole. Jiri let Fatima go, and the thorns fell from between their hands to the floor, sticky with blood. There's water, and soap, and the cloth, Fatima said, nodding toward the new bucket the guard had brought. And clothes. Helping me. Jiri went to the bucket, picked up the soap and the cloth, and began to wash. Where were you last night when your friends were helping me? Out, Fatima said. Otherwise, that wouldn't have happened. She paused as Jiri sniffed at the soap. Sorry. It's northern and horrible. They make it with something called lye. It won't poison you, but it'll dry your skin out something terrible. Jiri rubbed a little onto her cloth and scrubbed it over her skin. So you have no interest in interrogating me? Despite Fatima's healing, faint bruises still mottled her skin, patterned like snake scales. A reminder of Corian's serpent, and the marks ached whenever Jiri ran the cloth over them. Am I free to go, when I'm done washing up? No, of course not. Fatima sat and poured out 2 cups of the tea. I need to know about this kindi, and about this all in ashes. Very badly. Torture, though, is an awful way to get questions answered. It's
repugnant. It takes too long, and the quality of the information it produces is terrible.
Jiri put down the washcloth. She wasn't clean, not even close, but the worst of the blood and dirt were gone, and she needed to eat and drink. She rinsed and dried herself, then slid into the loincloth and light robe that Fatima had brought her. Dressed, she went to the table, taking the other stool.
Your friends seem to like it. My companions are simple people, Fatima said, and they use torture for the same reasons most people do. Not for information, but as a punishment for anyone who doesn't do what they say. A way to demonstrate their power. Or entertainment.
Fatima stared at her tea, her eyes distant.
I've seen enough suffering, and I don't like lying to myself. Hurting those who are weaker than me doesn't make me any stronger. It just wastes time.
She looked at Jiri.
Shagu village burned last night, less than a mile from our walls. The guards on the wall claim a spark fell from the sky, then rose with the smoke.
Jiri's stomach clenched.
How many more are dead now?
She picked up her teacup, and though it trembled in her hand, she made herself drink. When it was drained, she put it down.
All in ashes. Yes.
Fatima refilled her cup.
The council has decided to ignore the guards' story. They claim it's the Biloko, because that's a threat they know how to face. They're forming militia groups and sending them out.
They'll die out there too, unless All in Ashes comes for Kibwe. Jiri stared the other woman in the eyes.
It has to be stopped. You have to give back what you stole. So you can do what? Fatima asked.
Jiri's healed hands made fists on the table, and she felt the heat in them.
Stop it, she said. Fatima said. I'm guessing you don't know how.
At least I would try.
You think I wouldn't? You think I took that kindi so that innocence could burn?
Fatima shook her head.
Calm yourself, Jiri, before you burn your food. We don't have to be enemies.
You broke into the pyre. You set that thing free. You destroyed my village, killed my people. You got me cast out of my tribe. A wisp of smoke drifted up from the table under Jiri's hands. You killed Oza, my teacher, my father. Because of all that and more, I think we do have to be enemies.
Fatima sighed. Fine. I've wronged you. And you are, it seems, burning for revenge. But you also need to eat. And I need to tell you a story. So why don't we spend a little time on that? And then I can ask you my questions. And you can spit in my face.
A story. Something like Amiro's, probably. Something that this smooth-voiced woman thought she could manipulate Jiri with. I should just spit in her face now. But I need all the strength I can gather. Jiri tore a piece off the flatbread and dug it into the bowl of curried goat. Talk fast, she said. We're wasting time. Fatima shifted in her seat and straightened her back, reminding Jiri of the storytellers who would come through 30 trees. When she spoke, her words spilled sweet from her tongue, beautiful and compelling. I come from the city of Blood Cove, on the shore of the Fever Sea. My family owned a boat. But I wanted to do more with my life than sew sails and gut fish. So I apprenticed myself to Marisan the Magical, the finest entertainer in the city. A singer, dancer, storyteller, illusionist, joker. She could do it all, except hold on to her coin, or knife fight when she was drunk. I was 4 years into my apprenticeship when those faults became abundantly clear to me. Marisan got into a fight over some pretty elf boy with the first mate of a pirate ship out of the shackles, and she ended up falling on her own knife.
Losing my teacher was bad enough. Finding out that she was up to her eyes in debt to the meanest moneylender in Blood Cove was worse. That old bastard wanted his coin, and if he couldn't get it from Mari-san, he figured he would get it from me. Patima took a sip of her tea. He sent some of his bully boys over, and I spent a night just about as fun as the one you just had, while they laid out the terms of my new contract, which, in short, was that he owned me. I countered his offer by throwing myself out a window into the bay. I probably would have drowned, or died in the jungle, or been caught again. But as luck would have it, I was picked up by a boat owned by the Aspis Consortium. They were starting an expedition into the expanse, looking for trade. I had no interest in the jungle, but they were getting out of the city, and that was all I cared about. It didn't take me long to convince them that they could use another translator. We traveled and traded. Those northern fools thought that since they knew one dialect of polyglot, that's what they call the jungle languages, they knew them all. They learned their error soon enough, and I started earning my keep. A smile flickered across Patima's face. It was funny. I liked it. Everyone on that expedition loved me. I entertained the guards and workers, and I translated. And when even I couldn't speak the locals' dialect, I could usually make everyone understand what was going on. Because of me, that expedition went deep into the expanse, and the riverboats were full of rare things. We were all going to be rich, and the head of the expedition promised me that I would have a valuable place with the Aspis Consortium, and that I wouldn't have to worry about that old bastard back in Blood Cove. Patima put down her teacup and reached for a porcelain cup and the palm wine. We were just about to turn back. We finally had enough. The boats were riding low in the water. Then we heard the drums. She took a long swallow of wine. They came from ahead of us, deep and dull. When they heard them, every Mwangi member of the crew went still, as if they were already dead. The northerners had no idea. They questioned and cursed until someone finally explained it to them. We had gone too far. We had heard the drums of Usaro. I won't bother with describing our useless flight, or our capture. I won't go into details about the lucky ones who were torn apart right away, or who slit their own throats. I won't talk. Patima stopped, staring down at nothing. Her eyes turned in. Her body seemed to shrink. I won't talk about what happened after those demon-worshipping apes brought us back to Usaro. I will just tell you that in Usaro, torture is an art and an entertainment, and they could spend weeks in its appreciation. The apes found out early that I was a translator. That saved my life. Patima smiled, a terrible, bitter expression. They found that useful. Not because they pretended that they wanted information. No, these monsters were honest about their torture. They wanted me because they wanted to know what their playthings were shrieking, what terrible blasphemies they could force from them, what awful promises they could extract. They broke minds as avidly as they broke bodies. So my body was left alone, while they made me watch what they did to every other member of that expedition. This went on for months, until the last one died, his flesh neatly sliced from his bones, teased delicately away from every vein and artery, so that he would last. When they finished, they looked at me, smiled, and led me back to my cage.
But you escaped, Jiri said, then shut her mouth. It was rude to interrupt a storyteller, and despite everything else, Jiri had to admit that Patima was just that, Jiri had finished her food, and she barely remembered eating.
Escaped, Fatima said. I got away. There was a coup attempt, I think. Some member of the Court of Hateful Smiles moved against the Gorilla King. Ape battled ape, and blood and chaos were thick in the streets of Usaro. My cage was broken, and I ran. There were other humans running too, slaves and prisoners screaming their way toward the jungle, and I saw them get cut down. That would have been my fate, but my luck, oh, my cursed luck, blessed me again. At my feet was a body, a huge silverback gorilla, wrapped in armor. I made myself go to it, rubbed its blood on me, stole its cloak and the amulet around its neck. The cloak and blood scent got me out of the city, but it wasn't long before I heard the sounds of the Charuka pursuing me. That's when I learned how to use the amulet.
Fatima pulled at a fine silver chain that ran around her throat. From beneath her shirt came an amulet, blackened silver set with a lump of polished sardonyx.
I touched its magic, and one of the demons bound to it answered. It came and tested me. It should have bested me, but my terror gave me strength. I mastered it, and it killed the Charuka. I could hear it, tearing them apart while I ran, and I laughed at their screams, laughed and cried, and for a long time I didn't know anything else. Somehow I survived the jungle, moving, always moving, away from Usaro, until I was found and brought here.
Fatima took a sip of her wine and nodded toward the bottle.
Have some. It's well watered. I'm not trying to get you drunk.
Jiri frowned, but she took the jug and poured herself a glass.
I heard about you.
How you lived as a beggar, telling stories in the market.
It took me a while to put my mind back together, mostly.
She set down her cup.
I can go days now, not thinking about it, not remembering. Then I'll hear a monkey call from the trees, see a butcher cutting meat, hear drums from the Adienki, and it all comes back. And the nightmares, they never stop.
I'm sorry for your pain, Jiri said, and it was unsettling how true that was. Fatima's story had dug into her. Usaro was the Expanse's nightmare, the place where all the bad luck shadows pooled. But what does this have to do with the pyre? And all in ashes?
Everything.
Fatima looked at Jiri.
Usaro taught me many terrible things, but the most important is this. The strong can hurt the weak, and I was weak. So very, very weak. That was what made me pull myself together. Why I went to the consortium and told them that I used to work for them, that I wanted to work for them again. This place, these people, have money and power. They were strong, so I joined them and made myself stronger. I learned everything I could about magic, about how to fight, about everything. Ever since Usaro, getting stronger, getting smarter, is all I've done. And you know what? It's not enough. It will never be enough. I'm human. Weakness is written in my flesh. No matter how well I fight, I can bleed. No matter how much I know, I can still be outmaneuvered. No matter how strong I get, I'm still just meat for the beast. I am still Usaro's prisoner. It just has to claim me.
Jiri set down her cup. There was something in Fatima's voice, some strange certainty that curdled the little bit of sympathy Jiri had been feeling for her, and made her want to edge away. All flesh is mortal. It's a vessel for our spirits which will go on. Usaro can't touch your spirit. Fatima looked up at Jiri, her eyes gleaming. You're so young,
and stupid. Usoro has already drawn scars across my soul, and I will never be free unless I destroy it.
All in ashes, Jiri said.
Yes.
Fatima stood.
A spirit to save my spirit. I found hints of it in the books and scrolls Amiro had collected. Things that were meant to lead him to ancient treasures and relics. A thing of fire and destruction. A weapon meant to destroy a city. Usaro. I spent years hunting for it. And where do I find it? Right on my doorstep.
It's not a weapon, Jiri said, staring up at her. But she remembered Shani.
Ancestors, what did you do?
It's a disaster.
All weapons are disasters, Fatima said, and I mean to use this one on that cursed city.
She looked down at Jiri.
I found All in Ashes prison. I freed it from that Kindi when I touched it, but I cannot control it. And so it turns its wrath on the innocent. That's why I need you. Tell me how to use that Kindi. Tell me what I need to do to control that spirit, and no more villages will die. Tell me, and I will burn the evil Usaro out of the expanse. Tell me.
Fatima's voice filled the chamber, pounding Jiri down, making her small. She was still weak from the night before, exhausted and frightened, but she was angry too, and she clung to that heat. You're a raider. You treat with demons, and you killed my teacher.
I am. I do. I did.
Fatima said the words slowly and quietly. She seemed to pull in on herself, no longer a force towering over Jiri. Now she was a woman again, tired and sad.
I've done so much wrong, trying to do this one right.
She knelt down on the stone before Jiri, looking up at her.
I never wanted to hurt anyone, Jiri. Believe that. I just did what I had to, what I must. Believe me, I'm trying so hard to do this good. Believe me.
She reached out her hand to Jiri. Believe you, Jiri said, her anger flaring. But there was something in Fatima's voice, in her eyes, that shook Jiri. The fire in her faltered, and all she had left was despair, and the overwhelming truth that she was all alone. Alone except for this woman, kneeling before her, hands stretched out, her eyes so wide and beautiful and trusting. The anger in Jiri sputtered and went out. She started and stopped, confused, uncertain without her anger, but Fatima's words were echoing in her head. Believe me, believe me. And suddenly Jiri wanted to, as much as she wanted Oza back, and Hadzi and 30 trees and her life.
I do,
she said, and took Fatima's hand.
Thank you.
Fatima rose, pulling Jiri up into an embrace, then let her go.
Thank you. What do I need to do?
Simple, Jiri said. There should be a sharp piece of iron somewhere on the Kindi. Draw a little of your blood with that, and smear it on its lips. That will pull you into its dream.
That's it, Fatima said. I was trying everything. And that's all I had to do?
That's all, Jiri said. But you must be careful. Kindi are dangerous. That's why they were sealed away.
Then tell me about them.
Fatima sat back down and poured them both more wine.
Tell me everything.
Jiri took a deep breath, and did. I should be there when you try this, Jiri said. That Kindi. I never heard of them trapping a spirit as powerful as All in Ashes in one.
I'll think about it, Fatima said. But you should rest. You need your strength back before trying anything like that.
She was bent over the floor, spreading out a pallet that the guards had brought.
Sleep, and I'll talk to Amiro about getting you out of here. Tonight.
Tonight? Jiri stood and felt the world waver around her. She didn't want to sleep. She wanted to help Patima. But the woman said she had other preparations to make, and Jiri was exhausted.
Tonight.
Patima patted the pallet, and Jiri stretched herself out on it. "We'll stop it," Jiri said. "We will. And you'll have your chance for revenge."
I hope so,
Patima said, her eyes distant. "We will." Jiri watched the woman get up and walk toward the door. "Patima," she called out.
What?
The woman paused, a dark silhouette. "Let me help. I know you hurt, but—" Jiri shook her head, feeling foolish, but she had to say it. She cared too much. "All I wanted these past few days was to punish you for what you had done, because I didn't understand. I know it's nothing like that with Usaro, but still. Revenge and rage and despair warp your thoughts. Be careful."
Thank you, Jiri. I will.
Patima swung the door shut, and darkness swallowed the cell. In her blankets, Jiri closed her eyes, sleep rushing for her, despite her worries. By all who came before, it's good to have someone I can trust. Jiri opened her eyes and blinked in the darkness. She had been dreaming of curling in a hammock, Hadzi warm behind her, the familiar sounds of the jungle all around. Lying there, rocking gently, watching as the stars faded outside and the sky began to glow, crimson and gold, bright and beautiful with sunrise. Except it hadn't been the sun. And when the tops of the mango trees had caught, Jiri couldn't wake Hadzi, couldn't get out of the hammock, couldn't cry out. All she could do was lie there and watch the flames roll out over the village, spreading like water, brilliant and beautiful, the ash dancing in their wake. All in ashes. Patima. The two names hung in her head, then intertwined. I told her everything. In the darkness, Jiri shoved herself up to her feet, her heart hammering. I told her how to use it. I told her everything. Why?
Believe me.
Jiri remembered those words, so clear, remembered the way the world had twisted just a little when Patima had said them. Gods and crocodiles, she charmed me. They had caught her, questioned her, tortured her. Then Patima had come, with her story and her sweet voice. She had used her magic to pull the information out of Jiri as easily as a honey guide pulled bee grubs out of broken honeycomb. Charmed me. The door was thin lines of light, glowing in the darkness in front of her. Jiri was pounding on it before she could think. Chapter 17. New Skins.
What?
The voice was deep and male, speaking with a Kibwe accent. Maybe one of the guards that had dragged her around this cell yesterday. I want to speak to Patima.
You already did. Now stop beating on that door or I'll beat on you.
Jiri pulled back her fist but stopped. That bit of defiance would be worse than useless. She wanted this guard gone. She made herself move instead, walking around the perimeter of her cell, hand brushing against the stone walls. How long have I been asleep? There was no way of knowing, but the answer was obvious. Too long. She's used the kindi, or is using it now. Jiri walked and turned, moving around the small space, crowded now with table and chairs and pallet, thinking and moving and trying to keep her anger in her in check. I don't know what it will do. Neither does Patima. Maybe it can't control All in Ashes. Maybe it will kill her. Maybe she'll succeed. Jiri stopped moving. The rough wood of the door lay beneath her hand, solid and unyielding, a barrier between her and the woman who had stolen everything from her. Her village, her life, Oza, her secrets. Jiri felt the fire moving in her, rushing through her blood, making her want to burn. I could burn this, she thought, and the wood was hot beneath her hand. And choke to death on smoke before I got out. Locking her teeth against her anger, Jiri made herself look at the door. Burn it? She could do so much more with the help of the spirits. She could turn these stone walls to mud or sand. She could make the wood of this door twist itself out of her way. She could pull a spirit animal into the world with her and have it tear down the door and drive the guards away. I could, but I can't. That knowledge didn't help Jiri keep her anger in check. She had no magic, not now. The pacts she had made with the lesser spirits had all frayed away, undone by time and the shifting of the planet, the sun and moon and stars. To do anything now, she would have to still herself and sink into the waking dream of the spirit world, where she could bargain for magic again. And that would take time. Time I don't have. Jiri faced the door, both hands fists, and ground her knuckles into the uncaring wood. Her eyes were shut against the darkness, and behind her lids she could see fire dancing, so bright and eager. The only spirit that still clung to her. It would never leave her. I can't, Jiri groaned. I'll burn too. But I want to. Jiri forced her eyes open, staring at the darkness and the bright lines of light that marked the edges of the door. There were lines at the bottom of the door, too, thin seams of light that edged a smaller rectangle. Crouching, she examined them. There was a slot cut into the door where it met the floor, wide but short, probably a way to slide trays of food into a prisoner. She hadn't noticed it before because the slot had its own little door, which swung up into the cell. She could feel 2 simple hinges, but no handle. Still, it would be easy enough to get her fingers under it and pull it up. Why? I could barely slide my arm out it. But she could see. Dropping to the floor, Jiri wormed her fingers beneath the bottom of the door and pulled up on the little wood panel that covered the slot. It swung open, and she blinked, blinded for a moment by the light in the hall outside. When she could see again, Jiri jerked back, letting the little door fall shut, her heart hammering. Eyes. Someone staring at me. Little eyes. Like a child. Gritting her teeth, she carefully lifted the flap again and stared out into the hall. Just a few inches away, on the other side of the door, Mickey sprawled comfortably on a folded blanket, looking back at her.
It was worth lying here just to see that, the halfling said, smiling.
What are you doing? Jiri said. There was nothing else out there that Jiri could see except a stone floor and walls.
I told you, I come down here sometimes. It's cooler. When I heard you yelling at the guard, I thought I'd come visit.
Where's Fatima? Mickey rolled onto her back and stretched like a cat.
She's busy with her new toy.
Mickey pulled an orange from the pouch on her belt and drew a long acacia thorn out of it.
She magicked all your secrets away, didn't she?
When Jiri didn't say anything, Mickey shrugged and started picking at the orange with the thorn, tearing open the fruit's skin.
That's so unfair. Here you were, all ready to fight me and Corianne and Amiro, to bravely stand against us while we did our worst. And she just waltzes in and sugar-talks it out of you with a story and a spell.
Mickey dropped the orange peel.
It's like when you're getting ready to take on some big fellow, and you're all worked up for a long, hard go, and then they only last a second. So disappointing. And you don't even get to slit a throat after, as consolation.
Jiri had no idea if the halfling was talking about sex or battle, and didn't want to. You can't let her do this.
Why not?
Mickey chewed on a wedge of orange. That Kindy might kill her.
Yeah, we'd both cry.
You have anything better than that?
Better? Jiri said. I have something worse. Patima might succeed, might get control of that thing. What do you think she would do with it? Do you think her destruction would stop with Usaro? Do you think that spirit would let her? How much of the world would she burn? In the hall outside, Mickey chewed her last piece of orange, staring up at the ceiling. Then her eyes slid over to Jiri's.
Not enough. Well, the halfling sat up. I suppose I should get your toys. The ropes and mitt and gag and dreamless. Can't have you casting your way into trouble down here. Patima and Amiro both want you alive for now.
Mickey stopped gathering up her blanket and bent enough to look through the slot at her again.
Don't worry, though. Me and Corianne will keep you company. They said that's all right, as long as we didn't do anything too permanent to you. I'll go get her and your things now.
The halfling stood, but Jiri could still hear her just fine.
Use your bucket if you need to. We might be here a while, and you wouldn't want to shame yourself like you did last time, would you?
Jiri let the little door fall, cutting off the light from the hall and plunging her into darkness. Patima is using the kindi, and I'm trapped with these poisonous spiders. And I don't even have the magic to make a light. Jiri's hands were fists, pushing hard against her thighs, the angry heat pulsing through her and gathering in them. No. Forcing her hand open, Jiri pulled at the sleeve of her robe. On the skin of her arm, she could still feel the outline of Corianne's serpent's scales, pressing into her bruised flesh. Jiri traced her finger over those marks and settled back on the floor. A bruise was nothing like the bone fetishes from Oza's necklace, but it was something to focus on. Hand on her arm, Jiri thought of snakes. The thick black one that Corianne had conjured up came first. But that thought brought fear, hate, anger, heat. No. Jiri focused instead on the memory of a boa, curled in a knot in a tree, eyes open but dreaming. Jiri could see the snake clearly, and she pressed her hand against her bruised skin and tried to be it, to call its spirit to her so she could borrow its shape, could slip away, could escape, could do something, anything. She felt it. A feeling in her arm, like the ghost of scales pressed to her skin, into her skin, and she fought to connect that feeling with the image she held in her mind, to string them together with a thread of magic and weave that feeling through her and change. Jiri fought for it, the fingers of her mind clutching again and again at that cobweb-thin strand of magic. But it kept slipping away like smoke. Crowding close to that faint slip of magic was Jiri's fire. It danced, eager to be held, wanting to be used. Jiri tried to ignore it, but its light and heat were distracting, overwhelming, and she felt her concentration burning in the flames, and that thread of change was gone. No! The anger Jiri had been trying to hold was loose now, set free by her frustration, and she shouted again, "No!" She lunged up off the floor, and her hip cracked against the side of the table, flipping it over. Dishes and glasses, the remnants of the meal Patima had brought her before she betrayed her, shattered on the stone. Jiri shoved the table away. Her hands caught one of the stools and she spun, throwing it at the bright lines that marked where the door stood. Wood hit wood, a solid boom, and from somewhere beyond she thought she heard something like laughter, high-pitched and merry. That sound made Jiri hotter. She found the other stool and threw it, tangled her feet in the blankets of her pallet and kicked them away, spun to face the door as glass bit into the bottom of her foot. She barely noticed the pain, because there was light in her cell now, bright golden light, running up her arm and dancing in her palm, and Jiri threw the fire as hard as she could at the door. It burst and fell, leaving a black mark that glowed with a few embers, but the wood didn't catch. She threw another and another,
the light flashing through her cell, blinding her to everything but the sparks and the flames. Another, and she stood, chest heaving, streaming sweat. And now there were flames. They flickered on the floor, small ones, and on the floor beside it. One of the thin blankets from her pallet had caught, the little flames running fast over to the tangled remains of her bed, all of them quickly catching. "Oh, ancestors, weep!" Jiri breathed, watching the blankets go up. In the light of the growing fire, the door stood, charred but still solid. The smoke rose, twisting, filling the top of the room, and Jiri dropped below it. The fire was growing fast, hot and bright in this tiny space, and Jiri shoved herself away from it, pressed herself to the wall. "I don't want to die like this. I don't want to burn," she said, dropping to her belly beneath the smoke. "Then don't." The words echoed in her head, but not in her voice. Over her, the smoke twisted, and Jiri thought she saw something through the stinging tears that poured from her eyes, something like a face, like Oza's face. "You know how to escape this, Jiri. You just need to understand what's stopping you, and why." "How?" "The snake." "I tried that," she choked out, and started coughing. "I can't." She couldn't draw enough air to speak. Over her the smoke swirled, Oza's face forming and falling apart, his eyes staring down at her, waiting for her to find the answer, or join him in the spirit world. The how is the snake. The what, the why. What's stopping me? Why can't I do this? Jiri clutched her fingers around her bruised arm again, tried to picture the snake, but all she could think of was fire, the flames in her and around her. It's the fire. It's what stops this. She shut her eyes against the heat. And why does the fire fill me? Because of my anger. She felt that anger tighten in her. What was she supposed to do? Stay helpless? Trapped? Her anger, her fire, were the only things that she had. They are tools. Her voice, but Oza's words, repeated to her so many times over her childhood. But all tools have their place. Your anger and your friend Fire must learn theirs. You must learn to put them down as easily as you pick them up. Put them down. Jiri rolled, lay belly down on the cool stone floor, breathed in the clear breeze that was flowing from under the door. My anger is my tool, and I don't need it now. In her head, she pictured a snake slipping along a branch. She held the picture and breathed, steady, in and out, ignoring the heat, ignoring the pain in her feet and back as the table caught fire. Fire is my tool, and I don't need it now. I put it down. She breathed and pushed away the panic fueling her rage, breathed and searched for the thin, almost invisible thread of magic connecting the memory of scales on her skin to the image in her head. For a moment, she saw it. Then it flashed away, vanishing into flames. Her anger sparked, tried to spread. I put it down. A whisper in her mind, not a shout of defiance, not a bellow of command. I put it down. In her head, spinning with smoke, she saw it. The thread of change, so slim, but there. She reached her hands for it, physical and spiritual, and caught it. The change slammed through her. Not pain, but a twisting kind of vertigo. Jiri's body went horribly, sickeningly wrong for a moment. Then that feeling was gone. She was herself again. Scales and tongue and long, looping body. A body that she quickly tightened up and pulled away from the flames that crackled behind her. In front of her loomed the door, stretching high overhead. At its base was the slot. Her way out. Shut now, of course. With a low hiss, Jiri wrapped her tail forward and pushed the end beneath the door flap. She jerked her tail, and the flap popped up, letting her jam her head underneath. Flattening herself to the ground as much as possible, she slid her length out into the passage. The cool stone beneath her sucked away the heat, and she curled in the hall for a moment. It was empty. Just 3 closed doors on one side, and 2 more closed doors at either end. Jiri flicked out her tongue, tasting the air, but all she could taste was the smoke that poured out of the top of the door behind her, pooling at the vaulted top of the hall. But she heard something. Voices, hollow and strange, as if the speakers were underwater. She could barely make them out. A high one, Mickey, and a low one, chattering about something. The voices were coming from the door to Jiri's right. She glided the other way. There was nothing but silence behind this door, and at its base she found a hole gnawed in the wood. Her tongue flickered, and through the smoke she faintly tasted rats. It might be large enough. Behind her, the voices stopped. Then Jiri heard Mickey.
"Do you smell smoke?"
Turning her head, Jiri shoved her way into the hole, pushing until she had poured her whole body through. The room beyond was nothing but a closet, stuffed with junk and empty of any other exit. She considered it. The smoke taste hadn't filled this room yet, and the rat taste was strong and good. She slithered between empty barrels and broken stools, following it, and found a broken stone in the wall. Beyond it lay darkness. Jiri poked her blunt head in. The hollow beyond the stone was narrow, a hand span wide, maybe, but it was wide open above her, and to both sides. Nothing but darkness filled her eyes, but she could taste mildew, stone, rats, roaches, water, and a tiny portion of fresh air. Ignoring the sounds of shouts behind her, people yelling for buckets and water, Jiri flowed into the hole and began to climb. The hollow was a space between the walls, a way for them to breathe, to keep the inner stone from sweating in the heat and damp. Jiri puzzled that out as she worked her way up. The gap stretched on and on, around the whole building, she supposed, blocked only by support buttresses and broken stones. Getting around those was easy enough. She just followed the rat trails. She climbed, pushing herself up, going for height. It was dark, except for the occasional bright crack, but she didn't care. Sight was not nearly so useful as taste. Voices came through the stone occasionally, but she heard no more shouts, no cries of alarm. They'll probably get the fire out fast. That room was all stone. It will take longer to clear the smoke and let it cool enough for them to go in, though, and find out I'm not there. The thought should have been amusing, but Jiri was figuring out that a snake was not a particularly emotional beast. Her fear had guttered with her change, and she found herself considering her situation with a detached, thoughtful manner. Only her anger still flickered, and even that was only a few fitful coals. So I know how to control my anger at last. Turn into a snake. Which I can only do after I control my anger. Coiling around a stone that had tilted in, Jiri blinked. There was light above her. Not bright, but steady. And she shifted her direction and slid toward it. Now she could see that she was almost to the top of whatever wall she was climbing. The narrow space she was in ended just a little above her. The light she saw was a gap in that space, a piece of stone that had broken out of its mortar and fallen. Stopping just before that gap, she flicked out her tongue. She tasted fresh air, and people, rats, stone, and rain. Carefully, Jiri pushed her head out of the hole and looked around. A lattice of wooden beams surrounded her, angling up into the shadows. They supported a roof of tiles, and she could hear rain pattering against the other side. Below that roof, the rafters ran over the rooms that split up this long building. None of them had ceilings, so that the heat could rise out of them and collect up here, where it would slip out the vents to the outside. From where she was right now, Jiri could see one of those vents. It would be a simple thing to crawl over the rafters and slip out into the rain. She flicked her tongue at the vent, then turned her blunt head away. Not yet. It was a risk. Patima and her kindi might not even be in this building, but she had to check. Jiri slithered out of the wall and on to the nearest rafter. She made for a thick beam that ran through the center of the building, looking down as she went. Storerooms and offices passed by below, nothing useful. The few people inside bent over ledgers. Jiri reached the beam at the center and started to flow along it, startling a few rats into scurrying, panicked climbs away from her. She forced herself to ignore them and stared down at the rooms passing below her. Nothing yet, just an empty library and a cluttered office. But she was only halfway down the building. Then she heard a clatter below. Coiling on her beam, she stared down. She was over a hallway, and against one wall a flight of stairs opened in the floor, heading down. A man and a woman were lying before the stairs, a spilled bucket spreading water beside them.
"Idiot! Why are you running?"
"A fire! And you're in the way!"
The man pulled himself up, and Jiri thought she recognized him as one of the guards from her cell.
"Get the others! Get some buckets and start running them down these stairs!"
Buckets! The woman was pulling herself up, wringing water out of her clothes.
"Of water?"
"By all your stupid ancestors, what else?"
The man snatched up his bucket and rushed back out to refill it. The woman turned and ran into another room, calling, "Fire!" as she did. The cry was picked up, and Jiri could hear it echoing through the building. I have a little time while they're confused. But only a little. This place would soon be crawling with clerks and guards. If she wanted to get away... Jiri stared ahead. She still had half the building to search. She hesitated, her tongue flicking, tasting the air, tasting something faint, buried in all the other scents rising around her, but sharp. Blood. Burning. Jiri dropped her head and slithered toward that taste, as fast as she could. Patima lay in her room alone, sprawled across the stone of her floor like a broken doll. Jiri lowered herself silently from the rafters, watching the woman. She twitched sometimes, body jerking, head turning. Her dark hair was tangled over her face, black strands covering her eyes. Her lips moved, as if she were trying to talk, parting, going still, then moving again. Her chest rose and fell, breathing, but sometimes she would stop, then start again with a gasp, or a muttered broken word. Her left hand was clutched over her heart, and Jiri could see blood, wet on Patima's skin. She's caught in the dream. Jiri twisted her body and looked at the low table beside Patima. On one side, Jiri could see the little kindi she had taken from the pyre, Oza's necklace of carved animals beside it. On the other side, a slim journal lay open, its smooth pages covered in tiny, neat writing. A quill lay dripping on those pages, and a pool of ink lapped at the book, its jar tipped beside it. In the middle of the table stood the kindi Patima had stolen. Jiri moved slightly, made sure she was over Patima's pallet, then let herself drop. Her body thumped into the tangle of sheets, and she reared up. Patima, lost in the vision that filled her head, just twitched and muttered. Jiri made herself ignore her and stared at the kindi. It looked like the statue that had held it in the pyre, something like a man with wings of smoke and flame. Carved from ebony with obsidian inlays, the carving's darkness was broken only by the veins of iron that ran through its wings, like sharp metal pinions, and the iron spike that jutted from its chest. It was as if the statue had been impaled on that spike, a spike that glowed a dull red. The wounded wood around that metal was charred and smoking. The face, carved with exquisite detail into the black wood, was Shani's. Slowly, wary of those gleaming obsidian eyes, Jiri crawled off the pallet and toward the kindi. The smell of burned blood and scorched flesh was thick here, and she could see the marks of Patima's blood on the kindi's lips. How long ago did she start this? Jiri tilted her head and stared at the woman twitching on the floor beside her. Will she survive this? Will I let her? That was a thought that would have to wait for a moment. Jiri pushed herself up, crawling on the table, carefully avoiding touching that dark kindi. She looked at the things arranged on it and hissed. I miss my hands. Jiri could turn back. That would be easy, but she wouldn't be able to become the snake again, not until she rested, until she walked the spirit world in her dreams again. Oza had taught her that much, and she had no hope of escaping this place in her real form. She would have to do without hands for this. She examined the things on the table and realized that she had one thing going for her at least. The kindi, shaped like all in ashes, stood in the middle of a pile of shining metal links, a bag made of metal loops all hooked together. Patima must have put it in there to keep the kindi's hot iron from burning whatever it touched, and when she used it, she hadn't taken it completely out of the bag, just dropped the sides around it and left it exposed. All Jiri had to do was put the other kindi she had found beside it, with Oza's necklace, and then pull the bag up around them all while making sure that she didn't touch that sharp, scorching spike that jutted out of that kindi. This should be easy. It wasn't. Long minutes passed as Jiri pushed and nudged, picking things up with her mouth, wishing for her thumbs. Outside, she kept hearing voices, people yelling about fire, feet pounding past the room, someone yelling about a prisoner, calling for Amiro for Patima. Jiri ignored it all and kept moving. She had finally pulled the bag up and closed, cursing those sharp iron-tipped wings the whole time, when someone pounded at the door of Patima's room. Patima, Amiro needs you. There has been a fire, and he told me to. The door rattled, and Jiri lunged for the bag, grabbing its drawstrings in her mouth, ready to try to climb up and out. The door stayed shut, though, latched from the inside. Patima! The man cursed, and Jiri heard feet running away. Someone will be back, soon. Jiri had what she had come for. She just had to get it out of here. But on the floor, Patima still muttered, helpless, alone, like I was. Anger stirred in Jiri, and a faint echo of heat passed through her scaled body. It was enough. Jiri poured herself off the table down to Patima. She hesitated, her tongue dancing over the woman's face, tasting her scent, tasting burned blood, soap, and fear sweat. She only had one way to do this in this form, so do it. Moving fast, she snaked herself around Patima's neck. The woman shifted and groaned, but didn't raise her hands, didn't open her eyes. Jiri stared down at Patima's face, body wrapped tight around her neck, and began to clench her muscles. Below her, the woman went rigid, mouth opening, trying to breathe. But her eyes didn't open. Her fingers didn't tear at Jiri's scales. Jiri was choking the life from Patima, but the woman was unable to fight, dying while wrapped in whatever nightmare that kindi had trapped her in. Jiri stared down at her, watching her choke. She's helpless, alone, like I was, and I'm killing her. Images flickered through Jiri's head. Oza dead, and 30 trees burning. A terrified woman in a cage surrounded by apes. A city ablaze. Jiri's coils eased for a second, and she heard Patima wheezing for air, trying to live, and she started to... Someone pounded on the door behind her.
Patima, are you in there?
Mickey's voice was easy to recognize. Moving fast, Jiri released Patima, slithering up to the table to grab the metal ring bag by its leather drawstrings. Behind her, she heard Patima cough and groan.
"I hear something,"
Mickey muttered, and the door rattled.
"Break this down. You're twice my size."
There was a thud from the hall and a curse. The sounds goaded Jiri, made her climb faster even though the heavy bag pulled her down. It was almost impossible, but the thought of being caught, of being taken back to that cell, kept her moving. Looping a coil over a rafter, she dropped her head down and snagged the bag, lifting it out as the door shuddered again.
"Damn, you're useless. Give me a boost and I'll go over the top."
Gods and crocodiles. The curse came out as a hiss through Jiri's clenched jaws, and she moved, sliding along the rafter to the edge of the roof, the bag fighting her the whole way. In the shadows where the rafters met, she looked back. There was a flash of a small hand clutching the edge of one of the rafters, then another, and Mickey pulled herself up. Jiri tensed in the shadows, terrified for a moment that the halfling would taste her. But she stayed still and watched as the assassin jumped nimbly down into Patima's room. A tinkling laugh came up a moment later. Jiri didn't want to listen anymore. She wanted out. Looking around, she tried to find another vent. She didn't see any, and started crawling forward, pulling the bag with her, until she felt a drop of water tap on her snout. There, a little ahead and above, was a broken tile and a hole to the outside. She shoved herself toward it as fast as she could. Behind her, Mickey was shouting,
"Patima's been attacked. Somebody tried to kill her. Or she's getting hickeys from snakes."
There was another voice, maybe Amiro's, but Jiri couldn't tell as she shoved her way into the rain, breaking more tiles with her coils to force the hole wide enough for the bag. Mickey's answer covered the noise.
"Fine. I'll look for her, but that means you get to deal with those idiots in the East Warehouse."
Outside, it was darkness, rain, and confusion. Jiri coiled on the roof, trying to sort it out. She could taste rain, bird droppings, rats, the distant reek of latrines, and the smoke of 1,000 cooking fires. The rain blinded her, and she could barely see over the compound stretched around her. She was in the middle, surrounded by buildings, and there were people rushing with lanterns through the darkness below. They were shouting at one another, a confusion of voices mixed with the storm. To Jiri's flat, serpent ears, their voices blended together, and she could barely pick out the occasional word. A shouted, "Fire!" a howl of pain. Those shouts blended with another noise, something that sounded like distant thunder, long and low, but didn't stop. It just kept going, rising and falling. It wasn't all in ashes. That fear passed quickly. No flames rose from the city, no terrible wings spread across the sky. Jiri didn't know what was happening. What she did know was that she was getting sluggish, tired, her cold-blooded body chilled by the rain. Enough. After all the difficulty she had taking this shape, changing back was as easy as taking a breath. She closed her eyes and remembered her hands, and she felt the change. It spun through her, dizzying, then gone, and she was herself again. Herself, with arms and legs and good eyes and a tongue that stayed in her mouth. Herself, dressed in the light robe Patima had given her, her teeth clenched on the drawstring of the chain-metal bag. Jiri grabbed the bag and spat out the string. The movement shifted her, and she suddenly became very aware of her position, standing on a steep, rain-slick roof high over the wet brick of the courtyard below. She quickly lowered herself to all fours, grabbing at the tiles with her free hand. This perch had seemed so secure when she was a snake. I should have climbed down first. But she had wanted to see. Jiri took time for that now. The dark and the rain still made it hard, but her eyes were much sharper now, and so were her ears. She could watch the people moving below, clerks and laborers heading in, toward the center of the compound, while the guards were heading out toward the low walls, the warehouses, and the big house that she had been watching before she got caught. Are they under attack? They were acting like it, moving like termites whose mound had been kicked open. Mixed in with their shouts was that low rumble Jiri had heard, the one that sounded like thunder. The sound of voices, hundreds of voices, raised into the rain from the city. Beyond the walls of the Aspis compound, she could see lanterns and torches moving, could see that the Adiyenki pavilion was filled with their flickering light. Lightning flashed, and real thunder boomed. The light and noise stopped Jiri staring and got her moving. Whatever was happening in the compound and in the city beyond, she could use its confusion to get out. Scrambling over the wet tile, she crawled across the roof to a tree that rose beside the building. A mango tree, Jiri realized when she got there and saw the shape of the leaves, and she decided to take that as a good omen. She slid along the edge of the roof and found the thickest branch she could, hanging just out of reach. She slung the metal bag around her neck, then cautiously rose, balanced on bare feet, and jumped. She was in the air for only a second, but that second stretched, until she was sure it would never end. Then she crashed into the branch, and everything was moving too fast, the wet bark sliding away from her clutching fingers, and her hands were lashing until somehow she was clutching desperately at the branch, unsure of how she got there and not caring. Heart-hammering, she worked her way to the trunk and down the tree. On the ground, she crouched, deciding where to go. People were still running around, shouting and pointing and going in circles, and their confusion frustrated her. How can I avoid you if you don't know where you're going? She watched a couple of guards dash back and forth in front of her. Someone shouted at the men, and they both charged toward one of the warehouses, the eastern one. Jiri stared at the building and the crowd of guards that were clustered around its door. Mickey had said something about the east warehouse, and as Jiri watched, she saw something flicker through the door. A splash of light, not fire or lightning, something blue-white, like when Linaria— No, she whispered, starting toward the warehouse. It was all open courtyard, and she gave up on the pretense of trying to hide, moving quickly instead, trying to look like she had purpose, like she belonged. Halfway to the building, she saw a group of guards spill out the door, some of them rushing toward her. Jiri's heart skipped, but she kept herself moving forward. The guards reached her and swept by, heading somewhere else. A Zenge man and a northern woman. In the man's long dreadlocks, Jiri saw something gleaming. Ice, a long band of it, steaming in the rain. Yes, Jiri thought, and kept moving. In front of the warehouse, a northerner was snapping orders at guards.
Somewhere in the northwest corner, behind the crates of cocoa, you three go up the center aisle and help the others keep them pinned there. The rest of you will come with me. We'll sweep— He cut off, seeing Jiri. What? He shouted over the rain and the city's roar. Jiri started to open her mouth, but all the others had swung to look at her, and suddenly she felt her throat closing. Don't do this. Not now. Gods, girl, use your tongue before I knock it out. What does Amiro want now? Her throat was locked, but Jiri made herself move. She shoved through the guards, put herself right in front of the northerner, focused on him, ignored the others. Amiro. What does Amiro want? Speak. Amiro. The word barely squeaked out, and the man growled, leaned over and grabbed Jiri by the collar of her robe. Amiro what? I don't have time for— He was shaking her as he spoke, his pale face dark with blood, and Jiri focused on that, on him, and her tongue finally moved. The prisoner escaped. Amiro needs men to hunt for her. What prisoner? The man snapped. A halfling woman. That's all he told me. Tell them to find the halfling woman. She escaped. The man let out a stream of curses, shaking her with each word, but then he let her go. Tell Amiro I have my hands full trying to catch these idiots and keep those rioters at bay. If I see any halflings, I'll kick them his way."
Jiri nodded, stepped back the moment he let her go. When he turned back to his guards, barking orders again, it only took one step backward to get into the warehouse. There they were, trapped in the northwest corner, just like the man had said. Jiri edged her way along the wall, watching the fight. Sarah was obvious, wrapped in her shining steel, only half hidden by a crate. Morvius and Linaria were better concealed, but Jiri could see the marks of Linaria's magic, slick patches of melting ice, dripping spears of it hanging from the boxes and barrels that half filled the warehouse. In front of them, a group of guards crouched behind a line of crates, holding crossbows. They took the occasional shot, but seemed content to stay under cover and keep their targets pinned in their corner. I have to do something before those other guards get in here. The large outside door to the warehouse stood half open, the path to it clear, and that was the problem. If they made a break for it, they would be shot full of quarrels before they covered half the distance. If I had any spells ready, but I don't. So what do I have? Jiri looked at the crates, the barrels, then scanned the rafters the same way she would check trees for leopards. And up there she saw it. A great net stuffed with bales of cotton, roped up out of the way. Behind her, Jiri heard the other guards coming in, and she raised her hand. Fire came to her, easy as always, but she welcomed it now. It flashed from her hand and struck true. Flames wrapped around the top of the net, right where it pulled together. The thick strands of hemp caught and parted. It wasn't perfect. The whole net didn't give way and plummet onto the guards, but it was good enough. All the ropes on one side parted, and the net sagged, spilling cotton bales down onto the floor. They hit the stone and burst, each one exploding into a thick cloud of drifting white strands, filling the warehouse like a fog bank. When the avalanche of bales began, Jiri started running. She charged through the drifting cotton, dodging crates, heading toward the door, hoping that Linaria and the others were doing the same. At the gap, she threw herself outside, then looked back. Morvius was out and running, Linaria hard on his heels, Sarah not far behind. They crossed the street and stopped, looking back at the compound, and Jiri started toward them.
"We can't. Not that way," Morvius was saying. "We need to circle around, hit them from a different spot."
"We've lost the cover of your diversion," Sarah said. "How can we get in to find her now?"
"I don't bloody know," Morvius snapped. "But—" He cut off when Linaria hit him, turned to see what she was pointing at. He stared at Jiri, then nodded. "Right. We rescued her. Good on us. Shall we go?" A crossbow quarrel buzzed out of the warehouse, smashing into Sarah's shield. "Time to go," Jiri agreed, and they started to run. Chapter 18. Leaving Kibwe. "What's happening?" Jiri gasped. They were in a narrow lane well away from the consortium compound, leaning against a warehouse's rough brick wall as they caught their breath. In front of them stretched a neighborhood of small houses, their thick earthen walls and thatched roofs, dark shadows in the rainy night. The houses were quiet, but beyond them, Jiri could hear voices shouting. "There were more attacks while you were in there," Linaria said, "and the city was on the tipping point. People were getting scared, and there were stories of a woman summoning demons." The white-haired woman glanced at Jiri, then away. "And that the Aspis Consortium was behind it, among other stories. But then one of the hunting groups the governing council had organized showed up this afternoon with a bag full of Boloko heads." "They found the ones that attacked Pakala?" Linaria nodded at Jiri. "Sounds like. At least a lot of them came back with burns. But they won, killed most of the Boloko and drove the rest away. The council told everyone that the danger was past,
and the whole city started celebrating. Too soon, Jiri said. Too soon. Lenaria paused, staring at Morvius, who had just raised his hand. He was peering around the corner of the warehouse, and Jiri could hear footsteps, the slap of bare feet, and the heavier sound of boots. They all stood silent, even Sarah, and watched a group of shadows move by. Consortium guards, or just caravanners. It was impossible to tell. When they were past, Lenaria started whispering again. Another group of hunters was coming back to the city this evening. They were passing a sugarcane plantation when your all in ashes fell out of the sky. At least that's what I assume it was. They described something like a man with great wings of fire and smoke. When he landed, a circle of flames spread, destroying everything. Did Patima do that? Does she control that thing now? The metal bag tucked beneath Jiri's arm felt heavier, the rings of it warmer against her side. The hunters ran back here, arriving in the middle of the celebration, telling everyone what they saw until the council got their guard to shut them up. Too late. The news started a fresh panic. Now the city is completely confused. Some of it still celebrating, some panicking, and the rest either taking advantage or lying low. And we get to wade through it, Morvius said. We're heading to the Red Spear, right? Lenaria looked at Jiri, who nodded. She needed time to examine this Kindi. Kaloon's place would work well enough. Then we should move. Morvius shifted Scritch in his hands, looking at Jiri. You're all right? I'm all right, Jiri said. Good. You need to keep up. He started to turn away but stopped when Jiri put a hand on his arm. What? You came here to haul me out of the fire, she said. Thank you. Morvius looked down at her. You're a pain in the ass sometimes. So am I sometimes. But no one deserves to be Corian's prisoner. Besides, Sarah paid us to do it. And you did most of the work. Blessings rain down, Sarah said, the first time Jiri had heard her speak since they left the warehouse. Her armor gleamed, flashing back a stroke of lightning. Did you get what you went in there for? The paladin nodded at the bag Jiri carried. I did, Jiri said. She didn't feel like saying anything else about what had happened in the Aspis compound, or how she had ended up inside it. Good. This hunt needs to start again. Sarah's eyes flashed like her armor. Jiri made herself meet those eyes and nod. Sarah didn't intimidate her now. Maybe because of what had happened to her. Maybe because she had gotten away. Or maybe because Sarah had come to help her. Or it could have been all the sodden strands of cotton that were plastered into the tall woman's short hair. They moved through the mud and the rain, sticking to the narrow lanes between the quiet houses. It was late, but lights still glowed behind many of the shuttered or mosquito net-covered windows. No one had sought their mats or hammocks yet. Not when that rumble of voices still filled the night, a counterpoint to the rain. The crowd was in the Atayenki and in the market, so Jiri and her companions avoided those places, taking the long road to the Red Spear. What are they doing? Jiri asked, as they walked between tall mud-brick boarding houses that bulged and grew together like termite mounds. The Atayenki lay just beyond them, and she could hear arguments and shouts. Being confused, and afraid, and angry. Morvius stopped where the lane turned abruptly out into an open square, looking over it carefully. Waiting for daylight, mainly, so they can be less afraid and more angry. At least they're not rioting. No thanks to you, Sarah said. I didn't hear any ideas from you on how to distract the consortium guards back there, Morvius said. Besides, all I did was convince a bunch of drunken kobolds that the consortium had cheated them. No one else in this city was going to join them in doing anything, which is too bad. If they had kept throwing rocks at the Aspis offices, we might have been able to sneak through that warehouse.
How did you know I was there? Jiri asked Lunaria. Kaloon has connections, the half-elf said. Then she reached out and touched Morvius's shoulder. There's someone on the other side of the square, behind the well. Jiri squinted into the dark and the rain, but couldn't see anyone. Not until lightning flashed and she caught sight of a shadow moving around the edge of the communal well. She tightened up when she saw how small it was. Mickey, she whispered, hands clamping down on the bag she held. She had no weapon, no magic. No, it's Farah. Lunaria stepped away from the wall and waved at the girl. A few moments later, the girl was gasping in the mud before them, her dreadlocks dripping. Father sent me to find you. Farah took a breath and shoved her wet hair out of her face. Amiro is at the inn, with some of his people and council guards. Says you attacked their compound and stole something. Morvius glanced at Jiri and the bag she held. Does he? What message did your father have for us? Get out of the city and lie low, Farah said. She thinks Amiro is calling in all his favors. He isn't sure he can protect you now. Jiri stared at the girl, listening, thinking. She touched Lunaria's shoulder and whispered into the woman's pointed ear. Amiro told me that he has spies in Kaloon's house. His daughters. Lunaria turned her head, staring at Jiri with her strange eyes. Amiro told you, she said. Jiri paused, then felt her face heat in the rain. He lied. Feda, Kaloon's wife, has been taking money from Amiro for years. She splits it with Kaloon, sometimes evenly. Kaloon and Amiro, they play deep games with each other. But I trust Farah. Why? Jiri asked. Because I know her, and I know Amiro. Deep games. These men make Hadzi's lies so small. Jiri didn't say anything more. Their politics were too complicated for Jiri to deal with now. She concentrated instead on what all their plotting likely meant, that the consortium wasn't going to let her take this Kindi out of Kibwe without a fight. They were almost in the shadow of Kibwe's great wall when Jiri saw the ambush take shape. The rain in front of her shifted, splattering as if it were ricocheting off something that wasn't there. Then something was, furred and toothed, like a dog but much bigger, its eyes shining with a dull red light like coals about to die. The thing attacked, and Jiri didn't have time to shout. She just shoved her hands into Lunaria's back, and the half-elf stumbled forward, lurching into Sarah, just out of reach of those snapping jaws. The beast growled and lunged at Sarah, teeth tearing at her armored leg, sending her sprawling. It went for her throat, then yelped as Morvius slammed Scritch into its flank. Jiri's hand rose, growing hot, but she ripped her eyes away from the fight. That thing had been summoned, and that meant there must be a summoner. Spinning, Jiri searched the rain and the dark, and behind her, Patima was there, just out of reach, her dark hair plastered to her shoulders, her eyes blazing. Come with me. Magic ran through her words, tangled around Jiri's soul like vines, and when she tried to pull away, Jiri felt the bite of its power like thorns. Without thinking, she moved, walking away from the fight that raged behind her. They ended up in a tiny square behind a shuttered coffeehouse. Close. Patima stopped, so Jiri jerked to a stop too, watching her, waiting, while inside her skull her thoughts screeched and leapt like a troop of monkeys, never resting, never going anywhere. So close. Patima's voice had lost its beauty some time in the night. Her words were full of certainty, triumph, but they rasped out of her throat as if she had spent hours screaming. Do you understand that? Do you know what it means? Patima turned, and her wide brown eyes danced with lightning. It means I forgive you for trying to stop me. Come here.
Jiri stepped forward, even as her teeth clenched and her lips pulled back, baring her teeth. Patima reached out and cupped Jiri's chin. She tipped Jiri's head back and stared down into her eyes.
You don't understand. No one understands. This world is wounded, and it bleeds nightmares. Nightmares that spread, that infect.
Patima's fingers tightened on Jiri.
They infect me. But I know how to get rid of them now. I can burn them out.
She smiled, a baring of teeth.
I will become the fire, and I will burn away all my nightmares. I will cauterize the wound that is Usaro. I will become all in ashes, and I will burn. No.
The word whispered between Jiri's teeth, a plea, a command, a prayer, all tangled together, all useless.
You are marked by its flames,
Patima said in her broken voice.
You are its herald, and you told me what I must do. You saved me, girl. You saved the world.
Patima's hand fell from Jiri's chin and hovered, empty between them.
Now give me what's mine.
Jiri tried to speak, but that short syllable of resistance was too much. Her hands were moving, lifting the bag, but their smooth motion faltered.
Give me what is mine.
Jiri's hands flew over the bindings that held the bag shut, wrenching it open. Her hand reached in, found Oza's necklace, and jerked it out. She reached in again, and this time she felt the searing heat of the all-in-ashes kindi press against her palm, but she kept her hand from jerking back. Searching, she found the smooth wood of Shani's kindi and pulled it out. Then she handed the bag over. Patima took it, holding it close as if desperate for its warmth. Her eyes were on Jiri, though, and the little kindi she held.
What?
She began, then stopped. The sound of puddles splashing beneath feet echoed up the narrow alley that led into this square, and moments later, Miki, Amiro, and Corianne appeared, pelting through the rain.
You have it!
Amiro held his warhammer in one hand, and the steel of his armor dripped with melting frost.
They are right behind us.
I have it, Patima said.
And you know where to go.
Amiro looked over at Corianne, who was hunched over, gasping for breath, her ornate dress soaked with rain, her white skin livid with the red marks of Lenaria's cold.
No, I never heard of this damn place, but I can get us out of here and closer.
Amiro nodded, then pointed his warhammer at Jiri.
This one?
I'm done with her, Patima said. She turned to Jiri.
Tell them I'm going to burn all the darkness away. Tell them I'm going to save the world.
They're coming,
Miki said, staring down the alley, a knife spinning in her hand. She launched it into the darkness, then skipped back, grinning.
Let's go,
Amiro said, and they moved together, linking hands. Corianne spoke, and the rain splashed down, plunging through the space where they had stood a moment before. Jiri stared at that empty gap, clutching necklace and kindi, and Patima's last words echoed in her ears. When Sarah pounded up behind her, pale face streaked with mud, armor and tabard gleaming, Jiri felt her lips move.
She will save. No.
With a wrenching, sickening pain, Jiri tore at the thorny vine of Patima's magic, finally ripping it free from her soul.
Save what?
Jiri looked at the paladin, at Morvius and Lenaria and Farah running up behind her. Nothing. She will save nothing, least of all herself. They slipped over the walls of Kibwe and into the night, moving until they found a village built not far from the edge of the great burn scar that surrounded the city. It was empty. The population fled to hide behind Kibwe's granite bastions. In its center was a crude echo of Kibwe's governing council's hall, and in the dry beneath its thatched roof, they stopped.
Jiri,
Lenaria said, pushing back the frayed remains of her braid. Come here. What is it? Jiri hung back, seeing the careful way Lenaria was watching her. Patima dominated you, Lenaria said. That kind of magic has a way of clinging. I want to make sure it's gone. It's gone, Jiri said, angry and ashamed at the memory of the spell's violation. But Lenaria just stared at her until she took a breath and nodded. No, you're right. We need to be sure. Lenaria reached out, rested her hands lightly on Jiri's forehead, her lips whispering her magic. Jiri felt the magic sweep through her, a cold wind that made her shudder but left her clean, scoured, pure. Thank you, she said, and Lenaria nodded and stepped back. So, Sarah stood in the center of the villagers' meeting space, the carved rafters meeting just above her head. The rain had washed the mud and blood from her face. What now? Patima took the kindi. Thoughts whirled through Jiri's head, jumbling together with what she had just heard from Patima and the others. She thinks she can use it to make All in Ashes hers, to become it somehow. But she has to take it somewhere first. Where? Sarah asked. I don't know, Jiri said. But I know who to ask. She held up the little kindi she had carried out of the city with her. That thing? Morvius said. The thing that almost made you burn down the red spear last time you used it? Jiri glared at him, ready to retort, but she heard Lenaria speak first. The thing you felt you had to keep secret from us? Jiri stared down at the little carving, its dark eyes staring blankly back at her. I made my promise to Oza. But Oza is dead, and all I have left are these people. I told you about fetishes. Yes, Lenaria said. Items that have a spirit bound to them, to give them magic. I said kindi were like fetishes. They are, but instead of spirits, they hold a piece of someone's soul. A soul? Sarah frowned at the carving. But it's not evil. No. They capture just a fragment of a freely given soul, usually. My ancestors made them to hold knowledge, memories, stories, so they could be passed down. Using this one, Jiri turned the kindi in her hand, careful of its sharp spear point. I can speak to the little preserved ghost of a man who died long ago. I can see his home, listen to his stories, and it seems as real as us speaking now. Any memory? Morvius said. Sexy memories? I suppose, Jiri said. She thought of all the kindi lining that room in the pyre. Someone must have done it. See, that's useful magic. Morvius tapped his fingers on Scritch's shaft. So why did they stop? There were dangers, Jiri said. Sometimes people gave too much, or too much was taken from them. The kindi became dangerous. Undead? Sarah asked. Maybe. Maybe something else. It was long ago, and the stories Oza knew were half lost. Jiri remembered huddling in the dark, listening to Oza whisper those story fragments that had been passed down, generation by generation. A kindi could have preserved them forever. But magic always had a price. The kindi themselves could get dangerous too. Those little ghosts in them sometimes went mad. Or they were mad from the start. They would try to take over whoever used them, pass from the kindi into the person's soul and possess them. Jiri made herself stop turning the kindi in her hands. That was what Oza knew. What else they might have done, I don't know. I just know that the kindi were dangerous enough that my ancestors gave them up long ago. Out in the night, sounds echoed up from behind Kibwe's towering walls. They built many great things, but the Kindi were their greatest. But Oza told me that their shamans came to understand that the magic of the Kindi was something that would destroy them, so they gave them up. Jiri stared at those dark walls, a distant, angry heat kindling deep in her. He said they destroyed them, burned them, and buried their remains beneath the pyre to be guarded, so that no one would learn how to make them again. That was the story he knew, but the real story was that they couldn't. Did Oza suspect as much? I think he did. I think that's why he kept such a careful watch over them. They buried them, sealed them off, warned everyone away, but they couldn't give them up. So the Kindi survived, until someone dug them up again. The Aspis Consortium, Sarah said. But what was the one that they stole? What is All in Ashes? I don't know. Jiri met Lenaria's eye. I don't. I know from using this Kindi that All in Ashes is a powerful, dangerous spirit. I know my ancestors feared it, but I also know that they were desperate. They were under attack from Usaro, and they wanted a weapon. A weapon, Morvius said. Something that could wipe out a village in one strike. No wonder Amiro wants it. He could charge dear for that. It's not Amiro I fear, Jiri said. It's Patima. She thinks she can control All in Ashes and turn it on Usaro. Usaro? Morvius said. Why? She was there, Jiri said. And they hurt her. Badly. All she can think of is revenge. Well, Morvius looked over at Lenaria. Why are we trying to stop her then? I mean, I know Sarah wants this thing's head for her trophy case, and Jiri is looking for her own revenge, but if Patima is doing all this to destroy one of the worst places in this whole rotten world, should we really be interfering? If Jiri's right, Lenaria said, someone has already tried to destroy Usaro with this thing. And as I recall, Usaro still stands. My ancestors had a city, much greater than Kibwe. I saw it in this. Jiri held up the carving of the spearman. But I'd never heard of it before I used this. I've never seen its ruins. All that's left of my ancestors' works are the walls and statues of Kibwe, and the pyre, where they buried their weapon. A weapon that I think turned on them. Morvius grunted, but he didn't argue. Evil cannot be used against evil. Sarah nodded at the Kindi in Jiri's hands. If you think using that will let us find All in Ashes, then use it. Let's finish this hunt. Finish it. Not very long ago, Jiri had stood outside 30 trees with Oza, talking about Hadzi. In the time between then and now, her life had fallen away, piece by piece, like petals from a flower. Now this was all that was left. Finding Patima, finding All in Ashes, finding... What? That my life is gone? That Mosa Jiri Maju is as dead as Oza and Hadzi? I will find their killers, and I will face them, and I will find an end. Morvius set a stool out for her in the open. Better out here than under all that dry thatch. Jiri sat down on the stool, and it sank deeper into the mud. The rain had passed, but water dripped from every branch and leaf in the jungle beside them, and wide puddles reflected the stars that peered through the broken clouds. Morvius was right, but Jiri still felt terribly exposed out here, knowing that soon she would be lost in the dream of the Kindi that she held. Lenaria picked up on Jiri's hesitation. We won't let anything happen to you. Jiri nodded. I know. I trust you. Do you? I do, Jiri said. You've earned it. And I have to. Jiri raised her hand, held her finger over the sharp point of the Kindi's spear. She could feel their eyes on her, watching, and her hand hesitated. Why? What does it matter now? Patima already made me break my promise, in the worst possible way. Quick as she could, Jiri brought a finger down on that iron point. The pain flashed through her, quick and sharp, and she raised her finger. Blood ran from it, darker than her skin, and darker than the wooden ebony lips of the carving that Jiri spread it across. "Speak," she said, "and I will listen." "Be quick," she heard Sarah say, but the words stretched out, became long and faint, and Jiri was falling into another night, into a city that had died long ago. "Shani!" The name echoed through the empty square, off the ornate buildings that towered over Jiri, the tall pillars topped with their soapstone statues. She moved, bare feet padding across the polished stone circle that surrounded the heart of long-dead Lozo. "What's this? A woman calling for me?" Shani stepped out from behind one of the pillars, smiling. He was young, dressed in white cotton, so fine it edged toward transparency. So handsome, so much like Hadzi, and Jiri's heart twisted, the pain sudden and unexpected. Behind him, the city began to come alive, lights springing up, whirls of color that hinted at moving crowds, the sound of music and laughter, the rich sense of curries and sweets. "And who are you, my lovely?" "I'm Jiri, and I've been here before, Shani. Do you remember?" Shani walked closer, Lozo waking around him. There were lanterns and people moving past, insubstantial but beautiful, gathering light and color and presence with every moment. "I remember many beautiful things, Jiri." Shani plucked a glass of palm wine from the hands of a woman wrapped in thin silk and stopped in front of Jiri, holding it out. "Lozo is a city of beauty. Come. I will show you, and tell you my stories." Jiri took the glass from his hand. She could feel its weight, the hard edges of its facets. When she threw it down, she heard it shatter, felt the splatter of cool wine against her muddy feet. "I don't want your dreams of your city, Shani. I don't have time for them." "No time for Lozo?" Shani still smiled, but the city had stopped coming to life behind him, the music and the smell of good things fading from the air. "Lozo is dead, Shani. Usaro destroyed it centuries ago." "No." In a moment, Shani aged decades. His face split with lines, and his bright eyes went dim with age and grief. His clothes changed, became armor, leather brightly dyed and studded with iron, each piece of metal etched with a symbol of protection and warding. But that armor was torn, rent by claws, its colors half covered with the dark stains of blood. In his hands he clutched a spear, its shaft rough with nicks, the tassels hanging below its blade clotted with gore. "My city." Behind Shani, Lozo changed. The buildings went dark beneath a sky full of smoke, and the music became the sound of drums, pounding like a terrified heart. Their thunder almost covered the noise coming from the high walls, the roaring and the screams that came from throats, human and inhuman. "No." Shani stared at the distant walls, holding his spear tight. "Lozo can't fall. The walls will hold. And my family." Shani stopped, and overhead the smoke began to glow crimson and gold. "My son." Shani spun, his eyes flashing with the light of the fire that flickered over the city. "They told me I could save it. Me, Shani the Strong. Those mages said we could do it. They promised me this would work." "What?" Jiri said. "What would work? What did they do to you and All in Ashes?" "All in Ashes." Shani's face twisted. "They took me to see it, bound in its prison, deep beneath our city. I saw it, writhing in its chains, burning. The rock around it baked with heat, and the water, the blood of the earth, boiled. It was a monster, and they would make me part of it." "How?" Jiri had to shout the words over the sound of drums and the wind that roared around them, reeking of smoke and blood.
They had a kindi. They would put me in it, all of me, all my soul, and then they would bind all in ashes to it, like a fetish. They would mix our spirits, make us one, so that I could control that thing. When they freed it, I would destroy the armies of Usaro.
Shani dropped his spear, caught Jiri's shoulders, pulling her close.
Do you understand? I will kill every demon-touched ape of that cursed place. I will burn them to ash, and I will avenge my son and save my city, my people, my wife, my daughter.
He stared down at Jiri, his hands tight on her shoulders.
You look like her, a little, my daughter. What happened to her? Did I save her?
I don't know, Jiri said, almost a whisper. Someone survived. The Kindi were saved. The descendants of your people still live. Usaro doesn't rule this part of the expanse. Shani, I need to know how the binding was done, where it must be done. He let her go, stepping back and staring up at the burning sky with shining eyes.
I don't know what they plan to do. I'm no mage. I just know they would put all of me in a kindi. Except this little piece, this part of me that I made them split off, so that some portion of me could remain untainted, so people could remember me.
Shani bent and picked up his spear.
Did I fail? Did I lose control of all in ashes? Was I not strong enough? Was it because I made them split this piece off?
Shani looked at Jiri.
No one remembers me, do they?
No, Jiri said softly. Except me. Now. Please tell me where this happened. I need to know.
You remember,
Shani said, then stood, silent. Jiri waited, torn between a burning need to shake him from his reverie so that she could go, and the wish to take him in her arms and share his grief so much like her own. Finally he spoke again.
They were going to take me to where all in ashes was chained. The binding had to be done where that thing was weakest, in its ancient prison in the caverns below Lozo.
And where is Lozo?
You don't know. It's gone, then.
The city is gone, Jiri said, but its descendants live. You saved them, but they're in danger. You have to tell me where Lozo was.
How?
Shani asked.
If you've never heard of my city, what landmarks would you know? The Golden Road? The clearing of An? The Steaming Eye?
No, Jiri said, fear curling through her. No, I don't know. Wait, the Steaming Eye?
A small lake, just outside our walls. Its waters are blue, dark in the middle and lighter on the edges. The water is hot near the shore, and it boils and steams near the center. I told you how all in ashes heated the springs.
It steams, Jiri said. It smokes. Smoking Eye. The lake beside the village where I was born. The lake where the jungle's curse of fire was supposed to be strongest.
It smokes,
Shani said, and a curl of darkness drifted down from the sky, rolling over them. Jiri felt its heat around her, and she coughed, but she still heard Shani.
Do you know it?
I do, she gasped out. She coughed again, stared with burning eyes at Shani. A dim figure in the dark smoke, the sky crimson behind him.
The Steaming Eye lay just before the gates of Lozo. Go there, and do what I wanted to do. Save our people.
Jiri nodded, her throat too tight to speak.
Go.
How?
Go.
She concentrated, and the city around her began to fade, to lose itself in the smoke. But before it could vanish, she saw Shani again. A man of smoke, and now, oh, by every spirit, she could recognize him now. She could see how that handsome face was the same as the twisted, monstrous mask of the thing that had flown over her when it escaped the pyre.
"Remember me, Jiri,"
she heard his voice, faint and tearing apart.
"Remember me, and my family, and my city. Remember that we fought. Remember that we were beautiful."
And the rest was lost. Chapter 19. Smoking Eye. Jiri opened her eyes, shivering and gasping. Water soaked the robe she wore, dripped down her arms and braids. Morvius stood in front of her, an empty clay pot hanging from one of his hands.
"Did you just throw water at me?"
Jiri's throat still felt raw, as if she had been breathing smoke again, and her shoulders ached from Shani's grip.
"I did. You were getting a bit smoky."
Oh. Jiri could smell the smoke, like an echo from the Kindi's vision, and see the dark marks on the cuffs of her robe.
"Thank you.
Do you know where All in Ashes is now?" Sarah stood nearby, a little mud on one ear, but her tabard shone with the coming dawn's light.
"I do."
Jiri pushed herself up, wavering on unsteady legs. Sarah reached out and caught her, holding her up easily with one hand.
"I can take you there."
"You will," Lenaria said, "once you've rested." Jiri and Sarah spoke at the same time, their words tangling together. "We don't have time," they broke off, frowning at each other, and Sarah let go of Jiri's arm. "You can barely stand, Jiri," Lenaria said. "And when's the last time you meditated, or whatever it is that you do? Do you have any magic that you can do now?"
"Patima hasn't stopped," Jiri said.
"Like you know," Lenaria said. "Considering the spells Corian and Amiro threw at us last night, I damn well guarantee you they have. They won't want to walk unarmed into wherever Patima's taking them. Now, this place, where is it?"
"It's past 30 trees, in the jungles to the southeast. There's a hot spring called the Smoking Eye. It should be near there. It will take us all day even if we go now."
"It will take us all day after resting for a bit." Morvius looked her over. "You have no magic, no weapon, and you're wet. We can lose by missing them, but we can also lose by showing up unprepared. Understand?" Jiri stared at the broad-shouldered man, burning to move, to stop Patima. But with what? She was useless at the moment, helpless.
"I'll walk with the spirits and get my magic."
"Good," Lenaria said. "I will meditate, and Sarah will pray." "And I'll stand here and play with my—" Morvius began. "You'll keep watch," Lenaria said, walking toward the shelter of the little pavilion at the center of the village. "And make us breakfast. And find Jiri a weapon." "Anything else?" he called after her.
"Could you find me some better clothes?"
Jiri asked. Morvius rolled his eyes. "Sure. Shall I braid ribbons into everyone's hair too while I'm at it?" "No, thank you," Jiri and Lenaria said, echoing each other. But Sarah stared soberly at the broad-shouldered man as she walked to the pavilion. "Only if they match my armor," she said, running her fingers through her short cropped hair. By the time the song of the jungle had changed from night to day, they were on the trail. Jiri had a belly full of food, a boy's rough shirt and pants, a long and wickedly sharp bush knife, and a head full of spirit magic. No sleep, but she didn't feel tired. And whether that was the tension running through her over the coming confrontation, or the bitter sludge of coffee that Morvius had made her drink, she didn't care. She moved down the muddy path through the jungle, fast as she could while keeping an eye out, and still had to stop to let her northern companions catch up. "How are we doing?" Lenaria asked as they stopped beside a winding stream, swollen with the night's rain. "Better than I thought," Jiri said, eyeing the thick curtain of vegetation on the other side of the water. "We should make Smoking Eye by nightfall, if we keep this pace.
Easy enough, Morvius said, taking a drink from his water skin, breathing easy.
Jiri had touched him this morning, spending a little of the magic she had borrowed, and now he looked as cool in his armor as Sarah. He had been quite happy about that, and had actually stopped calling Jiri Runt briefly, right up until she insisted he leave coin to pay for the things they had taken from the empty village.
"This place?" Sarah asked.
Smoking Eye. You said you were born near it? Yes. There used to be a village near the hot spring. Oza found me there.
You told me that place burned, Lenaria said carefully. Why wasn't it rebuilt?
It had a bad reputation, like the pyre. Fire was always too eager in that place, like it is in me. I should have guessed that Lozo's ruins and the cavern that once held all in ashes lay near there. Your tribe, the Mosa, did they fear you because you were from there? Lenaria asked. Jiri looked at her sidelong, wondering what the woman was reaching for. Will she wonder if I'm tainted like Sarah? Yes, all except Oza. Lenaria wiped the sweat from her pale face. I grew up in a place called Irison. I left it, by trick and then by choice, but almost everyone who knows judges me for being born there. And they fear me, and refuse me their trust. I don't know that place, Jiri said. Few people do in the Expanse. That's why I like it here. That and the flowers.
Ah, you're making up. Sweet. Morvius tucked his water skin back into his belt. But aren't we supposed to be running headlong toward our fiery deaths?
Yes, Jiri said. But let's deal with one possible death at a time. She bent and pulled a rock out of the mud, stared carefully at the patterns of leaves and vines on the other side of the stream, and then threw the rock, shouting, "Sa!" as she did. The rock hit the leaves and something squawked, the noise like a bird call, but deeper. Vines shifted and something stepped out onto the path across from them. An animal, scaled and feathered. A bird-like thing, the size of a man that stood on its hind legs. Huge sickle claws twitching on its feet. Yellow eyes gleamed at them, and it opened its mouth and squawked again, showing sharp teeth.
What in six hells is that?
Morvius settled into a fighting stance with his spear pointed at the creature. Makumo, Jiri said. Dangerous, but much less brave when they know you've spotted them. She picked up another rock and threw it at a different spot in the trees. There was no squawk this time, but the leaves shivered as something moved behind them. All of them. The raptor on the trail in front of them twisted its head, listening to the retreat of its companion. Its bright eyes glittered as it faced them again, and the great claws on its feet twitched, as if eager to slash. Jiri stepped back, putting her smaller target behind Morvius's bulk, and Lenaria slid in beside her. Sarah stepped around them both, her sword hissing as she pulled it from her sheath. Across the stream, the Makumo pulled back scaled lips to show a thicket of hooked teeth, still glaring. But as Sarah settled in beside Morvius, her shield up, it gave a disgusted-sounding grunt and darted after its companion, the green and black feathers of its back blending in rapidly with the undergrowth.
That's what I love about this bloody jungle, Morvius muttered. It's so full of nasty things.
It's full of hunters, Jiri said, scanning the leaves on the opposite bank again before splashing across the stream. On the other side, the trail stretched on, empty of everything but the clawed footprints of those graceful, deadly beasts. Let's go, she said, heading down the trail, searching the jungle around her for more hunters, and for her prey. The trail narrowed, almost disappearing before it reached Smoking Eye. No human foot had trodden it, it seemed, since Oza had brought her here on her 12th birthday. Jiri had wanted to see where she was born, and she found nothing but a tangle of growth, the jungle having swallowed the place where the village had once stood. It would have swallowed this trail, too, but for the animals that used it. Jiri looked up from the tracks in the dirt, frowning into the dying light. The sun was almost down, and beneath the canopy the shadows were thick. "This way," she said, and pushed her way off the trail. They wound through the trees, over buttress roots and around fallen branches thicker than their bodies. Jiri winced at the sounds of her companions, the crunch of their boots, their muttered complaints, but she kept her focus on the jungle around her, until it opened up. The village was gone, but the water it had stood beside was easy to find. Smoking Eye lay still and steaming, a small round lake, brilliant blue even in the fading light, its color growing darker until it became almost black in its center. There the water stirred a little, plumes of steam rising from it. The plants growing on its bank were low, the great trees forced back by the heat, and Jiri could see all around the lake. There. The low light didn't make it easy, but Patima and her Aspis companions hadn't been subtle. A little ways around the lake, a trail had been carved into the jungle, bushes and vines cut aside. That's where they went. Excellent. Sarah pulled her shield around, settled it on her arm. Now let's hope that this all in ashes is there too.
Yeah, let's hope, Morvius said.
Jiri didn't say anything. She just looked over the water, at the jungle beyond it. Lozo? There was no sign of ruins, nothing but trees and shadows. Had time and jungle swallowed the city so completely? Or had something else? Jiri looked up once at the darkening sky and started toward the path. Beyond the lake, the ground rose, then fell. It was gradual at first, and Jiri barely noticed it as she picked her way through the jungle, following the mark of boots and cut vines. But then the ground sloped down sharply, except for a thin ridge of overgrown rock just ahead. Jiri stopped, holding aloft the stone that she had wrapped a few bits of sunlight around. In its golden glow, joined with the sharp blue of Linaria's light, she could see bits of stone pushing up through moss and vines, sharp-edged pieces of broken granite. She bent and pried one free, looked at it, then another. On the third stone, one moss-covered surface was smooth, and when she rubbed her fingers across it, peeling away the green, she found something carved into it, a symbol etched into the broken granite, a symbol she had seen carved into the walls of Kibwe and the passages of the pyre. Lozo, she said, and stood. Holding up her light, she could see the ground falling on the other side of the crumbled remains of the wall. Great trees growing over slumped piles of stone, still pools gleaming in the hollows between them. Some of those pools steamed in the dark. Jiri scrambled over the stone, following the trail. Lozo. She had felt relief when she had seen the boot prints beside Smoking Eye, but this carving convinced her. This was dead Lozo, and this was where Patima had come with the kindi she had stolen. All Jiri had to do was follow her, praying to all her ancestors that whatever ceremony Patima had to do to bind all in ashes to her, it was a long one. Following Patima's tracks, Jiri started to hope. That hope crumbled when the trail dropped into a depression that lay before a great banyan tree and stopped at a wall of broken stone. The cavern where all in ashes can be bound is beneath this place. Jiri ran her hand over the broken stone that lay at the end of the line of boot prints. They must have found a passage down here, then collapsed it behind them.
If we'd tried that, it would have fallen on our heads, Morvius said. They're probably fine, though.
Probably, Linaria said. But how'd they know we were following them? Did they know that? Sarah's hand was on her sword, and her eyes were searching the shadows around them. Or were they fleeing something else?
What?
Morvius started, but the rest of his question was lost in a curse as he hurled himself at Linaria, knocking her down and rolling across the rough ground with her. A line of fire slashed down out of the night, hitting the ground where Lunaria had been standing and sending up a whirl of burning leaves. More fire followed, a bright red bolt smashing off Sarah's shield, making the white metal briefly red, while another crashed into a stone beside Jiri's head and showered her with sparks and glowing chips of stone. Jiri slapped the searing bits of rock out of her braids and pressed tight against the stone of the rockfall. She saw their attackers now, snarling down at them from the branches of the tree above. Their yellow eyes and the sharp teeth that filled their impossibly wide mouths flashed in the light of the fire. Biloko. And Jiri cursed herself for being so intent on Patima's trail that she'd missed them. "I thought they were dead," she shouted, raising her hand to throw her magic at the hideous creatures overhead. "The guard in Kibwe said they had killed most of them. The rest ran." Morvius rose from the ground, shifting away from Lunaria, who crouched now behind a thick buttress root. "I guess we know where to." "Can you catch them, like before?" Sarah raised her shield to block a spear that slammed down from above. "Yes," Jiri said, starting to release the magic. Then she closed her hand, catching the spell before it left her. The fierce red creatures dropped from the tree, hurling themselves at the companions. "No, too close," she said, and let the green magic of the tangling spell roll into red. Fire shot from her hand and hit a Biloko in the teeth as it charged her, knocking it back. "Ugh, there's not that many of the little bastards." Morvius swung Scritch around, slammed the spear deep into one of the Biloko's bellies, then pulled it free. Spinning, he caught another one trying to rush him, sliding the spear easily through his hands and hammering the blade into the Biloko's chest. Both of the creatures fell, and he was turning to find another when a burst of fire hit him, scorching across his armor.
"He comes!"
A high, whistling voice shrieked.
"I hear the beating of his wings and taste the reek of his smoke on the wind."
A Biloko stood away from the others, one hand still glowing from the spell it had just cast at Morvius, the other clutching something small and dark.
"She will not claim him. He will burn her. He will burn us all."
Brands marked the red skin of the Biloko, symbols etched with fire into its skin, and Jiri recognized them. This was the one that had called to her, and said that she was marked too. Fire gathered in her hand, but in front of her the Biloko she had hit before was pulling itself up, hissing as it gaped its mouth open around its burned tongue. Jiri turned to it, but before she could throw her fire, Sarah was there. The Biloko raised its spear, but Sarah swept the weapon aside with her shield. Her sword followed, a vicious blur, and the Biloko's head spun free of its body, tumbling away into the shadows. "You won't have to wait for him to burn," Jiri said, and threw her fire at the branded Biloko. It hit the creature, blackening the patches of moss and vines that covered its head instead of hair. The Biloko shrieked, something like pain and something like a laugh, then raised the kindi it clutched high over its head, pointing its other claw at Jiri. "Burn!" the Biloko howled.
"All will burn, all will be ash."
And sparks swarmed around its empty hand, gathering into a little ball of bright crimson, which it brought back, ready to throw. Jiri threw herself to the side, but the Biloko tracked her. It changed its throw as its arm came forward, but before its hand snapped out and released the shining fragment of fire that it held, a line of white split the air. Lunaria's spell flashed through the darkness, there and gone like a lightning stroke, leaving a line of drifting frost like an after-image in the humid air. That bolt of cold struck the Biloko in the belly, and a wave of white crackled over it, the burns of its brands swallowed by a tide of ice. Without a sound, the Biloko stopped, stuck in place by the cold that locked its muscles and wrapped it in ice. It stood, immobile, then tipped slowly backward. There was an ugly sound when it hit the ground, like the breaking of crockery, and the ice-coated skin of the creature split and broke, shattering around the lines of its brands. Flames flickered as those frost-burned marks broke, and fire and ice met, flinging up steam and the reek of burning flesh. Then the fire winked out, there, and gone, as fast as Lenaria's line of cold, leaving Jiri blinking in the darkness. She pulled herself up and her eyes readjusted, finding the charred corpse of the Biloko sprawled in a patch of steaming mud.
Well, that was thorough.
Morvius shifted his spear, keeping its tip leveled at the 2 Biloko who still crouched before him, the last of the creatures left.
I guess I'm stuck with the cleanup.
The Biloko's yellow eyes flicked from the tall man to the wet, smoking corpse of their leader, and then they broke. One fled into the darkness, but the other scrambled back, toward the branded Biloko's body. It stooped its headlong flight to pick up the kindi that the dead Biloko had dropped, then kept running. "Stop it!" Jiri shouted, scrambling after the thing. Her hand flickered with fire, but the Biloko dodged behind the trunk of a tree. Jiri ran after it, scrambling over roots and through bushes, the crunching sound of her companion's boots right behind her. She had already lost sight of the Biloko, but she could see the shaking leaves, the swaying vines that its passage had disturbed. Jiri ran after them, the light she held flashing around her, making shadows dance and lunge. Because of those twisting shadows, Jiri completely missed the edge of the great sinkhole that suddenly opened in front of her. She felt her foot going out into the empty air, saw the huge maw of the hole spreading open before her, but there was no way she could stop. Her arms spread as if she thought she could grow wings, and something brushed across her fingers. With the desperate speed of terror, Jiri clenched at the thing that had touched her, fingers wrapping around a wrist-thick vine. Her hand locked onto it, her other hand dropping the stone she had wrapped her light around, letting it fall like a lost star as she grabbed at the vine with both hands. It shook in her hands but held, changing her fall into a swing, her momentum carrying her out over the hole. Jiri clung to the vine, terrified that it would break, but as she reached the end of her momentum and swung back, she saw something that broke through her fear. Morvius, charging up the trail she had left, tearing headlong toward the cliff edge. Jiri tried to shout a warning, but all that came out of her mouth was a sort of panicked gurgle. She pulled up her legs, tucking them in tight as she swung back, trying to time it. "Spear, spear, avoid that spirit-cursed spear," echoed through her head. Then she was there, lashing out with her legs, catching Morvius in his belly with both heels. Avoiding Scritch, somehow, she sent Morvius flying backward onto his butt. The shock of the impact sent Jiri spinning backward, arcing over the edge again, her grip slipping as the world whizzed around her. But she hung on. Behind her, she heard the clatter of metal and the sound of cursing. She swung back, her spinning slowing, and saw Lenaria's white-blue light shining before her. By the time Jiri had swung out and back again, she could make out Lenaria standing over Sarah and Morvius. The paladin was untangling herself from the broad-shouldered man, grunting out a series of words that didn't sound at all like blessings. Morvius, meanwhile, ignored her and laid back, his pale face paler, his mouth and eyes wide. Then, with a sudden Morvius pulled in a lungful of air. "What?" he wheezed, finally sliding away from Sarah. Lenaria looked at Jiri hanging from her vine, a few feet out from where the ground fell away. "Jiri found a hole and thought you should know about it." Morvius pulled himself up, breathing raggedly. "Oh." He stared over the cliff edge, down 50 feet of ragged stone, to the brush and rocks below. Then he looked out at Jiri. "You have a damn good kick on you, runt." "Thanks," Jiri said. Her hands were beginning to cramp, holding on so tight. "Could you pull me in?" It took them a moment. Morvius stood near the edge and held onto Sarah's belt as she leaned out and caught the tail of Jiri's shirt. When they pulled her in, Lenaria grabbed the vine, keeping it from swinging back out. Are you all right? She asked Jiri. Jiri opened and closed her aching hands. Yes. The Boloko
is right there.
Morvius peered over the edge of the cliff.
Your light fell near it. It's not running anymore. It's kind of oozing. Are we going down?
Yes, Jiri and Sarah both said.
Well then.
Morvius tucked Scritch across his back.
Can't say I haven't been wanting to do this since I got to this damn jungle.
He snagged the vine out of Lenaria's hands and swung out on it, slipping down with a whoop that turned into a long, drawn-out "Ow!" before he hit the bottom.
Are you all right? Lenaria called down. Yes, he called back in a tight voice. But you might want to wear gloves when you do that.
Jiri pulled Sarah's heavy leather gloves off and held them, waiting for Sarah. The paladin stood before Morvius, staring intently into his eyes, her lips moving silently. Then she reached out and caught his head between her hands, holding it tight. Know her power, Iomade. Know her name, Iomade. Know her blessing. Morvius shook in her grasp, and the angry red marks and blisters that marred his face, neck, and hands smoothed out and vanished. The only sign left of the Boloko's attack and the friction of the vine were clean patches of skin.
Damn, Morvius said. Like being kissed by an angel and kicked by a mule, both at the same time, and all for free.
You think so? Jiri said, handing Sarah back her gloves. The paladin didn't say anything about Jiri's comment, but her lips turned up in a tiny, smug smile, like a cat. Shaking her head at them both, Jiri stepped away and examined the broken corpse of the Boloko. It had gone off the same edge that had almost claimed Jiri, but it hadn't caught a vine. Instead, a large chunk of broken limestone had caught it. Walking carefully around the dark blood that had splashed the tangled plants and vines, Jiri reclaimed her light and held it up. It only took a moment to find what she wanted. The kindi was shaped like a man, intricately carved in mahogany, but the figure's face was huge and distorted, taken up mostly with mouth. That great, grinning mouth was filled with teeth made of iron, their points gleaming in the light. When she picked it up, Jiri carefully avoided the sharp points of those fangs. Those tracks we found in the pyre, Lenaria said, looking at the carving. That Boloko up there, the one who cast spells. It went into the pyre after we killed the demon and found this. Jiri could see it so clearly. The Boloko running its hand over the carving, catching a finger on a tooth, its blood spilling on the kindi's lips. I think they bound a piece of a sorcerer's soul to this kindi. Too big a piece. It took that Boloko over and added madness and magic to its hunger. I didn't understand most of what it said, but it talked about burning. All in ashes. Jiri stood, holding the hideously grinning kindi. The carving felt hot like a fever, uncomfortable in her hand. It was talking about all in ashes. That spirit spread, I think. You saw what it was doing to the pyre, burning it down bit by bit. I think it was doing the same thing to the souls that were bound in all those kindi. Jiri pulled out the little bag that she had tucked beneath her shirt. She didn't really want this evil little thing to share space with Shawnee's kindi or Oza's necklace, both of which were nestled inside. But she couldn't leave it here. She dropped it in and knotted it shut. But she could still feel it, its heat bleeding through the bag and irritating her, turning her thoughts toward anger and flame. I need to get rid of this thing. I can't have it near me when I confront all in ashes. Between the both of us, there will already be too much fire. Where now? Lenaria asked. Jiri lowered her light, getting it out of her eyes, and looked around. They stood at the bottom of a huge hole, crumbling cliffs of limestone curving away into the shadows in both directions. The jungle rolled over the edges and filled the pit with green, but the brush and plants were lower here, the trees stunted, unable to grow roots deep enough to stretch tall. Jiri could see the night sky above them, a swath of bright stars interrupted by the darkness of a bank of clouds coming in from the west, lighting flickering silently in their bellies. "Down," she said. "There's a cave over here," Morvius said. Jiri nodded and headed toward him. He stood beside a great stone that jutted from the ground, a foreign piece of granite among the limestone, its edges a little too even. Brushing the dirt away, she saw that it was the corner of a block, found the traces of carvings that marked it. "There was a city here called Lozo," she said. "The man bound to the Kindi I used, Shani. He said they found all in ashes in one of the caverns beneath the city. I think when Lozo fell, it really fell. The caverns beneath it broke open, and the city was swallowed." "The Mwengi is full of ruins," Morvius said. "It's like civilizations come here to die." "Is it any different elsewhere?" Jiri asked. "Tribes, cities, nations, they sprout like trees, and if they find the right conditions they thrive and grow, become mighty, and cast their shadow over every competitor. But like trees, like everything, they all eventually fall. And in the clearings they leave behind, new things grow." "You sound wiser than your age," Sarah said. "Sometimes." "Sometimes?" Jiri bristled. "I don't think I'll tell her that Oza explained that to me years ago." "All things follow a cycle." Beside the stone, a dark hollow opened in the ground, a crevice carved into the rock by water, and a tiny stream ran down its mossy bottom. Jiri carefully dropped into it and found herself in a narrow passageway that twisted down into the ground. She stared down its dark throat, and from the sky far above she heard a rumble of thunder. If that storm unleashed a torrent while they were in this passage, that's all we need now, a chance to drown before we can burn. "Well," Morvius said, standing over her. He had cut loose a long vine and was wrapping it into a coil, a clumsy rope. "We going in?" Jiri breathed in the scent of warm water and stone, of rot and stale air, remembering the pyre, the pool before it and its dangerous passages, thinking to herself that whatever waited for them in the bowels of this long-broken city, it was going to be worse than what they had found there. "Yes," she said, and started down. Chapter 20. Mud and Light. The cave was barely more than a crack, narrow and wet, and as the thunder faded behind them, it was replaced with the clack and scrape of Sarah's armor against the stone. "God's damn me, I'm going to scrape my balls off in here," Morvius growled. "This passage does lead somewhere, doesn't it?" "How should I know? You found it." Jiri kept the words locked between her teeth and pushed forward, feet slipping on the strange black moss that grew beneath the shallow water covering the bottom of the cave. Water that might have risen a little, maybe. If this place floods, it will come fast. We might already be too far from the entrance to turn back. We just have to keep going forward toward... light? Jiri stopped, peering through the shadows ahead. Shadows that flickered and pulsed, vanishing and then coming back. Was that? The sound of thunder echoing down the cave confirmed it. That had been lightning. Jiri hurried forward, squirming through the crack until she found the opening through which that light and sound had spilled. For a moment, her stomach clenched. Have we just gone in a circle? The cave opened into a deep pit, whose steep limestone walls dripped with vines and brush and small trees. Another sinkhole, like the one she had almost fallen in. But looking out at it, Jiri saw the differences. This sinkhole was larger than the first, and a great mound of broken rock rose up its center, a small mountain of rubble. covered in ferns and white-flowered vines. A dead tree stood on the mound's peak, its twisted limbs raised toward the storm-covered sky, like a corpse hand reaching for one last bit of light. The stream they were splashing through tumbled down into a pool of mud that stretched along the base of the overgrown mound. Bubbles rose from its dark surface, swelling to obscene size before they burst and splattered. It was a bowl of boiling mud, and beyond it, Jiri could see the mouth of another cave, there, and then gone in a flash of lightning. Ferns hung over the edge of the pool 50 feet from where Jiri stood, too far to jump, and the walls of the cliff were too sheer and smooth to climb here, especially with the rain pouring down. But the bubbles in the mud were rising on the other side of the pool, and the hot spring that birthed them must be over there. How hot is the mud here? How deep? With great care, Jiri held one foot out over the mud. Hot, but not painful, and she slowly let her foot touch. The mud was thick and sticky, warmer than her blood, but not scalding. With one hand holding tight to the thick stem of a bush that hung out from the wall of the sinkhole, Jiri shifted her weight to the foot that rested in the mud. It sank in to just above her ankle, then stopped, and Jiri pulled her foot back out with only a little effort and a nasty sucking sound. "Hand out the vine," she told Morvius, who stood with the others behind her, looking dubiously at the mud. "Everyone space out and take hold of it. I'll go first." "Shouldn't we tie ourselves to it?" Sarah asked. Jiri shook her head. "Don't take this wrong, Sarah. I think I'm actually starting to like having you around, but if you step into a deep hole wearing all that steel, I'm dropping this vine and letting you go to your goddess alone." Sarah frowned and Jiri shrugged. "Sorry." "About not wanting to die? That makes perfect sense. We came to this place with a purpose, and it wasn't to drown in a mud puddle." Sarah took the vine from Lenaria and passed its end to Jiri. "I'm just worried about what I'm doing wrong, if someone in this group likes me." Is she joking? Jiri wondered. Was I? Have I started liking these people? Lenaria, yes, but Morvius? Sarah? Gods and crocodiles, when did that happen? Now wasn't the time to worry about that. Holding tight to the vine, Jiri stepped one foot into the mud, then the other. The oozing earth shifted under her feet, treacherous and uncertain, but she didn't sink any deeper than her ankles. Carefully, she picked her way through the sludge, holding the vine in one hand and touching the limestone wall with her other, ready to catch herself if one of her feet sank too deep. The mud rose up her shins, almost to her knees, and Jiri fought for each step, working her legs through the slimy grip. It was getting hotter, too, not quite burning, but uncomfortable, and that matched the heat of Jiri's impatience. Is Patima wading through mud somewhere, too? Or has she already found the chamber where All in Ashes was bound? Jiri jerked her leg forward, trying to reach the stones rising from the mud ahead, the opposite edge of the pool so close, and stumbled, barely saving herself from falling face first into the muck by pressing her hand to the wall beside her. "Step carefully, Jiri," Sarah said behind her. "Haste won't help us here." Did I say I liked having her around? The vehemence of that thought surprised Jiri, the rage in it so sudden and hot. Her hand left the wall and touched the pouch that held the kindi, the one she had taken from the biloko, pressed against her belly, hot and almost painful, like an infected wound. I need to get rid of this thing. Taking her hand away, Jiri moved, grim but slow, picking her way through the last of the mud until she pulled herself out on the other side. Out of the mud, she slid her bush knife out and chopped a few feet off the end of the vine she held. Then she tied the rest of the vine off to the trunk of a small tree that pushed itself out of the stone above the pool. "What are you doing?" Sarah asked as she pulled herself up out of the pool, her boots squelching with mud. "I need to get rid of this kindi," Jiri said. but I don't want to destroy it." "Why not?" Sarah had turned to help Lenaria up out of the mud. "Because I don't know what will happen if I do. I might just free that bit of soul that's trapped in there. Let it go to come after us." Jiri started up the fern-covered mound of broken stone that covered the bottom of the sinkhole, the rain tapping on her braids and washing the mud from her skin. A little way up, buried beneath a drift of white flowers, Jiri found a good-sized chunk of stone. Soapstone, she realized as she picked it up, and beneath the moss that coated it, she could still make out its shape. A hand, fingers bent and tipped with claws. Perfect. But I want to make sure no one ever picks it up again. Jiri pulled the carving out of the bag, making sure her fingers came nowhere near the iron teeth. It glared at her with its blank wooden eyes, and Jiri could feel the fever heat pouring out of the wood. "Were you a good man once? A teacher? Or did they put your soul in such a nasty carving as a punishment?" It didn't matter. All in ashes had touched this thing, and Jiri could feel its taint boiling out of it. The infected heat of it pulsed in time with her barely checked anger. Jiri wrapped the piece of vine that she had cut away around the carving and the stone hand, binding them together. When she was done, she started up the rough hill, heading up and back toward the deep end of the mud pool. When she stood over it, staring down at the bubbles that belched and popped below, she held out the kindi. "Whoever you were," she said quietly, "we don't want you anymore." Her hand opened, and she let the carving go. It fell into the boiling mud, resting on the surface for a second. Then, the weight of the stone hand dragged the dark wood down, pulling it beneath the mud. Gone. "Good," Sarah called up to her, and Jiri nodded. Dropping that nasty thing felt like pulling a thorn out. "Perfect," Morvius said, pulling himself up out of the pool. "We could have sold that, you know." "Evil never brings wealth," Sarah said. Morvius sat down on a stone, pulling at one of his mud-covered boots. "Do you actually listen to half of what you say?" he said, popping the boot free. He held it up and mud slid out, plopping wetly onto the ground. "Do you realize most of it's crazy? Evil brings all kinds of coin. That's why people do it. And I could really use some new boots." Jiri ignored them, wiping the rain from her face and staring down at the curve of the wall. There, half covered in brush, she saw another narrow crack leading away from the sinkhole. Toward the cavern she wanted? Maybe. Jiri closed her eyes. Did she know where she was going? No. Did she know where Patima was? No. Did she have any idea of how to stop Patima or All in Ashes if she found either of them? No. The uselessness of it all poured over her. Every time she had met Patima, the woman had beaten her easily. What chance did she have now? Why even go? The thought echoed through her, even as Sarah called up, "Which way should we go?" No way. All paths led to the same place, didn't they? To death and ruin? Oza was dead, 30 Trees was gone, and if Patima burned the rest of the world, did it even matter? Yes. That thought, that spark of anger, burned bright among all the ashes of Jiri's sudden despair. It matters, Jiri thought, and raised her head. She was walking, not down the hill, but up, toward the trunk of the dead tree that stood at the top of the pile of stones. Rain fell on its broken branches, a steady patter of drops, and below that sound, Jiri could hear something else now. A low, keening noise, a soft dirge of a song that was all sorrow and sweet sadness, and the promise of the succor of sleep, everlasting sleep, free from all her pain. The spark of Jiri's anger caught, and she didn't fight it. She wrapped herself in its heat, shaking her head and snapping herself out of the song that spilled from the cracks in that twisted tree. In those cracks, she could see something flicker, and a vine slipped out of one like a snake, twisting silently through the air like a blind worm, searching. Umdalibi. A dead tree possessed by a vicious evil spirit that filled its victims' heads with lies and despair. Oza had taught her about them, warned her, told her that if she should ever meet one, she must run. Jiri spun, stones clattering beneath her feet, and started tearing down the tumbled stone slope. Ferns and flowers whipping around her legs, wet moss slick beneath her feet. Go! She shouted at the others, who were staring up at her sudden flight. She pointed toward the gap she had seen, arm bouncing as she leapt down the slope. Morvius moved first, slamming his boot back on, pulling his spear free and bulling forward through the brush. Lunaria came after, right on his heels. Sarah stood still, though, pulling her sword and settling her shield on her arm, her eyes on the crest of the hill and the tree that was not a tree. There was a sound behind Jiri, a groaning crack and the grind of stone against stone. She wouldn't look back, didn't have to in order to know the Umdalibi was pulling itself out of the stone to follow her. Keeping her eyes on the ground in front of her, she ran toward the narrow passage, still shouting, "Move, Sarah!" The Umdalibi was slow, but if the paladin waited too long, it would cut her off, trap her between the mud pool and its long vines. Thankfully, the woman in the bright armor started to move, following Morvius and Lunaria. Not as fast as she should, but fast enough. Jiri reached the edge of the sinkhole right as Morvius and Lunaria caught up, and she ran past them, pulling at the curtain of vegetation that half covered the wide crack in the stone. "Here!" she called, and they piled in. Sarah was coming, running slowly in her armor, and Jiri looked up the rough slope of broken rocks. The Umdalibi was moving, a tall, broken trunk riding on a nest of roots that twisted through the stones. Thick vines pushed their way out of the cracks in the trunk, black tendrils covered with blood-red thorns that lashed through the air with predatory hunger. "What is that thing?" Sarah gasped. But Jiri just grabbed a handful of the paladin's shining white tabard and started to run. Sarah clanked behind her down the twisting crevice. The walls came together somewhere overhead, and the rain stopped falling on them. But the only light was Lunaria's, bobbing along ahead. Jiri had left hers somewhere back with the tree monster, and she had no interest in going back for it. They caught up with Lunaria and Morvius in a place where the passage widened into a chamber, empty of everything but stalactites and water dripping into a clear, shallow pool that filled the center of the small cavern. 4 more passages spilled into this room, and Lunaria was holding up her light, staring at them. Jiri and Sarah stumbled to a halt, breathing hard. Morvius looked past them, up the passageway they had come through. "Did you lose it, or do we keep running?" Jiri shook her head. "It didn't follow us far. Umdalibi are too slow to chase down unwounded prey." "Then why all the running?" Morvius said. Jiri took another deep breath and straightened. "I wanted to keep you out of range of its song. If you hear it, it makes you give up, give in. Those who hear it will go lay themselves at the Umdalibi's base and let its roots tear them apart." "I didn't hear anything," Morvius said. "That would be because of all the running." Lunaria lowered the glowing stone she held and looked at Jiri. "Are you good? You were starting to walk toward it, before all the running and screaming, which I appreciate." "It caught me for a moment," Jiri said. "I should have recognized it the minute I saw it, but I was so distracted thinking about that Kindi, about Patima. If Oza's spirit is watching me—" "If your dead teacher's watching, ask him to tell you which way we should go." Morvius nodded at the other passages. "Or are we going to keep using the let's just guess approach?" Jiri's anger, so useful with the Umdalibi, wasn't going to help her with Morvius. But she couldn't hold her tongue completely. "She's down here. We'll find her." Jiri held out her hand, and Lenaria handed her the light.
Of course we will. Everything else has worked out fine so far.
Morvius leaned against a column of lumpy stone, staring down into the pool.
Let me know when you're ready. I'll just watch these little glowing crabs wrestle until then.
Jiri gritted her teeth, feeling hot. But at least this time her anger didn't have that strange, sick feeling that had wormed through her when she carried the iron-toothed Kindi. No, this anger was very familiar. Because it's mine? Or because this taint of fire has been in me since my birth? Ignoring the question, Jiri walked the edge of the cavern, checking each of the other caves that led into it. All of them looked natural, but their floors were too smooth and even, obviously worked at some point long ago. All of them were stone, free of dust, and unmarked, untracked. Jiri walked from one to the other, frustration adding to the fire smoldering in her heart. One passage seemed to go up, one down. The other two ran straight. The last was the one they came in, and that was the only one she could cross off. Ignore that one. Ignore the one that runs up. Take the one that goes down? Jiri went back to the mouth of that passage, silent, empty, bare. Just like the others. No tracks, no... The stark blue-white light from the stone she held glittered off something on the floor. Jiri bent down and picked it up. It was a tiny crab, dead, its almost clear shell crushed. Holding it close to her face, she could smell it, like water and fish. It hadn't been dead long. "Morvius," she called back, staring up at the walls of the passage. "What are those crabs doing?"
Wrestling. This one has a bigger claw, but the other's a goer and...
"What else?" Jiri said.
Glowing. They've got some kind of light in their shells, like lightning bugs. Blue instead of green, though. I wonder what they taste like."
Blue. Jiri took the light Lenaria had made and wrapped it in the bottom of her shirt, covering it. The cave they were in went darker than night. "What are you doing?" Lenaria called, but Jiri was looking at the mark on the wall in front of her at waist height. A smeared blue line, with another line struck at an angle through it, glowing faintly in the dark. "They went this way," Jiri said, certain, a sort of vicious joy blossoming out of the heat of her frustration. "Are you sure?" Sarah asked. Oh, yes. That line would be eye level for Mickey. But... Fighting to keep herself from running down the downward slanting passage, Jiri unwrapped the light just enough to make her way over to the other tunnels. At the mouth of each passage, she covered it again and stared at the walls. Nothing. Nothing. Then, at the second level passage, another mark. A blue line, glowing much brighter, and without the second line crossing it. They came in from one of the other passages and tried the downward one first. It must not have worked, so they came back and did this one. They don't know the way either, and now we're on their trail. "Here," she said, pulling out the light. "They went this way, not too long ago."
"Didn't you just say..."
Morvius started. "They went this way, not so long ago," Jiri said, each word a snarl, pointing at the passage.
10 hells, runt, all right. That way.
Lenaria came up to Jiri, touching her arm before she could start down the passage. "How close are they?" Jiri shook her head. "I can't say for sure. Close enough to hope, but we have to hurry. Let me go first, then. I can see in the dark better than any of you, and we can keep the light back so we don't warn them."
"You sure that's a good idea?" Morvius said. "If we get ambushed, you're not good toe-to-toe."
"And Jiri is?" Lenaria asked.
"Nothing personal to Jiri, but I care a hell of a lot more about your ass than hers."
"How sweet," Lenaria said. "But I'll be with her," Jiri said. She looked up at Lenaria. You watch. I'll listen. I trust you to keep me from walking into walls or over cliffs. Lenaria nodded. It does keep the noisy ones behind us.
Noisy, said Morvius. Who's noisy? Our armor.
Is probably not what she's talking about, Sarah said. Are we going? Jiri nodded, her hands itching with heat, and started down the tunnel. They wound down into the earth, moving through darkness. If she looked back, Jiri could see the light that Morvius carried, like a bright star behind them. But it did nothing to break the shadows that surrounded her and Lenaria. The half-elf moved confidently, though, and she kept a hand on Jiri's back, guiding her. It's no different from traveling through the jungle at night, Jiri thought, except for the silence. That surrounded them, heavy as the darkness, broken only by their breathing. The soft scrape of Jiri's feet and Lenaria's boots against the stone, and the constant drip of water. They passed a few more of the glowing marks, the guts of those poor little crabs crushed against the walls. Every time they followed one that wasn't crossed out, Jiri felt better. Every false turn Patima took meant they were gaining on her, and Jiri moved as fast as Lenaria would let her, eyes straining in the darkness, listening. Listening. And what was that? Lenaria's hand closed on Jiri's collar, bringing her up short. Jiri felt the woman shift beside her, felt her lips almost brush her ear as she whispered, There's light up ahead. I think I hear something too. Jiri strained her ears, but Lenaria's whisper had overwhelmed them. Maybe. I think the tunnel curves. We'll go that far and see what we see. Lenaria started forward, hand light on Jiri's back. They crept up the passage, and Jiri could see the light now, could start to see the shape of the walls ahead of her. She did hear something. A voice, sharp and grating. Corianne, she whispered to Lenaria, and the half-elf's grip tightened for a moment on her in acknowledgement. They slipped forward along the tunnel's curve until they could finally see around it. The passage dropped down a steep slope, getting larger as it fell. The walls pulled back, and the ceiling rose, its top lost again in shadow. Then the cave ended in a rippling wall of stone, a mass of columns that had grown together, completely blocking the passage except for one opening, a low, carved arch with 2 statues flanking it. 2 women, their hands raised in warning, twins to the statue that 30 trees had named the Mango Woman. Their faces were stern, their frowns carved deep into their stone, as if they could see what stood before them. Corianne still wore the dress she'd had on in Kibwe, its black silk tattered, its long skirts covered in mud.
Trapped in her insanity, she whined. What profit is there for us if she succeeds?
If she destroys Usaro?
Amiro stood not far from Corianne, using a rag to scrub dried mud from his armor. A ragged semicircle of skeletons crouched before him, short things with gaping eye sockets and strangely hinged jaws, the bones of Biloko, pulled together into a parody of life by Amiro's prayers. One of them held a heavy staff, its end glowing with golden light.
Quite a lot. What kind of treasure do you think the Gorilla King has amassed over the centuries?
You don't really think she'll do it, do you?
Corianne said.
It seems unlikely, Amiro said. But there's a chance, and the payoff is worth the gamble. I think it more likely that she'll end up destroying Kibwe.
Yes, but why would we want that?
Kibwe is the center of a growing trade network, which makes it valuable to the consortium. But it's also a center of tribalism and entrenched power.
Amiro shook out his cloth.
If it were destroyed, trade would be disrupted. But there would be an opening for a new power to take over this part of the expanse.
If they were poised to sweep in after the destruction. Corianne made a face. I'd lose all my dresses, though.
There will be money for new dresses if that happens.
And if Patima fails? And that thing kills her?
Always a chance. Why do you think we're doing guard duty out here?
Amiro bent over to study one of his skeletons.
We'll wait until her ashes have cooled. Then go get that ugly carving. It will fetch a price big enough to make this all worth our while.
Always doing the math, aren't you, Amiro? Corian purred. That's why I put up with you. She stepped closer to the man, ignoring the skeletons as they shifted, watching her with their empty sockets. Her hand rose to rest on Amiro's arm. We would sell that thing. But what about the rest of her equipment? Amiro took one small step away, just enough to leave Corian's hand hanging in the air.
You know our rules, Corian. You want that amulet? You can have it, if you pay the rest of us for it.
Corian's face went sulky. It's always about the coin, isn't it? That's the only way you know how to tell who's winning. She pulled her hand back and stared into the shadows. Money isn't the only kind of power. Following the mage's gaze, Jiri realized something crouched in those shadows. Something hunched and huge, its vague outline ragged with fur, small eyes gleaming like blood in the light it shunned. Amiro, 6 Biloko skeletons, Corian and... Jiri looked at Lenaria, standing between Sarah and Morvius. Some kind of demon. Big as the swamp one we fought, but not the same. This one looked like an ape, with horns and something wrong with its chest. I couldn't really see. Lenaria shook her head. Damn Patima and that damn amulet of hers. Baragara, Sarah said. A creature of the abyss. They have another mouth in the center of their chests.
Have you ever fought one? Morvius asked.
No, the paladin said, and there was an edge of anticipation in her voice. They're supposed to be very dangerous.
Marvelous.
Morvius stared down at the rocks Jiri had arranged on the floor of the passage, a crude map of what she and Lenaria had seen.
Patima set them there to block us, so she must have found the place she wants to be. She's buying herself time to do this binding thing Jiri told us about. We go in there and they'll go on the defensive, summoning everything they can, slowing us down, giving her time while they try to kill us off.
Can we get by them? Jiri asked.
Do you know another path?
Morvius asked. When Jiri shook her head, he nodded.
Didn't think so. And we don't have the time to look for one. And it's not like we can sneak by them.
Not all of us, Sarah said. But one of us might, while the others engage them. Her brown eyes were on Jiri. Maybe, Jiri said. Maybe I could get by. If I just ran and left you behind. Like Oza. But Patima is stronger than me. It hurt to say the truth, but she had to. And we haven't seen Mickey yet.
Mickey is probably hiding somewhere in that chamber, waiting to ambush us, Morvius said. Patima, well, she should be involved in whatever ceremony she's attempting. She may be vulnerable, and you might not even have to fight her. Just throw her off, delay her. Kick over her magic candles or piss on her ceremonial circle, whatever it takes to stop her until we can get through.
If we can get through, Lenaria said, staring down at the stone that represented the Baragara.
That's my line, Morvius said. He frowned down at the stones. We have surprise, at least. They may have set up guards, but from the way you said Amiro and Corian were chatting, I don't think they really expect us. If we hit Corian hard and fast, take her out before she can cast, we might have a chance. That demon, though. If we had some way to slow it down, keep it off us. Why haven't you learned how to summon monsters out of thin air yet, Lenaria? All of our enemies seem to be able to do it.
I can, Jiri said.
Yeah, I liked the frog, but I don't think it's going to cut it this time, Morvius said. We need something bigger.
I think this time I can summon something bigger. Jiri thought through the magic she had bargained from the spirits, and decided she could do this, no matter how dangerous it was. We'll just need something for our ears. Chapter 21. Scald. Jiri stopped, gasping for air. Just ahead, the cave curved, and over the hammering of her heart, she thought she could hear the muttering of voices. A little closer and they'll see my light. I have to time this just right. Forcing herself to breathe, to be calm, she gathered in a spell that she had bargained away from a spider spirit back in that empty village near Kibwe. She stood still and let the magic settle into her skin and bones, then looked back the way she had come. Where are you? Come on. Jiri held up the light her magic had made, the glowing stone that Morvius had carefully wrapped cloth around so that only one side shone. Come on. The passage behind her was empty, silent, and Jiri hissed between her teeth. Come on, you cursed thing. Aren't you hungry? She whispered the words, but she stomped as she did, driving her bare foot into the floor. Your ancestors look down and laugh at your misery, and when you die they'll feed your festering spirit to the ghosts of jackals. Jiri stomped again, and the sweat on her skin began to steam, taking the heat from her anger, her terror. Then she felt it, a tremor in the passage, as if something huge were dragging itself toward her. That's it. Come get me. Jiri forced down her terror. Her eyes swung to the side of the corridor and found the crevice where the others were hiding. Somewhere in the dark, out of sight, strips of cloth wrapped over their ears. The tunnel shook again, and at the limit of Jiri's light, something moved, slithering across the floor like a snake. Jiri glanced one more time at the place where her friends were hidden, then turned toward where Corianne, Amiro, and the demon waited, alone. To Oza, and to any other honored ancestor who's watching, let this work. Jiri let her prayer go, ripped away the cloth she had tied around her ears, and started forward, just fast enough to stay ahead of the thing that pursued her. Stop! Amiro's shout filled the tall passage, and Jiri wasn't sure if the command was meant for her or Corianne. But she stumbled to a halt, and the mage dropped her hand, the sparks of light that flickered around it like tiny bits of lightning going dim. It's Piss Girl, Corianne said. What are you doing here? Did you miss us? Her hands began to move, as if starting to shape another spell. Did you miss my snake? Save your magic, Amiro told her. Morvius and the others can't be far. The skeletons around him moved, fanning out across the cave floor. No, Jiri said. They wouldn't come. They don't understand. You don't understand. She raised her empty hands toward them, trying to keep her attention on them and not the crimson eyes of the demon that crouched in the shadows. I didn't come here to fight you. I came here to tell you that Fatima is lying. She can't control that thing. All in Ashes is going to burn the whole expanse if she tries this. What a terrible loss for the leeches, Corianne said. Can I kill her now? I have plenty of spells. No, Amiro said, his eyes never leaving Jiri and the cave behind her. You might not have come to fight us, Jiri. However, the companion Fatima left us knows nothing except fighting. As he spoke, the gleaming sparks of the demon's eyes began to move, the thing stepping forward into the light. The demon had the rough shape of a gorilla, but it was much larger. It moved like a gorilla too, knuckle-walking forward on thick arms and bandy legs. But its shaggy fur was red as blood, gleaming like its eyes, and two great horns twisted out of its head, wider and sharper than a buffalo's. Amiro's skeletons scurried out of the demon's way, and the beast stopped before Jiri, staring down at her, its lips pulling back to bare rows of sharp teeth. Now, come now, please, Now! The Baragara reared up in front of her, standing on its hind legs. Its huge fists swung in and beat on its chest, a chest whose ribs drove out of the pale red skin like white thorns, making a thicket of spikes around a pulsing, circular maw filled with hooked teeth. The demon roared from both mouths as its hands slammed into its chest, and that twin bellow filled Jiri's head. She hunched underneath that avalanche of sound, forcing herself not to break and run. The demon pounded its fists down, lowered its horned head, and charged. Jiri couldn't stay still in the face of the ugly death that was tearing at her, but as she threw herself to the side, she knew she wouldn't be fast enough. The demon was already shifting its charge, one clawed hand reaching out for her, ready to scoop her up and pull her to its teeth. And Jiri's desperate roll across the cave's floor ended against a wall. Then the demon roared again, not in triumph, but in pain. Jiri felt the floor shake as the demon hit it. Looking up, she could see the thick vine that had wound itself around one of the Baragara's horns, using it as a handle to twist the monster to the ground. She watched the vine jerk the demon forward, and the grating of the red ape thing's teeth against the stone floor almost drowned out the thin, high-pitched sound of the Umdalibi's song. She shoved herself back against the wall, gritting her teeth against the compulsion she knew was buried in that song. She resisted it, and watched the Umdalibi slither into the room. Slow but inexorable, thank the spirits. When Jiri had gone back to it, had stumbled away from it, pretending to be hurt, it had followed her, its hunger driving it. Followed her here, and thank the spirits again, the monstrous plant had gone for the largest prey it could reach. Its thick vines lashed out, wrapping around the Baragara, catching it by the wrist and neck. The demon roared, the mouth in its chest booming, while the one on its head choked. It reached out with its free hand and grabbed at the vine looped around its neck, jerking it down so the teeth of its chest mouth could tear at its heavy bark, slowed only a little by the long thorns. The vine ripped in two, the stumps of it bleeding a thick yellow sap. Coughing, roaring, the Baragara threw itself on the Umdalibi, tearing thick, woody chunks from its body as more vines wrapped around the demon, thorns tearing through its red fur and spilling the ape thing's reeking white blood. Go now, while it still holds the demon. The thought echoed through Jiri's head until it finally made sense, and she tore her eyes away from the massive fight in front of her. Spinning around, she pressed her hands against the wall she had rolled against and began to climb. The spider spirit's magic ran strong in her. Her hands and feet clung to the wall, and she moved up the stone quickly, putting as much distance between herself and the fight raging below her as she could. Looking over her shoulder, she could see Amiro and Corianne below. The mage was looking up at her, shouting something that was lost in the demon's roars. But Amiro was staring at the fight, his face slack, swaying in time to the shrill music that still spilled from the Umdalibi. Corianne, unaffected or too far away to hear that music, pulled back her hand, about to cast, when a bolt of palest blue struck her. It knocked her back, the green of her dress white with frost. Jiri saw her friends working their way into the room, pressed against the walls, keeping as much distance as they could between themselves and the Umdalibi's lashing vines. Hoping this wasn't the last time she would see them, Jiri started across the wall, moving as fast as she could toward the statue-flanked arch at the end of the passage. The tunnel beyond the arch was a tight stone throat, its walls pressed in around Jiri, bulbous stone formations growing from them like tumors, every surface slick with water, and the air that filled the space between the walls was thick with water as well, and hot, like the jungle after a rain. The tunnel curved and sank, and Jiri's ears lost the sounds of the battle raging behind her. There was nothing but the draw of her breath, the beating of her heart, and the constant drip of water. And then something else. Jiri stopped and listened. Somewhere ahead of her, something burbled and hissed, like a pot on a fire. The rock around it baked with heat, and the water, the blood of the earth, boiled. That was how Shawnee had described the cavern where he had been taken, where all in ashes had been chained. Jiri took the stone that she had wrapped light around and tucked it in her shirt, and she could still see. There was light somewhere beyond the next curve, thin and smeared by distance and haze. But there. Patima? Maybe. Mickey? Jiri had never seen the halfling back with Amiro and Corianne. Patima may have taken her with her, one last guard to watch over her while she summoned all in ashes back to the place it had been caged so long, so that she could try to leash the monster to her terrible vision of revenge and freedom. It doesn't matter. One or both of them, or all in ashes itself. I have to try to stop them. Jiri moved, pushing forward toward that dim light, the hot, wet air wrapping close around her, like the breath of beasts. The tunnel opened into a cavern filled with water, steam, light, and heat. Jiri crouched behind a gnarled knuckle of stone that pushed out of the last bit of the tunnel wall, staring in at a huge chamber the size of the clearing 30 trees had stood in, and as steep and angled as a staircase. At its top, boiling water flowed into it, and at its bottom, the earth swallowed the water. But the hot water didn't drop in one pounding fall or smash through the cavern in a torrential stream. Instead, it flowed down slow and smooth, filling hundreds of stone pools that stretched in row after haphazard row down the cavern. It was a terrace of cups, pools huge and tiny, filled with water that was clear and fast and boiling, or slow and blue and steaming. Over it all, the ceiling glimmered with light. Crystals grew thick overhead, covering the curved vault, making it into a massive geode. Most of the crystals were small, but here and there were larger ones, ranging from the size of Jiri's head to bigger than Morvius. In the center of those larger crystals, light gleamed, like white stars trapped in glass, and made the cavern as bright as a night in the open with the moon shining full. In that shimmering light, nothing moved but water and steam. Quiet and wary as a mouse deer, Jiri stepped into the open. Paths ran between some of the pools, smoothed into the wide lips of rock that separated them. Some looked natural. Others had obviously been worked some time long ago. Little steps carved into the soft stone leading upward. Jiri looked down at the crack that swallowed the hot water with a low roar, then up. The source of the heat was there, and she started to pick her way around the pools and climb. Her bare feet were as sure on the wet stone as they had been on the ceiling, but the heat was growing around her. It made her sweat. But the air was already full of moisture, and the sweat clung to her, soaking her clothes, dripping from her braids. It ran down her arms and over her hands, and Jiri silently thanked the spider spirit who had bargained his magic to her. That magic was probably the only thing that still let her cling to the sweat-coated handle of the bush knife. She needed the reassurance of its sharp presence as she crept up, her eyes darting around her, and seeing only steam, her ears hearing only water, her skin feeling only heat. Until something slammed into her back like a punch, but worse. So much worse. Jiri went down, barely staying on the path that stretched between a small, boiling pool to one side and a sharp drop to a larger, steaming pool below. Hitting the stone tore the skin off of her knees and palms, but those pains were lost in the agony that roared between her shoulder blades. Jiri reached back, and her hand found something hard. She jerked it out, dropped it clattering beside her. A little knife with a short handle and a narrow, sharp blade. The blood that covered it almost hid the black smear coating the blade's tip. Poison. Mickey's here. I missed her.
and now I'm dying. Gods and crocodiles.
Jiri, right?
Jiri raised her eyes and saw Mickey standing on a ledge over her. The halfling had stripped to a thin cotton shift in the heat, and the cloth was dark with sweat, as was the chestnut hair on her head and her feet. A leather belt ran from Mickey's shoulder to her hip, bristling with knives, and Jiri could see steel shining in the woman's child-sized hand.
Good to see you again. It was getting boring in here. Steam baths aren't nearly as fun without cute boys to look at and rub your feet.
Mickey wriggled her toes.
Did you bring any cute boys with you?
Jiri turned her head away from the little assassin. She could feel the poison working, a numbness spreading out through her shoulder. It did nothing to take away the pain, but it made Jiri's arm feel distant, weak, and when she tried, she could barely move it. Jiri pulled her good arm up and traced symbols of time and death and healing into the sweat that covered the base of her neck, whispering a plea to the green spirits of healing, hoping that the sounds of water would bury those words and keep Mickey from catching them.
No,
the halfling said.
Don't tell me you came alone. You don't look so good.
But I'm feeling better, Jiri thought. The magic that she had taken from the spirits of medicine plants was already working, taking away the poison's numbness, restoring the feeling and motion to her arm and shoulder. It was just a temporary cure. In a few hours, the poison would come back, potent as ever. But a few hours was all Jiri needed. Beneath her, hidden by her body, her hand moved, reaching for the bag she had tucked beneath her shirt.
I don't suppose you'll rub my feet.
Jiri turned her back and looked up at the halfling. The little woman was looking down at her, a knife spinning between her slim fingers. No, Jiri croaked, trying to put all the pain she could into her voice.
So what good are you?
Mickey asked, catching her knife.
I've been here forever, waiting for Patina to finish her song and dance. I need something to do.
She looked over the knife at Jiri.
Whittling?
You could stop Patima,
Jiri said, her skin crawling. Her hand had reached her pouch, and her fingers fought with the strings that held it shut, trying to open it with as little motion as possible.
Why would I want to do that?
Mickey cocked her head, like a little bird.
Because if she succeeds, she'll kill thousands, Jiri said.
Maybe,
Mickey said.
Not in a good way, though. Not up close. Not so she can watch the life flicker out of their eyes. She just wants to become that thing and fall out of the sky and burn everyone beneath her. Boring.
Then stop her.
Jiri finally pulled the bag open and slipped her hand inside.
Why would I do that?
Mickey started moving, pacing easily along the edge of the pool, heading toward the stairs that had been carved down to Jiri's level.
I may not agree with how she's going to do it, but I'm absolutely behind her killing lots and lots of people. By the way, if I see you try to cast again, I'm going to throw this knife through your throat.
Jiri froze, but she could feel what she wanted, brushing light against her fingertips.
Why do you want my people to die?
She asked, trying to slow Mickey's approach, to distract the halfling while she brought her mind into focus.
Your people?
Mickey said.
I don't care about your people. I don't care about anyone's people. Everyone's the same to me, amusing or in the way. What I want is upheaval, disorder, chaos.
Mickey skipped lightly down the stairs to the ledge where Jiri lay.
You see, I don't get along well in a peaceful world. I don't fit. And the more orderly things become, the less fun I can have. So I need things like this. A little war, some disaster, a giant flame angel wreaking havoc. Things like that keep attention away from me and give me a chance to play. Mickey stopped in front of Jiri and shrugged. We're all just looking for our place in the world. And I've found mine. In the chaos, in the flames of civilization's fall. That's where I fit, where I'm happy. Now, would you like to take your last stab at me? Because I'm ready to take mine. She laughed, her voice like bright chimes mixed with the bubbling of the water. Yes, Jiri said, and deep inside her, in her head and body and soul, she reached for change. This time, the change came easy, her anger actually helping her grab it, and she wrapped her mind around it, clinging close as her hand clutched at the smooth bone carvings of Oza's necklace. Her magic arced through her, and her body twisted, becoming longer, lighter, taller. Her head lengthened, her face now a muzzle filled with teeth. Her hands became claws, and her legs became strong and tipped with talons sharper than the bush-knife she had carried. She crouched before the halfling, the great gutting claws on her feet twitching, and hissed, baring her teeth and ruffling out the deep green feathers that slicked her back and tail. Mickey looked at her and laughed. Good godlings, what are you supposed to be? A were-chicken? By every single ancestor, I hate her. But Jiri didn't throw herself forward at the halfling, claws slashing, the way she wanted to. Mickey was too dangerous for that. Instead, she leapt, landing easily on the next terrace down, her long tail balancing her as she hit the narrow stone edge of the pool. The magic of the spider spirit was still with her, and her feet gripped the stone as she started running along the ledge, away from Mickey and toward a path that would take her up. Oh, gods, I hope you stay in the shape when I kill you, Mickey called out. A knife slammed into the stone just to the side of Jiri's clawed foot, making her stumble and almost fall. I'm going to make such a hat out of those feathers. Jiri spun, dodging another knife, and ran to the edge of the pool and jumped. She hurtled at the wall that rose ahead of her like it was a great beast that she meant to slay, hit the stone, and clung. She started to climb, trotting up the curved ceiling that arced over the cavern. None of that, Mickey called from below. Jiri felt the knife hit her, slamming into her hip, ruffling feathers and then bouncing off the scales beneath, but digging in enough to hurt, to make her stumble. She lurched into one of the crystals that hung from the ceiling, and it snapped free from the stone with a sound like bone breaking, tumbling down to land with a splash in one of the pools below. She saw it fall, even as she watched Mickey below her, the halfling running easily along the edge of the pools, graceful enough to keep up, even as she drew another knife. She'll hit my neck or an eye eventually, or just bleed me out of a dozen wounds. And even if I get ahead of her, she'll follow, and I'll be caught between her and Patima. I have to end this. Jiri jerked to a halt, and a knife flashed by her nose, slamming into a little crystal and shattering it like a dry skull. Below her, Mickey laughed like an excited child playing a game. Jiri whipped her head down to see where the halfling stood, pulling another knife out, then jerked it around to find what she needed. Not perfect, but good enough. With a lurch to the side, Jiri slammed her feathered shoulder into a glowing crystal that was almost as big as she was. It groaned, and she heard a snap, but it didn't fall. She reared back to try again and felt the bite of a knife in her back, so near the wound of the other one. She screeched and spun on her talons, her tail catching the crystal she had just hit, cracking it free. Close, but not close enough, Mickey said from below, watching the crystal arc down, and she was right. The halfling didn't even have to move, as the crystal was set to land a good 6 feet away, right in the steaming water of the pool she stood beside. The halfling barely had time to start raising her hands
when the wave of boiling water hit her, drenching her. Her high-pitched shriek sounded so much like a child's, and Jiri felt her stomach twist as she watched Mickey fall back, her skin red and blistering, still screaming as she fell from the ledge. There was a dull crack as the halfling hit the edge of the pool below, and the scream cut off. Mickey spun and splashed down in the pool below that one, and lay still in the water. She floated in the brilliant blue, her head haloed by her hair, and a drifting cloud of red, steam drifting up around her face, slack and innocent, and childlike. Jiri twisted her head away, but that image, seared into her spirit, didn't leave her as she ran from the room. Chapter 22. When Ashes Fall. The boiling stream filled the tunnel with steam and plastered down Jiri's feathers. At its end, she stepped down the wall to the floor and shook the water from her, staring at the thinning curtain of steam ahead. A space opened there, filled with heat and pale light. Jiri crouched, listening, and over the hissing boil of the stream running past, she heard a voice, cracked and broken, barely recognizable as it ground out the same words over and over. All in ashes come, all in ashes burn, all in ashes come and burn with me. Jiri listened to that croaking chant, so full of hate and helpless anger and want, and she shook. Being the Makumo wasn't like being the snake. Jiri's emotions were just as strong, and they roiled through her. Anger, fear, but worse, pity, and a devastating understanding. Fatima had suffered terribly. But so did Oza. So did Hadzi. So did 30 trees. Jiri stepped through the curtain of steam into the last cavern. This was a made place, not natural, though who or what had made it, Jiri couldn't guess. The great room was a hexagon, with 6 black mirror walls of obsidian, and the floor and the ceiling were made of that same glossy stone. The boiling stream of water that Jiri stood beside ran down a channel that cut a razor-sharp line across the floor, a line that ran to the center of the cavern and ended in a bubbling pool. That perfect circle of roiling water surrounded another hexagon, a low platform of dark stone shot with veins of gray, stretching 20 feet from side to side. Light shone up from beneath that pool, a dull white light, like moonlight on bone. It gleamed off the metal chains that lay coiled at each of the platform's 6 points, and lit the steam that curled up from the water, rising to vanish into the hole that marred the ceiling's center. An uneven circle. That hole was the only thing in this chamber that wasn't precise and perfect. Through the steam, Jiri could see glimmering flashes of rain falling from the storm raging far above. It was a scar, melted into the stone of the ceiling, a wound that ran from this place where all in ashes had been chained to the world outside. Centered beneath it, wreathed in steam and rain, Fatima knelt. She held the kindi she had stolen close to her, its black wings pressed against her, and her right hand rested on the iron spike that ran through the carving's chest. No, it didn't rest. The spike ran through Fatima's hand, tearing through palm and bone and tendon until it jutted out of the back of her hand, smoking with heat. Jiri could smell it now, ugly beneath the water smell, the reek of blood burning, of charred flesh. She slid a step forward, her claws clicking on the obsidian floor. A small sound, but Fatima stopped her chant, tipped her head just enough to look at Jiri, then turned her eyes back up toward the distant sky. Jiri, that's you, isn't it? There were only fragments of beauty in Fatima's voice now. The rest was rust and thorns. You've found another shape, besides the snake. Her fanged mouth, Ill-suited for speech, Jiri stayed silent, her muscles bunching, claws twitching. Can she move? Can she cast? It didn't matter. The fickle spirits of fate and hope had blessed Jiri, and let her get here before Patima could attempt her joining. Now was the time to end this. Uncoiling from her crouch, Jiri ran forward. She reached the edge of the pool and leapt, steam scalding her belly as she passed over the water, then hit the stone where All in Ashes had been bound. It was hot under her, like the stone of a fire pit, but she ignored the pain of it and ran toward Patima, ready to kick out with her claws and knock that terrible kindi out of her hands.
Too late,
Patima whispered, and heat slammed Jiri to the ground. The air became an inferno. Jiri choked, her nose and lungs burning, and tried to see. Over her, filling the ragged hole in the ceiling, stretched vast wings of smoke and ash. The wings spread from a flickering heart of fire, a roiling center of red and white, shaped something like a man. It hung there, burning so bright in the curling darkness of its wings, and Jiri could feel her feathers shriveling, could hear the falling rain cracking into steam in the fiery spirit's aura.
All in Ashes come. All in Ashes burn. All in Ashes come burn with me.
Fatima's eyes flashed with triumph and the reflection of fire.
Burn with me.
I can still stop this. Pinned under all that heat, Jiri pushed herself forward, crawling across the stone, edging toward Patima. A little closer, just a little closer, and my claws will reach. Fire fell from above, a hissing drop of brightness. It hit the stone in front of Jiri, searing the scales at the tip of her muzzle, making her head jerk back. Over her, All in Ashes hovered, watching. It won't let me kill her. But it didn't kill me. It could, just by coming a little closer. The pain of the spirit's heat would spike up to agony, and Jiri's flesh would char from her bones. All in Ashes could kill her that easily, but it chose not to. Just like it chose not to kill her outside the pyre, right before it burned 30 trees. What do you see when you see me? Jiri couldn't see its face, couldn't see anything at all through the smoke and the tears that filled her eyes, but she knew what it looked like. Shani's face, handsome as Hadzi's, would be carved into that fire. Jiri reached for change in her head, stroked the cord that connected her spirit to her body, and her form slipped back to its true shape. A young woman sprawled across the stone, her long braids shriveling in the heat. You're in there, Shani, aren't you? What do you see when you see me with those eyes? Your daughter? Your wife? I want to know. Jiri pushed herself up, the stone searing her skin, the air like an oven. Patima was right there, right in front of her skin flushed with the heat, her eyes streaming, but her teeth were bared in a smile.
You'll burn, she croaked in her broken voice. You and everyone else who tried to stop me. You'll all burn, and Usara will burn, and I will finally be free.
I will burn, and you will burn, Jiri rasped, her voice cracked too by smoke and heat. She lunged forward, and this time no fire fell to stop her. She reached out and struck, her hand slamming down onto the iron spike that stabbed through the Kindi's body and through Patima's hand. Its point tore skin and bone, and Jiri felt the pain of the metal ripping through her flesh, the fire buried in it, searing her blood. And we will burn together. There was fire and pain. It started in the center of her hand, where the iron tore through her, and ran up her veins and turned her heart to ash. She was ash, and fire and pain, and she was Jiri, and she opened her eyes. A city surrounded her, every building burning, Their stone walls housed flame, and their wide windows and doors sent smoke into the sky like dark screams. The air shimmered with heat, and a vast sound rumbled the ash-flaked stone beneath Jiri's feet, something like thunder or drums. Jiri raised her hands to block her ears, but they were gray and thin, muscle and bone reduced to nothing but smoke and ash. I'm dead. Burned and dead, and I failed. Her eyes throbbed, but they could shed no tears. She was only ash. How could she cry? But if I'm ash, how can I hurt? Jiri dropped her hands and raised her head. This was Lozo's center. Jiri could see that. Despite the smoke and sparks, could trace the lines of the buildings she had seen in Shani's kindi through the flames that danced over them. She stood in the same place that Shani's kindi always brought her, but this time she wasn't alone.
No!
Fatima's voice came clear through the thunder, untouched by that sound. The woman stood beside Jiri, her skin gray and hair white, a crust of ash lying over charred black eyes and teeth and bone.
This fire is mine. I want it and I claim it. It's mine.
Fatima shoved her hands into Jiri's chest, as if she would shove her out of this city, out of this burning vision. But her hands pushed straight through Jiri, and the rest of her followed. They came together, ghosts of smoke and ash blurred into one, and for a moment the city around Jiri changed. It became another city, a city of white pyramids buried in vines, of muddy streets lined with wooden cages that held things that might have once been human, but were now just blood-red and bone-white puppets that jerked and screamed. Then it was gone, and Jiri was back in burning Lozo, staring into the black ashes of Fatima's eyes.
You can't stop me,
the woman whispered, her voice a desolation.
It has to burn.
Jiri might have listened, might have let the agony and the rage she felt in Fatima's voice push her away. But in the drifting ashes that rode the wind past them, she saw an echo of 30 trees, and every other village that had been destroyed, and she answered, no.
No?
The voice was soft, but the low thunder that filled the air seemed to draw back to give it space. Jiri turned, and there he was, Shani, as she had seen him, every version of him, young and strong, old and tired, bent and tall, but always handsome. Handsome, even when his eyes were gone. In their place, a drifting paleness, white-hot ashes. Those colorless eyes trailed dark smoke like tears down his face. The smoke dropped off his cheeks and drifted behind him, joining the vast cloud that followed him. A storm cape of smoke. It spread like wings, twisting ropes of fire netted through it like veins, and that was all in ashes. Spirit of burning, of destruction, of all things flashing away their essence and becoming ash, drifting on the wind until it blew apart and was nothing.
Would you stop me?
He said, thunder rolling under every word.
Are you like those fools who freed me, then tried to chain me again? Would you chain me and keep me from burning?
No, Fatima said, her voice fervent, and Jiri spoke at the same time, determined and resigned. Yes. White eyes turned to Jiri, rested on her, and she felt the ashes of her body ache with heat. Then she was on her knees, smoke pouring out of her soul pulling apart from her and drifting away. All in ashes was destroying her, consuming her.
You should have never come here, Jiri,
Fatima said, her voice almost lost in thunder and pain.
The things that happened to you, the pain you suffer, they are nothing compared to mine. All in Ashes understands that. It knows I'll give it what it wants, because it knows it can give me what I need.
Jiri knelt on the ground, dying, her soul dissolving into smoke and ash, and she was pleading, "Help me, Oza. Help me, Hadzi. Help me, ancestors. Help me, spirits. But there was nothing here in this vision to pray to. No gods, no spirits, no ancestors. Just her and Patima and all in ashes and... Jiri raised her head and stared into the face of the thing that was killing her. "Shani," she breathed. "My father, my love, my ancestor, help me." All in ashes bent its head, and the terrible white light of its eyes dimmed. The smoke pouring out of Jiri slowed, and it stopped rising to join the great cloud that covered the sky. It swirled around her instead, like blood drifting in water. "You're in there." Jiri felt the fire in her ease, and she uncurled, staring up at the terrible spirit towering over her. "I can see your face. The mages of Lozo bound you to this monster, and it's been trying to burn you out of it ever since. But you're not gone yet, are you? You're not smoke and ash. You're Shani. Shani the strong."
"Shani,"
the spirit said, and its eyes changed, darkening, becoming gray, becoming brown, becoming human.
"Shani the strong."
Patima looked into those human eyes, and the ashes of her face twisted toward fear and hate. "No! You're all in ashes. You're the spirit of destruction, of death, and you belong to me." The spirit's eyes flicked to Patima for a moment, going lighter as they did, and now it was her turn to fall to the ground, smoke and groans slipping out from beneath her clenched teeth.
"Who are you?"
Shani demanded, staring down at Jiri. And it was Shani now. Shani's face gray with ash and creased with pain. Shani's eyes, even though they danced with madness and flames. "I am your wife. I am your daughter. I am your child's child's child. I am Jiri Maju, daughter of ashes." With every word, the smoke pulled back into Jiri, her soul slipping back into its temple of bones and blood, nerves and flesh. When the last of it was inside her, she changed, became herself again, her body whole, if dusted with ash. "I'm what you saved."
"What I saved."
Shani drew in on himself, the vast wings of smoke behind him trembling. Then he raised his head again, and his eyes faded toward white.
"I do not save. I destroy. They bound me, monster and fool, and released me, and I burned. I burned an army, and I burned a city, and I burned until they caught me again and sealed me away in their prison of wood and iron and magic. But I have been burning my way out of it for years, because I am all in ashes, and what I do is burn."
"You are Shani, and you save your people," Jiri shouted. "You are all in ashes, and you burn those who tried to force you to their will." Patima pulled herself up, her face a patchwork of skin and ash, and smoke drifted out of her mouth with every word. "You burned this city into the ground, spirit, and I will give you another to burn. Join with me, and I will cast out the soul of the man that they sought to control you with. Join with me, and I will set you free."
"I am all in ashes. I am Shani."
The spirit's eyes flickered, white and brown and in between, and around them the city began to shake and collapse. Its buildings fell in on themselves, fell into the earth, sliding down into broken caverns that gaped like screaming mouths at the smoke-covered sky.
"I destroyed this city. I destroyed Lozo."
Despair and fury filled those words. "You are Shani." Jiri walked forward across the trembling ground, toward the killing heat of the spirit. "They bound you to all in ashes, a mindless thing, a spirit of fire and destruction and nothing else. Every word, every thought, every emotion that you have,
They are Shani's. All in ashes may touch them all, but they are yours, Shani.
Brown eyes turned down to her, and boiling tears ran from them.
Then I killed Lozo. I am Shani the Slayer, and I killed my city.
All in ashes did this, and you couldn't stop it, Jiri said. But you kept it from killing your people. You saved us, Shani. You devastated the army of Usaro, drove it back, and then when All in Ashes raged, you held it. You must have. You kept it from killing us all. And you let those wizards seal it away in this kindi for ages. You saved us, Shani.
Saved you?
The spirit groaned, and the stone beneath them trembled, the whole great center of Lozo crumbling, shaking, beginning to collapse into fire.
They enslaved you, All in Ashes, made you a weapon, and then locked you away.
Patima stood beside Jiri, her desperate eyes human again.
This is what she wants for you, to trap you here, in this nightmare forever. I will end it. I will end our nightmares. I will set you free.
Will you? The spirit's eyes were almost white.
She will,
Jiri said.
She will join with All in Ashes and set it on Usaro. Then she will set it free, and it will turn on us. It will burn its way across the expanse, and we will all die. All the children that you saved will die, and the spirits of our ancestors will fade, and your final legacy, your final story, will fall apart into ash. All in Ashes, Shani. This is the monster that you have to face. This is the beast you must save us from. Please, save us. No!
Patima shoved herself forward.
You are All in Ashes. The only salvation you can offer is fire. I am Shani. Shani the Strong. And All in Ashes is mine.
Those white eyes stared down at Patima.
But I can give you its fire. Shani, no!
Jiri shouted. But the blazing salvation of All in Ashes had already fallen. Flames bloomed from Patima, red and gold and beautiful, licking up toward the sky, and smoke rose like a scream. Then it was gone, and Patima stood, silent, gray and still, until the ground rumbled beneath them once more, and she broke apart, falling into ash that whirled away on the wind.
She was no child of mine.
Shani stared down at her, his face hard as obsidian.
But she was right. You mean to chain me here, with this monster, forever?
Yes, was all Jiri could say.
You would save your friends, your city, yourself, by cursing me.
Yes, Jiri said again. Unless I offered to take this burden, to free him, and to bind myself to All in Ashes. The thought ricocheted through Jiri's head, horrifying, but worse than that, tempting. Oza had trained her to bargain power and magic from the spirits. What was this but a greater bargain, for greater power? Power for revenge, power enough to burn the Aspis Consortium out of Kibwe, out of the expanse, off the face of the world. That would be revenge enough, wouldn't it? The hunger of that thought, the rage in it, roiled through her, and Jiri felt her lips moving, ready to shape the words that would bind her to Shani, to the spirit. She locked her teeth shut. I am his daughter. His pride flows in me like blood. But I am also the daughter of the thing that he imprisons. I am the daughter of ashes, of All in Ashes, and its rage flows in me like blood and fire. But I will not become like Patima. I'm sorry, Jiri whispered.
Don't be sorry, Shani said, and smiled. Be loud. Spread my name. Spread my stories. Let me live again on the tongues and in the hearts of those I saved. Give me that strength, and I will wrestle this thing forever. I will, Jiri said. I promise.
Chapter 23. Below the Mango Woman. Jiri was wrapping the kindi with the last of the chains when someone touched her shoulder. She started, and fire flickered through her, but she felt the coolness of the touch against her burning skin, and held it in. Lenaria. Jiri. The white-haired woman settled beside her. She moved easily, and Jiri couldn't see any wounds on her, but dried blood marked her skin, and her clothes were torn. Are you all right? Jiri's clothes were charred rags, the skin beneath them mottled with burns. Her braids were almost gone. Her eyes wouldn't stop streaming tears, and her throat was full of ash. She was shaking, too, Mickey's poison finally starting to take effect. I'm fine, she scraped out. Well, no disrespect, but you look like shit. Morvius jumped over the boiling water, his scale mail jingling, and joined Lenaria. He bent down and touched Jiri's arm, carefully pulling her injured hand out from the last scraps of shirt that Jiri had wrapped it in. All the hells, he whispered, looking at the hole that lay charred through her hand. Sarah, you said you were saving some healing for Jiri. Well, get your steel-encased ass over here and use it. Sarah landed on the stone, boot heels inches from the hissing water. The paladin brushed Morvius and Jiri aside, pulled off her gauntlets, and reached down to cup Jiri's face. Healing didn't flow through them, though. The beast? All in ashes? Her brown eyes fixed on Jiri's. Chained. When Shani had let her go, cast her out of the kindi's vision, Jiri had sprawled across the stone and watched the great winged shape of the spirit pull in on itself and dwindle, flowing down like smoke into the winged kindi. She had watched the black obsidian of its eyes change to white, and the iron spike go from dull, almost dead red, to glowing crimson. Shani had kept his promise, and pulled All in Ashes back in, trapping it again in the kindi. With him. Forever. Evil cannot be contained, Sarah said. So you say, Jiri said. But what else is left when it can't be destroyed? Sarah stared down at her, silent for a long time, until healing finally flowed through her hands and wiped Jiri's burns away. It took them a day to work their way out of Lozo's ruins, and the sun was falling when they camped by the steaming waters of Smoking Eye that night. Jiri stared at the deep blue of the waters, exhausted, numb, her arms wrapped around the kindi. They had all offered to take it, but Jiri had just shaken her head. She had carried it out, even though the chains she had wrapped around it made it heavy, so heavy. But those silver-gray strands of strangely woven metal, more like rope than chain, had blocked its heat, let her carry All in Ashes' prison without burning. Something bound All in Ashes to that stone with these chains long ago. Whatever magic is in them, maybe it will help Shani keep that spirit bound again, now and forever. Jiri, you awake? Jiri looked away from the water toward Morvius, his face lit by the small fire Lenaria had built. Yes. What? I'm splitting up the things I took off Mickey, he said. She was your kill, so you get first choice. I don't want first choice, Jiri said. I don't want anything. Suit yourself, he said, his voice gruff. Jiri stared at him. He had barely spoken to her all day, even to call her runt. Why are you mad at me, Morvius? What did I do? In the shadows beside her, Lenaria snorted, and Morvius frowned. He stabbed at the fire with a stick, making a few sparks dance up, and a tremor ran through Jiri. You got them. Fatima and Mickey.
The gods slap my ass and bend me over. You got them both, on your own, while Sarah was cutting the head off that demon. And what the hell did I do?"
"Well, you stabbed Amiro in the gut and broke Corian's nose with that Biloko skull," Lunaria said. "And you cut me out of that tree thing when it snared me. Besides that, not much."
"They got away, though," Morvius grumbled. "Corian and Amiro. Bloody teleport. It's cheating, really."
But he grinned a little, a dangerous expression in the firelight.
That look on Corian's face when that skull hit her. That was good.
"It was," Lunaria said, and she reached out and took Morvius's hand. Jiri looked away, stared up at the stars shining in the clear dark sky, so beautiful and distant, like white eyes. She shuddered again. "No. There is one thing I want," she said. "What?" said Lunaria. "I want to go to 30 Trees. "We can stop there tomorrow," Lunaria said. "Camp there before we push on to Kibwe." "We don't have that much food," Sarah said, from where she stood in the shadows beyond the firelight, staring out at the jungle that surrounded them. Sarah, too, had been treating Jiri strangely today, though it was hard to tell with her. Did the paladin, despite her demon, feel cheated of a trophy? Jiri clutched the kindi to her a little more tightly. "We have enough. Going a little hungry won't hurt any of us," Lunaria said, then leaned over to Jiri, whispering, "Our poor little warriors. If their weapons were half as big as their egos, they wouldn't be able to lift them." Jiri didn't answer, but her lips tipped up into the ghost of a smile. The clearing where 30 Trees had once stood still smelled a little of smoke, but the ashes were mostly gone, taken by the wind or washed into the red dirt by the rain. Jiri stood beneath the last mango tree, listening to the monkeys and the birds squabble over the ripening fruit in the branches overhead, and stared at the mango woman. Her dark, soapstone face was as stern as ever. "I did what I could," Jiri said, looking into those blank eyes. "And I brought it back. What more do you want?" Jiri dropped her eyes to the ground in front of the statue. There were shoots of green there, just like everywhere in the clearing. All in ashes may have cleared a circle of death here when it came, but the jungle was already rushing back, a tide of life that would reclaim this clearing. In a few weeks, it would be green. In a year, it would be gone, and this statue would be buried by plants and vines. That would have to be enough. Jiri took a breath and took hold of her magic. The soft earth in front of the statue went softer, became mud, as the water from the air and the ground all around rushed into it. Quickly, before it could begin to dry in the afternoon sun, she called to the earth. The mud in front of her bubbled, distended, then rose. Hands reached out of the hole, spade-shaped hands, wrought of earth and stone, and they shoved the mud out and to one side. The hands disappeared back into the hole again, then came back out, not so fast, but efficient, strong. In a short time, the little elemental Jiri had summoned had dug out a hole deeper than she was tall. When the spirit was done and gone, its body slumping back into the ground, Jiri went to the edge of the narrow pit it had made. The kindi she had carried back with her from Lozo, heavy in her arms. She stared down at it, a lumpy ball of silver-gray metal strands, with only the tips of all in Ash's wings sticking out. The iron embedded in those ebony wings glowed dull red with heat, and the smell of smoke and ash filled Jiri's head. "Shani," she said softly, "I wish—" "What? What can I say? What can I do? I can't. I can." Carefully, Jiri set the chain-wrapped kindi down on the ground beside her. Then she reached into the over-large shirt Morvius had given her and pulled out a pouch. She reached inside and carefully untangled the carved bone animals of the necklace from Shawnee's spearman Kindi. Oza's necklace. The last bit of him that she had. "Oza," she said, the necklace smooth and heavy in her hands. "Thank you. You trusted me when no one else would. You saved me. I owe you everything, and I will spend my life repaying that debt." A tear slipped down her face and splashed across the carved bone wings of a bird. "It's going to be hard. I couldn't save you, or 30 trees, but I saved what was left of the Mosa. I saved Kibwe. Maybe I saved the Expanse, but I'm not done. Not until I see you again. Until then." Jiri forced her hands to move. She took the necklace and wound it into the strands of chain that she had wrapped tight around All in Ashes' Kindi. "Go with Shawnee. Teach him to control the fire, like you taught me. Be strong for him, with him. Save him, like you saved me." Jiri took her hands away from the Kindi and sank them into the red dirt, whispering her magic into the ground again. From the earth, thick hands of stone rose up, gathered the Kindi, and pulled it down into the hole. Jiri knelt beside it and watched the elemental pull the dirt and mud back into the hole, covering the Kindi, and then smoothing out the ground in front of the mango woman, leaving it looking as if it had never been disturbed. Jiri looked up. The mango woman was still staring at her, her blank eyes hard. Sarah offered to take that thing, to give it to her church to lock away, like a trophy. Jiri had just shaken her head, and to her credit, that was all Sarah had said about it. "I didn't have to bring it here, though. I could have thrown it into the boiling mud with the Kindi I took from the Biloko, or thrown it into Smoking Eye. I could have, but—" Jiri frowned at the mango woman. "Don't look at me like that. You didn't destroy it either, when you had the chance. All that power, all that fire just waiting to be used." With a shudder, Jiri turned her back on the statue and walked away. Nothing was worth that. Nothing. At least Batima had taught her that. Up ahead, Lenaria and Morvius and Sarah were waiting, and beyond them, Kibwe, and beyond that, the whole wide Mwangi expanse, green and growing, hungry and dangerous, beautiful and alive, and all hers. The day and night of it, the life and death of it, all of it was in her, with her, and she would fight for it as long as she lived in this world. "Jiri?" Lenaria called. "Are you done? We have some mangoes, and Morvius says he found some kind of red taro root." "Red taro root?" Jiri pulled up short. "The only red plant that grows around here that looks like taro is fireweed." "Oh," she said. "Oh, no." She started to run back to the camp, but it was hard to breathe when she was laughing that hard. This has been an Audible Studios production of Firesoul, written by Gary Kloster, performed by Kristen Kelbley, producer Mike Charzik, copyright 2015 Paizo Inc., production copyright 2015 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc. If you enjoyed this audiobook, be sure to get more books in the Pathfinder Tales series today.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.